See what's going on.
Hey, what's going on? I'm sitting right next to the one and only Tyrone Hill. You know, I'm really happy to be here with a legend, an NBA legend. But we got you, we got D Mace. This is going to be a really good show, man. I'm looking forward to this.
And the last but not least,
let's go.
One-time set an NFL record for all-time, all-purpose yards in a season, and from the 4th round in 1997 out of Michigan State University, Derek Mason.
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
It's good. It's good to be back with you guys. We've been doing this for a number of years now.
Right.
And so here we are, 2 hours until the draft starts. This may be one of the weirdest drafts. and I mean this with going into it.
Right.
Guys, I don't know who's going first.
Don't know
much
either.
less who's going to go before we get to the Titans at 26.
I'm just trying to find out what the Titans going to do. I mean, that's what I'm trying to find out. We really don't know. You just don't know.
Who goes first is going to be interesting because if it's a defensive player, that could start a run on defensive players, and that tilts things to the Titans' favor because this is a team that has to really address the offense primarily in this draft. So you want Aiden Hutchinson to go. You want Trayvon Walker to go. You want those guys to go. And I tell you what's really interesting. If the Jaguars draft Trayvon Walker, a guy who has the big potential part tagged to him, have they really shown the ability to develop pass rushers?
I don't know.
So they haven't. So if they draft him, that's going to be really interesting. And if that goes bad, that'll be good for the Titans.
But you know what I'm looking for? I want to see the run of wide receivers because there's a lot of good wide receivers, especially from USC, Drake London, Garrett Wilson from The Ohio State University, Jamison Williams from Alabama. You got Olave from Ohio State. I can't wait to see the run of receivers. And now if Olave or Garrett drop at 26, they better run to the podium because I'm telling you, those are two playmakers that I want to see in the NFL.
Those guys are not going to drop 26.
Right.
I hate to tell you, Chris. Those guys are not going to drop at 26.
It sounded good.
You know, and this is, I mean,
yes,
the draft is interesting, but it's only interesting because there's not a top quarterback.
Absolutely.
There's no top quarterback prospects in this year's draft. What do we spend time on? 3, 4, 5, 6 months up into the draft, obviously. We spend it on quarterbacks. Well, who's the quarterback coming out of college this year? We always say that. And then as we get down to the end of the season, who's projected to be number one? And then after the combine and everything else, there's 3 or 4 quarterbacks that everyone's trying to jockey to get teams that need quarterbacks. This year, it's not that.
Right.
You don't have that. But that doesn't mean that this is not a good draft. I still believe this is a good draft, but a lot of times we based our draft, how good they are, on the quarterback. How many good quarterbacks is it? Oh, that's a good draft.
Right.
I just think this is a really good draft. You're going to be able to get you're going to be able to get guys in the 1st and 2nd round that are going to either help immediately or going to help and be critical to you winning down the line.
Yeah, but all these quarterbacks that you're talking about, D. Mace, are they worthy of starting right away? I mean, if you look at the list like Desmond Ridder, Matt Corral, Carson Strong from Nevada, Sam Howell from North Carolina, Kenny Pickett, do you see any of those guys that can come in and start right away?
Desmond Ridder.
Yeah.
Desmond Ridder could start right now. Absolutely.
But
there's no reason why he couldn't.
Does he remind you of Mariota a little bit?
I mean, I get the comparisons because
and
of
I say that
measurables.
respectfully.
Yeah, no, I feel what you're saying.
I mean, Mariota was the 2nd overall pick in the draft.
I'm just saying.
There are comparisons because of measurables, the speed. I think was like a 4 or 5 guy. But when I look at Desmond Ridder, I'm looking at a guy, and we talked about this on the TD Power Hour, Jarrett. He is accustomed to being the face of a franchise. You think Cincinnati football, it was him.
Okay.
And you look at being in big games, he's been in those. Now, the Alabama game, I mean, it was what it was, but you look at the Notre Dame game, he balled out there. He had a really good game against Indiana. Yeah, the accuracy is there, but he fits this modern NFL because he has that ability to be mobile and escape pressure and do those type of things, but he could push the ball down the field as well. So I think he's absolutely ready. He won 43 games. There aren't too many quarterbacks who won more games over their college career than he did, so you got to put that in there too.
Peter Schrager came out today, said that sources are telling him, and, again, who knows? Peter Schrager says sources are telling him that the Titans are amongst teams looking at quarterbacks in this year's draft.
I mean, I understand why they are. I would feel better if they had a second-round pick.
Oh,
true.
yeah.
You know,
Sam Howell.
Yeah.
Then if they drafted a quarterback in the first round with the 26th pick, or they moved out of the 26th, got 31st pick, and they drafted a quarterback, but they still had a second-round pick, I would be happy to see that rather than take a quarterback in the first round and don't have a second-round pick. That, to me, defeats the purpose. But, listen, they can draft one because I've said this before. With Ryan Tannehill, it's Super Bowl or bust. I don't care what anybody else tells me.
100%.
He's checked out all the boxes. Every box that you've asked him to check, he's checked them. There's only one he hasn't checked, and that's the Super Bowl. And if he can't get them to the Super Bowl, why are they hanging on?
And the problem with Tannehill, a week or so after the game, the Bengals game, I wrote that they've hit their ceiling, and that's the ceiling. I'm going to move off of that just a little bit. They could win a Super Bowl with him, but it has to be perfect. And that's the problem. Everything has to be. They have to get 9 sacks.
It has to be the Baltimore Ravens.
100%.
Exactly. Or the Bucs team from back then.
Yeah.
It has to be perfect, and that's the issue. You can't turn the football over. You need 8 sacks. You need a big game from A.J. Brown. You need Derrick Henry to be Derrick Henry, 150 yards.
Right.
That's a lot to ask for.
Yeah, but look at what he did in 2019 where they were 2-4. Okay, he comes in and he plays well. And then 2020, he has 33 TDs and I think 7 interceptions. But if he can go back playing that type of football right there, then you don't need to go get a quarterback. But the thing about it is we got a question mark. Everybody's looking at his last game, which is understandable. Because you're just
they're looking at his last season.
I'll say this. The last season, the last game,
Stop it.
the last 2 playoff games.
That's the issue.
Okay, I'm going to make an argument. Out of all these quarterbacks that are coming out, name one guy on that list that can take Tannehill's spot right away right now.
None. But if you draft him, you're not doing that for now.
I know.
I mean,
Right?
Patrick Mahomes didn't take Alex Smith's job that year.
I agree.
Right.
He waited a year, then took it.
But in addition to that, you're also – you got A.J. Brown's contract coming up. You got Jeffrey Simmons coming up. You got Amani Hooker coming up. Right. I'm about to smile who I'm about to say.
David Long Jr.
That's right. You got David Long Jr. coming up, too.
Nate Davis.
They ain't going to be able to keep all these people.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
If you can exist on a rookie quarterback contract, a la the Seahawks, back when they had all that stuff going with Russell Wilson, the 49ers with Colin Kaepernick, now you could branch out and you could build around. You want to be great around Tannehill, but there's only so much money that you could spend to do that.
Right, but and I agree with what you're saying 100%, Andy Mace. But look at the games that they won this year with A.J. Brown out. I mean, you're throwing
there weren't many.
It wasn't many, but still, they still 12-5, right? Or 12-5 or something like that.
Guess what their record was in the 13 games Brown played?
I know 11-2.
11-2.
Man, you ain't giving me no credit.
And one of those games, he got hurt in the middle of the Colts game. In the middle of the Texans game, and they lost that one.
Okay, and y'all are absolutely right. But I just look at things totally different. In regards to the quarterback, I look at it different. I agree with you, TD. He's reached his ceiling. Now, he can get him to the Super Bowl, but everything has to be perfect.
Exactly.
He has to have everything. Derrick Henry, 150+. Defense is lights out.
Sacks.
And we're not talking one game. We're talking 3 games they would have to do that, or 2 games they would have to do that. And then A.J. Brown has to be A.J. Brown, but then Robert Woods needs to be the Robert Woods of 2 years ago. That's a lot of stuff that needs to be that needs to happen in not just a game. We're talking about
in a
2,
postseason.
potentially 3 games.
Yeah.
But didn't he do that in 2020 and in 2019 when they went to the AFC Championship
2019, they weren't the hunted. They were hunting. They weren't the hunted.
I know.
2020,
I know.
2020, we know how the season ended.
Right, absolutely.
We know how it ended. That's an issue. Last year, we know how. Yeah, they got the top seed in the AFC.
But did they win because of Tannehill or in spite of Tannehill?
Look at the Rams game.
They won. I'm talking about in the playoffs that year.
No, that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
Look at the Rams game. They won because of the defense.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Tannehill
You know what I
made
mean?
threw an interception to Jalen Ramsey.
Y'all ain't got to jump on me like that.
Hey, listen.
Chris, you are the president of the Tannehill crew.
Hey.
This is why.
Can I tap out already?
Chris Sanders is with us. TD's with us. D Mace is with us. We are rocking and rolling. We're going to take a look at TD's board. On the other side, who's at the top of it? Who is kind of in that Titans range? range, we'll do that. We're live at 3rd and Home. We're still 2 hours and change away from the draft tonight. But before we take our first break of the night, we do want to remember the late general manager Floyd Reese, who passed away in August last year. Floyd is remembered most recently for his 5+ years right here as Nashville's general manager on 102.5 The Game, where he was the headliner on draft night. Yeah. And he always provided fans with unparalleled insight. Floyd was the general manager of the Titans from 1994 to 2006, drafting great players like Steve McNair, Eddie George, John Runyon, Javon Kearse, Keith Bullock, Albert Hainsworth, Vince Young, Michael Roos, and, of course, Chris Sanders and Derek Mason. Yes, sir. Floyd spent 36 years dedicated to the NFL, and at the time of his passing, Titans controlling owner Amy Adams Strunk said, quote, "His keen eye for talent led him to some of the best players in our team's history, which led the team to some of our greatest accomplishments." Floyd was inducted into the Titans Ring of Honor this past November, supported by his wife Sally, sons Sean and Jeremy, and 4 grandchildren. We miss the GM. He was 73 years old. What's wrong with your shoulder? Dude, I broke my toe on the boat on Sunday. So I jumped back into the boat, and when I jumped into the boat, I felt something. I looked down, and I'm like, oh, shit. And, no, it was the ring toe.
after just like change it up within a month. You know what I mean? Like later into the – because he hasn't played any extra football. But still, he's a good player. So I have him at 8. At number 9, man, listen, I love Jamison Williams.
Oh, he's a dog.
Oh,
Man.
Hey, listen, before you finish it, if he isn't hurt,
He's
I
the best.
wouldn't be surprised if Jacksonville took him with the number 1 pick.
He's a
That
dog,
dude
man.
is
He can run.
instant. They need to
is
call him
the
Gas
truth.
because he is the truth. I mean, he's not just a guy that runs down the field. He tracks the ball really well,
But he ran
too.
track, you know that.
And you can
He's a
tell.
dog, man.
You see his
Second
stride.
Gear. Second and
But
third gear, baby.
the one for me was that game, the SEC championship game.
yes.
Stop and go.
The stop and go.
That was dirty. That's
The
one of D.
ability to
Mace's routes.
decelerate and accelerate. And then you see him catch the ball across the middle. Like he found that weak spot in the zone, caught it, got upfield, and there were no angles to be had. He outraced everybody.
Well, what if he was sitting at 26? If you was the Tennessee Titans, would you take him?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
I mean, that'd be
But
like
he's
saying,
another one that ain't going to be sitting there.
No, I know. I'm just saying because you know the situation with his knee. It's hard to come back from a knee, especially playing wide receiver, because you got to run routes and things.
It's different
But would
now,
you take
though.
him? But
It's
would you
di-
take him?
Absolutely.
You know what
Without a
hurts the
doubt.
Titans'
What's that?
chances of landing Jamison Williams with the knee injury, in my opinion?
Who's that?
Jeffrey Simmons. Because
Ooh,
there's a
that's a
lot
good-
of teams
yeah.
in 2019 that are kicking themselves
Yeah.
because they didn't draft Jeffrey Simmons because of the knee, and they see Jamison Williams with the knee, and I think now we've gotten to a point to where everybody's like, it's a knee.
They were a little the off the field thing.
That didn't like I mean
he's
they were in
protecting
high
his system.
school. It was
that
like,
was just another caveat that's
Sure.
mixed in.
Sure.
You know what I mean? He's done an excellent job. He has a football
Absolutely.
camp he's done every year. He's done stuff, and he was just at one of Kevin Byard's event, Walking for Cancer. So he's done everything necessary to really show who he is. He is a case of what Mike Vrabel said, a good person that made a mistake.
Absolutely.
And I'll put that to bed. But when you're talking about Jamison Williams, there's a video out of him now doing karaoke, high knees, and all that stuff. This dude just tore the knee in the championship game.
And I agree with you, but the difference is when you start running routes and start to get off the press and start and stop with his speed, you know, when you stop and start as a receiver, you got to put the brakes on. And I think that's what the general manager and the head coach need to see, those things before I would draft him.
But you're not going to expect him to do that until later on down the line. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I think he'll very well be there. Won't be there
not for 26. Right.
But he is my number 9 player. And then after that, it goes to Stephon Diggs Jr., man. We're going to talk about Garrett Wilson and the routes that he runs.
But where is
the
he
catch
from,
radius from Ohio State. You know, he's a very good player. So that's my number 10. Interesting enough, and I want to see what you three think about that. I don't have Drake London in my top 10. I got Williams and Wilson ahead of him.
D-Mace.
You know, the only problem that I have, and it's not really, I guess it's more so, it might just be the receivers, period.
Yes.
Within the last couple of years. I've watched film of Garrett and Olave. Nobody touches them.
100%.
Nobody presses them at the line.
Yeah.
They run scot-free. Watch every play. They run scot-free down the line. I think that's why they had so much trouble with Michigan, because Michigan wasn't going to let them do that. Michigan was going to be physical. Now, to me, that they have to be able to, because in the NFL, they're going to get in your face.
Oh, yeah.
Once they find out that you can't get off the jam, they're going to get in your face.
Yes,
They got to prove, Olave, the other cat, all these receivers that are coming out, they got to prove that they can get off the jam. Because they didn't face it in college, maybe once or twice.
And that's the good thing about Jamison Wilson from Alabama. He faced that in practice.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're
Nick
facing
does
that
that all the time.
Every time.
And
so I agree with you on that, because that's why I struggle with, drafting Traylon Burks. I mean, he's a big physical guy. But just like what we talk about as receivers, you got to run routes. You got to get off the press. You got to stack the defensive back. You got to lie with tries. All those things that are really not taught in college. So, you can say I ran a 4.3, I ran a 4.2, but it's all about your craft of running routes. And I think the best guy that runs the routes in this draft, number 1 is Jamison Wilson, Olave, and then here comes Garrett. It's got to be the route running.
You talk about route running. Don't forget that daggone Sky Moore.
Oh, Sky Moore, yes.
Sky Moore runs routes too. But I
Absolutely.
think the best route runner is Garrett Wilson.
Yes.
I think he's the best route runner. But as far as just a dynamic guy that just makes it happen, Jamison Williams is the top playmaker from the receiver position.
My thing about college, too, is, I mean, there's some guys that put up great stats that won't translate to the NFL, but mostly the guys that play great in college are the guys who end up playing great in the NFL. If Jamison Williams doesn't get hurt, I'm not convinced Georgia wins a national championship game. And when you have that kind of impact on the ball game, that to me, I talked to somebody who works in the NFL who told me this week that Jamison Williams might be, and I think you may have said it, might have been the number one pick if he hadn't gotten hurt. Yeah. Jacksonville absolutely loves him. And somebody told me, don't be surprised if Jacksonville calls Carolina and sees about working a deal using next year picks in order to move in at 6 and maybe even get Jamison Williams. And that would give Carolina some more ammo to get back into the first round later today and take the quarterback that we all know they want to take, because they don't want to take a quarterback at 6.
That could trickle down to the Titans at 26. You never know. So that's be another good scenario for them. But, yeah, man, Williams – and the thing, you talk about press, right? He's the one guy out of all these guys that has faced press consistently, as we established in college. But he's the one guy, if you press and you miss.
Oh, it's a wrap.
Whoa.
It's a wrap.
He is.
Yeah.
And I've watched just about every Alabama receiver that have come out since Julio Jones.
Is he your favorite?
And I thought Julio, when he was in college, it was just I hadn't seen anybody as good as him. Maybe Charles Johnson, when he was at Georgia Tech. But Georgia Tech didn't throw a ball a lot.
Right.
But you could see the ability.
Calvin Johnson.
Calvin Johnson.
Yeah.
Calvin Johnson. You saw the ability in his playmaking ability, but they didn't throw the ball a lot. Then I looked at Fitzgerald. Big body. He reminded me so much of Chris Carter. Everybody knew that. But Williamson is the one guy that I think he might be the best. Had he not got injured, he might be the best wide receiver prospect in the last about 20 years.
Out of Alabama?
Out of Alabama. I'm talking about in the draft, period.
20 years.
Yeah, but
couldn't get on the field at Ohio State, but you think might be one of the best coming out 20 years.
This cat, just watch him. Everything he does is just effortless.
Yep.
The way he runs his routes, the way he tracks the ball, the way he catches the ball.
Better than Chase?
In and out. Yes. In and out of his brain. And I think the world of
Chase tracks the ball.
I think the world of Chase. Believe me. That whole group, I would have loved to see those 3 guys go against Alabama's 3 guys, Waddle, Smith, and Williamson. And Williams, excuse me. Williams.
Yeah. And you can't get Devontae Parker.
You're right, but I look at him, and there's nothing. Obviously, he's going to get better because he's going to learn the game. But there's nothing that's telling me that he will not be anything less than an All-Pro.
Or Smith, rather. Excuse me, Devontae Smith.
I think he's better than the Heisman Trophy, Smith.
Yeah.
I think he's better than him.
But he's complete. He's a complete receiver, D. He's complete.
Williams?
Yeah, Williams. He's complete. And those, that's not just a word we're just throwing out. I mean, he runs routes. I mean, I don't know if he blocks. I mean, you know.
That's when you're in Alabama, you got to block. But we ain't going to talk about blocking. You don't get paid to block. You don't get paid. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what Vrabel says or anybody else.
You know Les Steckel made us block.
Hey, D-Mace, can he block?
I heard Bill Polian talking this week about Kayvon Thibodeau, and he was breaking down Kayvon Thibodeau, and Bill Polian goes, now, he's not very good against the run at all, but that's okay because we're not asking him to stop the run.
Exactly.
So I do now want to go inside what the Titans are talking about right now, because they got an hour and a half until they're on, well, probably like 4.5 hours until they're on the clock, but they've got an hour and a half until the action starts. What are the discussions now? We'll get to that coming up next. First, I want to tell you about the Fanduel Sportsbook App, which is my official sportsbook app. One of the things I love about betting my favorite sports is that I'm always finding new player props or game props that I like. And what's cool about Fanduel Sportsbook is you can combine prop bets from multiple games and now multiple sports. It's called Same Game Parlay Plus, and you can only find them on Fanduel. So combine NBA player props you love with your favorite baseball home run hitters for a chance to score an even bigger payout. That's right. Plus, you got all these draft props that are all over the place today on the Fanduel Sportsbook app. use them. Use the site to make a same-game parlay and list out odds. You can include the NBA playoffs, the MLB, and the NHL's final stretch to the playoffs. If you don't want to build your own same-game parlay, check out their popular same-game parlay section where you can join the bets that other users are jumping on. If you're new to FanDuel, sign up at the promo code JGM to get your first bet risk-free up to $1,000. Make every moment more and download the Fanduel Sportsbook app. Just use the promo code JGM so they know that I sent you. 21 and older and present in Tennessee. First online real money wager only. Refund issued as non-withdrawable site credit that expires in 7 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call the Tennessee Red Line at 1-800-889-9789. Live from Third and Home, it is the Draft Show here, ESPN 102.5 The Game. Derek Mason, Chris Sanders, Teron Davenport. Time to go inside the Titans War Room, presented by Nashville Sheriff. The Davidson County Sheriff's Office is hiring correctional officers. Correctional officers call 615-862-8170. Derek Mason, put yourself in the shoes of John Robinson right now. We're the scouts, we're the player personnel people, we're the directors, we're whatever you want to call us. What is the discussion going on inside the Titans room right now?
Possibly trying to move out of that 26th pick. Again, it's a really good draft, but I think it's a draft that person you want at 26, you might still be able to get in the second round. So I think the Titans, because they understand that you know, they made a huge mistake by giving up their second round pick. for Julio Jones.
Huge mistake.
Yep.
Huge. And now they're trying to find a way to rectify that mistake. So they got to get a second-round pick. Them not having a pick the second day of the draft a second-round pick is huge.
Yes,
so I think they're trying to figure out a way to still get the guy they want or guys they want, but also getting that second-round pick.
And I'm going to take that a little bit further. In addition to that, they're picking their top. So they're looking at this board and trying to see, okay, because we know Kenyon Green, Zion Johnson, Burks is there. We know there are set players that all right, these are the guys that we want. They're the highest on our board. Right. So you want to look at different scenarios. Okay, is there a way that this guy could fall to us? Like, will there be a run on quarterbacks, a run on defensive linemen? Can Nakobe Dean and Devin Lloyd sneak in there to push one of these guys down to us that we like? If they decide that that's not something that they really think is possible, they're going to be on they're working the phones right now trying to get that trade going because, as the GM said, what do you have to do before it starts?
Make all your decisions now.
Exactly. So that's a decision that they want to make before they are stuck when it's time to pick so they can have those deals in place. Okay, there's a certain guy that we want.
Right.
If so-and-so isn't there, what would you be willing to give me for the 26th pick?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering if they're going to take a quarterback or not. I mean, we talked a little bit offset that if Desmond Ritter's there, do you take a quarterback and put pressure on Tannehill? So I think those kind of discussions are going there. And they're definitely talking about wide receivers. You got Olave, you got Garrett, and those guys. If they're sitting there, we know they're probably not going to be there. But then also you got offensive line. You got Trevor Penny, you got Marquise Hayes, you got Kenny Green from Texas A&M. If two or three of those guys are there, who's the best available on that board? So I think that's going to be a very, very big key.
And then another thing, I think a guy that comes into play, and Jared, you were talking about him earlier, Tyler Smith. He's a guy that when this first started, he was a third-round prospect. For whatever reason, he's elevated. And this is kind of like why I don't really like to what I mentioned with Jermaine Johnson about suddenly put a guy from like 15 all the way up to 4.
Sure.
I don't like to do that. Right? But he is a guy who has jumped up boards. A lot of people like him. Second round is feasible for him. Yeah. So you talk about a guy you come off of 26 for, right? You come off of 26, you get Tyler Smith, who could play tackle or guard, by the way. Now you have that option, okay, where we're going to put Raditz, where we're going to put Smith.
Right.
But then you also acquire another pick, and that pick could be used to get a Sam Howell. That pick could be used to get a Sky Moore, a George Pickens. If he's there.
He's a dog, man.
Absolutely.
He's a dog from Georgia.
So you're looking at those different scenarios as far as like tiers of where you have the guys and how you can move off. There's some guys like if Jamison Williams is there, between 17 and 20, you got to entertain the thought of moving up to get him.
But would you move up if you ain't got a second-round draft pick?
You could use next year's pick.
I think that's one of the tough parts. I used the Dallas Cowboys trade chart, the Jimmy Johnson trade chart. The Titans do not have enough picks to be able to move up to 17. So the earliest they could move up with this year's picks, now next year's picks would obviously fluctuate it, but the earliest they could move up is to 18, and that would cost them the 26th pick, the 90th pick, the 143rd pick, and the 218th pick. And so there's a lot of picks that could be traded. I think for the Titans, the big discussion that's going on right now is which quarterbacks do they like, which offensive linemen do they like. Because we can sit here and say, okay, well, there could be Linderbaum and there could be Johnson and Green. And if they don't like Green, then it doesn't matter which guard, or it matters then which guard goes first because of who they like between them. And especially when it comes to quarterbacks, I could make an argument for 3 quarterbacks that I could see the Titans liking for different reasons. So, I mean, I think I could see them loving Malik Willis because of the arm strength and to give them something that they really haven't had since Robinson and Vrabel have been here. Yeah. And they got a year to develop them, and I could see that. Pickett, I could see why they like him because, he's kind of a game manager, and their current quarterback is a game manager, so I could see that. Ritter, he's got all the intangibles. And I could see the Patriot people. We know, look, they drafted Tim Tebow in the first round in Denver. So the Patriot people love the intangibles. I could see them loving Ritter. I can't see them liking Matt Corral.
No.
But
Matt Corral wants to play like Josh Allen, but with my body.
yeah, I mean,
It's not sustainable.
There's no way.
It's not sustainable.
And with that new release he's got where he puts the ball up.
Man.
So I could see them liking those three guys. I could see them hating all three guys. That's the hard part for me.
I can't see them hating Desmond Ritter. But I could see them disliking Willis because of the tendency, the turnovers. But at the same time, it's like, okay, well, I mean, I'm a one-man show out there, and I'm going against, Ole Miss. Like, I got to do what I got to do. So there's reasons. Those interceptions have stories. Kenny Pickett, look, man.
He's good.
He's schemed. A lot of it is scheme.
But he's got
a lot of it is scheme. And then the other thing is, what did he do before? Like, everybody's not going to be Joe Burrow.
Right.
You know what I mean? Everybody's not going to be so-so for a couple years, and all of a sudden they are that dude. That's what concerns me about Kenny Pickett.
He just got a little something in his neck. You know what I'm saying? He's got a little toughness about him that I like. And, when you're picking a quarterback, you want to pick a quarterback that fits the identity of your team. And I think with him, I just think out of all these guys, I know everybody's talking about Desmond Ritter and Matt Corral and Carson Strong, all those other guys, but it's just something that I like about Kenny Pickett. I mean, he's got that it factor. He's got that savviness, that kind of, I'm the man and tries to take over an offense. It's just that's the guy that I like, and it may be a little different.
I don't think the Titans, if they do draft a quarterback, I think it would have to be Ritter.
Why?
Because they don't have time to sit around and wait for it to develop a guy. They just don't.
Do they not? Because Tannehill's a quarterback right now.
No, but I'm saying even after – because if you draft a quarterback, you want him to potentially sit this year and play next year. They can't sit this year, sit next year, and then play. They don't have time to do that.
Sure.
This team is built to win now. They can't keep on pushing it back, pushing it back. They need someone like Ritter that can come in, and if Tannehill is not getting the job done, they can say, we can insert this guy, turn around and hand the ball off to Derrick Henry, play safe football, and allow our defense to win games for us. These other quarterbacks, they can't do it, especially Malik Willis. I think he will be a good pro, but they don't have time to sit around and hope that potential that he has materializes.
And here's the other thing, too, about picking one of these guys, and especially if it's Willis, you're one snap away from him going into games.
Exactly.
Because they're not going to carry three quarterbacks if they draft a guy. He's going to be the backup to Tannehill, and you are one snap away of, oh, great, we're playing the Kansas City Chiefs. We wanted a whole year for Malik Willis to sit. And now Ben Roethlisberger did it his rookie year and went 15-1.
But Ben didn't throw the ball much.
Ben did not throw the ball at all.
No, we played against him, and best believe Ben didn't throw the ball much.
Hey, you know what, though? We always mention these quarterbacks. Hey, listen, I'm not going to pound the table because I don't want to mess up the audio. But Sam Howell got to be in the mix, man. Sam Howell has to be in the mix. Everybody looks at this past year and they're like, okay, well, he didn't have – listen, man, his starting receivers got drafted. Both running backs got drafted. And he was out there kind of like Malik Willis, stuck without really much to work with. But when he had all that, Sam Howell, was a guy people consider to be a top 15 pick.
Yeah.
You could potentially get him in the second round. That's why I say, to your point about looking at how you could come off 26, you come off 26 and you generate another pick. Now, all of a sudden, you're in a position to get him.
The quarterback is in play now.
Yeah.
Because now you move out of 26 and say you move down to 31, 32. But then you're able to get that second round pick.
Exactly.
Now, it doesn't matter if it's at the top of the second round or the bottom of the second round. You have a second round pick.
He'll probably be, yeah.
Let's take a look at the needs. Titans needs. TD's got them. We'll discuss them. What do we think are the big valuable needs, the long-term needs, the short-term needs, and everything else they're going to have to get through the draft? We're live at Third and Home for the draft show, which, again, the draft is an hour, 15-ish minutes away. So stop on by Third and Home. We'll be here. D. Mays, Chris TD, as always, right here, ESPN 102.5 The Game. And, of course, we're streaming on the Game Nashville app, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Live at Third and Home, it is the draft show. TD is preparing mentally for what he's going to have to write at ESPN.com. And he's prepared Zion Johnson and Kenyon Green. And if I know anything about sports writing, that means the Titans will not draft Zion Johnson or Kenyon Green.
That's why I'm about to write up Devin Lloyd and Nakobe Dean.
Just write up the players.
You listeners could thank me.
So it's time now for a Titans update presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. Farm Bureau Health Plans plan for your health, dental, and vision coverage. Let's talk about needs. Because there's a difference between a first-round need and, to say tight end in this draft where there doesn't feel to be a first-round tight end, but it is a need for the Titans. D-Mace, TD, let's start with you, TD. What are your needs today for the Titans?
Needs today, interior offensive line, whether it's guard or center, they need that.
Or tackle.
Interior offensive line.
I know.
Then we go to tackle. They definitely need tackle. And I think after those two, it's wide receiver, and those are the three needs that I could see them having right now that are worthy of first-round picks.
I'm back.
I would say I would agree with TD. I think offensive line, whether you go interior or you go tackle, they're going to need someone. They're going to have to replace guys that they lost. They're not completely sold on the guys that are there at those positions. So to me, they have to get themselves an offensive lineman that can potentially, not potentially, he can start day one.
Yep.
He needs to be the starter day one, because I don't care what anyone else says, this team operates run first. If they're not having a good run game, usually their whole offense is out of whack.
And
so
the
they
defense feeds off of it.
Absolutely. Defense love when the offense is pounding. You know why? Because they're on the sideline resting.
Drinking Gatorade.
Exactly. They love it when Derrick Henry is running the ball, on one series 12 times, because it's eating up clock and they're able to rest. So to me, they have to get an interior lineman or tackle. And then wide receiver is there, but I would take one. The only reason I wouldn't is because I believe in the guys that they have. I really do. I believe in, from number one to number four, because they don't rely so heavily on the passing game.
Mm-hmm. But they run a lot out of 11 personnel.
Exactly.
So 11 personnel, who are you going with?
I'm going with Robert Woods.
And A.J. Brown.
A.J. Brown.
And who's the third?
I would go with Kinsey.
Westbrook Akina.
Yeah, Westbrook Akina. I like Westbrook Akina. I've watched him. He's grown as a player. When they asked him to do something, he's done it. He's made big plays for them. And granted, he's had some drops. He's had some miscues, but he's a young player. He's gotten better every season he's been there. So I like him as a third receiver, because once Robert Woods get healthy, they're going to take up the bulk of the coverage.
Yeah.
And he's going to be left one-on-one. And that's where he makes a lot of his big catches one-on-one in the middle of the field.
But what about that guy, third and 5, third and 6? You need that choice route to be executed out of the slot.
Kinsey. Come on, man.
They don't have that
He
guy.
loves Mason Kinsey.
I like Mason Kinsey.
I actually, this is going to sound crazy. I wish that they had tried out Mason Kinsey in the slot last year when they had all those injuries.
Right.
Because I think Mason Kinsey, has the potential to be like those really nifty slot receivers. Those guys don't get picked in the first round.
No.
Even though they're high volume guys like Cole Beasley or Julian Edelman, or those guys really don't get picked in the first round.
No.
And so I wouldn't put that to me. The question is, all the high receivers aren't going to be there. The guys like Jamison Williams or Garrett Wilson or Drake London. It really comes down to me, two guys, Treylon Burks and Jahan Dotson in the first round. And I think those guys are so different, and yet I could see an argument for both. With Burks, it's if A.J., it's like another A.J. on the field. The guy's big. He's not as fast as A.J., but he's
not even
big.
as quick as A.J.
No, A.J.'s 4.49. He's 4.55.
Much more polished coming out. He's much more polished, A.J. was.
Yeah, he is.
But with Dotson, that is a high productive guy in college, and he can, as Chris would always say, take the top off the defense.
He's a guy you can put in a slot. He's the guy that's that shifty guy that can get in and out of breaks. You send him on a whip route or crossing route, an angle route, a guy that can get into the corner, the nickel guy, or into the backer quickly and separate very quickly. And Tannehill can hit him, in a matter of seconds. That's a guy you need that catches the ball, get up the field. He's not about juking guys. Catch it, get up the field north and south. So they're going to need that type of guy. But I do like the 3 guys that they have right now in their roster if you're talking about 1, 2, and 3.
There's 2 guys that I like that we're really not talking about. I like this cat from Georgia, George Pickens, and Christian Watson from North Dakota State.
He just hadn't played enough games.
I agree.
Watson?
But
Pickens, he's been hurt.
Yeah,
he's been hurt. He got suspended.
But he's got a little meanness to him. He'll go up and catch the ball. Absolutely. And just looking at talking about the receiver room with the Tennessee Titans, we have A.J. Brown. But I agree with you a little bit, Derek, on Dez Fitzpatrick. The reason why I agree with you about him is he got cut. A lot of guys would have pouted and said, woe is me. But he came back and then actually played well after that. So I admire that when a guy that goes through adversity and says, you know what, even though I got cut, I'm not going to sit here and pout. I'm going to come back and win. But at the end of the day, you still got to get somebody that takes the top off the defense. And the guy that I love in this draft is Garrett Wilson and Olave. They can come in and play.
You're not going to get those guys.
I know.
Pickens is a legit conversation to be had.
Jahan Dotson, he's another guy that can take the top off, too.
He can. He can. Jahan Dotson, actually, I have him as my number 2 rated Z, and he's my number 4 slot, excuse me.
Yeah.
And I think when you look at him, stylistically, just as far as what he's able to do, he reminds me a lot of Brandon Cooks. And here's why. Because he's not a big receiver, but his catch radius is. The way he attacks the football, his timing of when to jump and do those things.
Right.
He plays bigger than he is.
True.
And that's exactly why I asked Mike Vrabel about evaluating. Because, you look at their roster, up and down their roster. Mason Kinsey is probably the only guy that's under 6 feet. And he's right there, 5'11",
That's
so.
big dudes, man.
But I asked him about that, and he said, one of the things you have to look at is opportunities in production. But he looks at how they catch the ball, how they protect the ball, their willingness to block.
Man, get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here.
We're worried about that day 3.
Some of them are running routes or running RPO or relief routes, or release routes. That's what it's supposed to be, and trying to pull out defenders that way. What routes have they been asked to run? Some guys is like, well, he doesn't run it. Well, they probably only have 12 or 14 plays, or they're not running that much of the route tree. One guy who has run a lot of the route tree is Jahan Dotson.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's a complete player.
But durability, is he durable? You know what I'm saying? I know he's not a big in stature, but you got to believe when you're playing in the slot, you're going to get hit in the mouth. You're going to get hit in the mustache. So can he take a hit? Can he make the tough catch when, he's got coverage draped on him? So those are the questions that are going to be answered to wherever he gets drafted from. And I agree with you, man. That guy can run routes. He understands how to get the guy on the spot. All those things that we talk about in receiver-wise. But at the end of the day, can it be available for 17 games?
One last question on the Titans front. How do we think they feel about Dylan Radins going into next season? Do they feel comfortable with him being the right tackle? Do they want to give him a chance at being the right tackle? Or do they look at it as, dude, you got to earn the right tackle spot?
I think they're going to give him a chance to be the right tackle. And then from there, he has to earn it. He has to go out there and do the thing. And the hard part about that is this. You don't have as much time as you used to. So they can't quite evaluate him the way they want to. Yes, they had last season, but you can't evaluate a guy.
And they never put on pads anymore.
Absolutely. Right. They don't put on pads, so it's hard to evaluate them.
Offensive line, how you
exactly.
do that?
How do you do that without pads? So they're hoping that he shows them enough that they can insert him. But that still doesn't mean they're not going to draft a tackle.
Absolutely.
Because they can still draft a tackle and have him rating. They still can have him at tackle, but yet still draft somebody and possibly move one of them inside.
But the only thing that bothers me a little bit is when he played the 49ers game. Everybody said that he graded out well, but man, he was consistently on the ground.
You try to go against Bosa, okay?
Man, that Bosa is different.
I keep forgetting who it was, but I think it was Blake Bedingfield, but I can't remember. Right. Somebody wrote, it was like when they looked at the tape, they're like,
That's what I'm saying.
He was awful.
That's what I'm saying.
Coming up next, Jacksonville is on the clock in 1 hour, and they are still technically undecided at number 1. What do we think the top of the draft will do to affect the Titans' position? We'll get to that next. We are live at 3rd and Home in Germantown, Nashville's bar with a ballpark. TD, Chris, D. Mace, it's ESPN 102.5 The Game.
Y'all crazy. We sound so old, man.
Yep. There you go. We are live from 3rd and Home. It is the draft show. We are 1 hour away until we get set. Jacksonville officially goes on the clock, and still people don't know who's going number one.
There you go.
I think I know who's going number one. I think it's going to be Trayvon Walker. That's just my guess. But it is funny. Who knows what will happen? And because we will be live on our digital channels, YouTube, Facebook Live, Twitter, Twitch, you name it, we will be there for the start of the draft. We may have a moment like in 2017 when Derek Mason said, as the Corey Davis pick came in, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah.
Or last year when they picked Monty Rice.
Or last year when Dylan Radins and Monty Rice got picked and TD and Chris just were winding me up every single pick. I have made a promise, by the way, that I am not going to get worked up by the Titans pick today. There is not a single guy they could pick within the top 35.
Yeah, you will.
They pick Tyler Smith. You're not going to go crazy.
You're going to go crazy. If they take a running back, you're going to go crazy.
No. I got no problem with running back.
Brees Hall.
Kenneth Walker, you gonna go
I got
crazy.
no problem with running back. Pro running back. And I'll tell you why. Derrick Henry's not getting any younger.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So you put him on the bench like you did
it.
DeMarco Murray with Derrick with DeMarco. I'm just saying.
Stop it.
But that's the promise I've made. Guys, we don't know what Jacksonville is going to do. And I wonder this question. I'm going to ask you guys this question, which is what do you think Jacksonville will do? What should they do? And how will it affect the draft? D. Mace, you go first.
What should they do? Trade out of the pick. Because they don't need a quarterback. Their defense is pretty good. They got edge rushers. Do they need players at other spots? Yes. I think the player that I would have drafted is Jamison Williams at number one for Jacksonville. But because he's injured, you can move down and possibly get him a little bit later in the first round. Not too much later, but a little bit later. Maybe around that 6 to 10 pick. They could possibly still get him. But I think Jacksonville is going to try to trade out of that number one pick because to them, the number one pick is reserved for a quarterback or a lights-out, tackle or defensive end. And this draft just doesn't have that guy. So why would I waste the number one pick forcing, a Hutchinson or some other guy just because he's there? I'm not going to pick him because he's there. I'm going to try to move out of that first pick, get a little bit lower in the first round, and allow somebody else to take that pick.
TD?
Well, the problem with moving out is there isn't a quarterback where you say, okay, yeah, that's the guy
if there was
I
a quarterback
have.
in this draft, like if Justin Fields had not declared last year and was coming out this year.
But it's not.
Right.
So I think you go with the safe player. And I think the safest player in this draft as far as that fits their needs is Aiden Hutchinson.
I agree.
And the thing is, you want to wash that stench of Urban Meyer and the losing everything that they've had the last 2 to 3 years. You want to wash that off quickly. You bring in a guy like Hutchinson, comes from an established program, had a really good year last year. He has the traits. He has the production from last year. He steps in, and he will immediately impact. Because now, right, what do we talk about with the Titans? How important it is. Why do you devalue cornerbacks?
Because if you don't get the quarterback.
You want to get to him.
Yep.
Right? So imagine you have Josh Allen
Oh, my God.
and Aiden Hutchinson.
Yep.
Now, as the Titans, you're like, yo, it's two really good players coming off the edge. We got to make sure that right tackle position is as solid as could be. So I think when you look at that, that's how it impacts the rest of the teams in the division. But it also gives them a player right here, right now, because, Calebon Chasen isn't cutting it. You know what I mean? Arden Key, okay. I mean, you could drop, and Dwayne Smoot, he would probably stay, but you could put Hutchinson at either left defensive end, or he could be your strong back. Because I've seen him drop back into coverage when necessary too. I think Hutchinson is the best player for them at that pick. Now, what they'll do, I don't know, because you hear all this about Trayvon Walker. I wonder if it's a smokescreen for these teams that are falling in love with Walker and like, hey, you know what? We're going to get him. And if you don't give me something else to move from 3 or 4 or wherever to 1, he's going to be off the board.
And to that point, I talked to somebody who has pretty good knowledge of what's going on in Jacksonville.
It's crazy.
And I was told that they love Jamison Williams. And so what would be your way to do it?
No.
Tell everybody you're going to draft Trayvon Walker, get everybody. I think they wanted to put it out there they were going to draft Hutchinson to get Detroit to say, okay, we'll give you a fourth and move up the number 1 from number 2, and then you can take Jamison Williams. If they can get to 4 or 5, then they can still take Jamison Williams, get the guy they want, add a couple of picks, and not have the pressure of you didn't take Hutchinson, you didn't take Walker, you didn't take one of these guys. Yeah. Chris, what do you think they should do at the top of the draft?
I'm going with the safe pick. I'm going with Hutchinson. The reason why I'm saying is because you got to know the AFC.
Why you want to be safe?
I got to be safe, man. I mean,
you don't win Super Bowls being safe, man.
Jacksonville.
You don't win Super Bowls being safe, okay?
Y'all been killing me already. I'm trying to be safe because y'all been killing me.
You want to take Hutchinson because he went to a great school.
No, I ain't even gonna say that whack school. It's Michigan, but yeah. But the reason why I say this is because in the AFC, it's a passing league. I mean, it is. I mean, you got Russell Wilson with the Denver Broncos. You got Deshaun Watson. And to tag him up with Josh Allen, that's exactly what I was going to say. When you have two guys like that are putting pressure on the quarterback, then now you can put yourself in position to win. And then also, I think they need to strengthen up that offensive line. A guy from North Carolina State, I don't know how to pronounce his name. How do you pronounce his name?
Oh, you talking about Ike Ekwonu?
Yeah, because if you don't protect your quarterback, then you're going to definitely be in trouble.
I mean, they just locked up Cam Robinson.
Yeah,
and then you got first-round pick Jawan Taylor from just a couple years ago.
Bill Polian was crapping on Cam Robinson today.
Listen, I don't think he's a good player. I mean, they
signed him. Signed him. I mean,
we talking about what, $54 million?
Exactly.
Bill Polian was like,
they like him $54 million worth.
He
okay?
said he goes $53 million. This is Polian this morning. He goes $53 million says you're not very good. Tackle.
So why wouldn't they draft him? That's what I'm saying. They got to get a strong offensive line. And if you don't get a guy that can come in there and not protect Trevor Lawrence, you're going to be in trouble. I don't care how good you are on defense. I don't care how great receivers you get. You better be able to protect your franchise quarterback, and that's Trevor Lawrence.
Here's the thing. I think Jacksonville, and you're right, TD, teaming, one defensive end with another and getting that edge rush, it's going to be key against these passing teams. But I think Jacksonville can still get that guy, even if they trade out of the number 1 pick. I think they like 2 guys, Hutchinson and Watts. I think they like those 2 guys. Was it Trayvon?
Trayvon Walker.
Yeah, Trayvon Walker. I think they like Hutchinson and Walker.
Here's my thing with Walker. I like him as a player. I like him, but you have that potential attached to him. And the thing is, this Jaguars team, I mean, outside of Josh Allen, I mean, they haven't shown the ability to develop a pass rusher.
Yeah.
So now they got a new coach now, so they might be able to.
They haven't shown the ability to develop a lot of stuff in Jacksonville.
Good point. I don't know. I still think Jermaine Johnson's a better player than Walker.
Dude, I'm going to tell you what, Jermaine Johnson, I hear people talking about him like he might be the best player, the best pass rusher in this draft, and that's saying something because they've got some good ones. What I find interesting is all the talk about Hutchinson, no talk about Thibodeau with the number 1 overall pick.
It's great. Thibodeau is gifted, man. Yeah. I think, the thing with Thibodeau, he's just in watching some of his interviews and then watching him at the press conference at the Combine, it takes a certain kind of coach to coach him. Mm-hmm. Like, you can't – you have to understand that, this guy has a different personality. And not all coaches could deal with unique personalities. So it's another thing that you're tagging a coach with. But the dude has so much ability.
Are you saying he's not coachable? Or is that
no, he's coachable. But
he thinks about other things other than football.
Like Taylor Lewan.
He's
the outside. Okay.
Yeah. He understands.
I mean, the guy
how
has
to market his
own currency, cryptocurrency.
Oh,
you know what I mean? So
it's not a bad thing, right?
It's not a bad thing. You just have to be a certain type of coach. Like Mike Vrabel could coach him.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Doug Peterson could coach him, I think. But I don't know about some of these other coaches if they could do that. And I think that's an issue. Like, I don't think Mike McCarthy could coach him.
Mike McCarthy.
McCarthy, rather. I don't think.
But Trayvon Walker, is he fully invested in football?
See, that's key.
With Thibodeau.
Yeah, Thibodeau. Is he fully invested in football?
Yeah.
That's the question with him.
Here's my question. John Robinson, the last couple years of the draft, hadn't been good enough. 2 years before that, as TD knows, I'm very obsessed with the 2019 draft. John Robinson, great draft.
Yeah.
What do we make of Robinson's recent successes? We now have 6 years of data to go off of. We'll discuss that coming up next. We're live at Third and Home. Our sponsors for tonight's draft show, Apple Collision Centers, Third and Home, Farm Bureau Health Plans, the Nashville Sheriff, and Social Furniture. Jared, D. Mace, TD, Chris Sanders. That's next right here. It's ESPN 102.5 The Game. Than an hour to go. Roger Goodell is talking to Mike Greenberg, which is something I did not expect, but apparently is happening right now as we get set for Jacksonville to take the clock. This will be the 7th draft. Can you believe that, Chris Sanders?
That's
7 drafts for John Robinson. This will be number 7. We have seen some great drafts, whether it was 2016 with an all-pro Jack Conklin in the first round, an all-pro Derrick Henry in the second round, and an all-pro Kevin Byard in the third round, or 2019, which might be one of the best drafts in Titans history, with Jeffrey Simmons, A.J. Brown, Nate Davis, Amani Hooker, David Long Jr. all in the same class. What do we make, though? 2020, Isaiah Wilson, we know that was not a very good draft. Darrington Evans, the third-round pick, has already been released. Last year, still waiting for returns on Caleb Farley and Dylan Radins. Monty Rice got hurt. Rashard Weaver got hurt. Des Fitzpatrick got cut. Elijah Molden played pretty well. What do we make of John Robinson's history in the draft? What do we think about that going into tonight and how that could play a role?
If you're talking first round specifically, I don't think it's been that good. And it's still to be determined, right? Because you got Jeffrey Simmons, you got Caleb Farley. The Simmons pick we know has been a home run. The Farley one is still, in the air. But if you look, his first round picks, I have it on, because I wrote about this. It went up Tuesday. You look, he's had 7 first round picks. How many of those first round picks do you got? I'll give you a guess. Chris, how many of those 7 first-round picks are still on the roster?
1.
Close.
1.5.
First-round picks. Simmons, 2.
2 is the number. Caleb Farley and Jeffrey Simmons.
Oh, but you can't count Caleb Farley.
He's on the roster.
The first-round pick before him ain't on the roster.
Right. So you're looking here. I think the good thing, and I asked John Robinson about this at the press, the pre-draft presser, and he had a good point.
True.
Jack Conklin, Corey Davis, these guys went on to sign pretty lucrative deals. So that gave them a comp pick back. They released Adoree Jackson rather than pay him the $10 million on the fifth-year option. Rashaan Evans just signed a $1.5 million deal with the Falcons. None of the first-round picks have made it to a second contract with the Titans. So you have to look at that and you have to critique it. Fortunately for John Robinson's sake, what he's done on day 2 and day 3 has been his saving grace.
Absolutely. I'm glad you said that, because if you look at the first round in 2021, we talked about Caleb Farley. We're still unknown what he's going to do. Then we had Isaiah Wilson, in 2020 didn't pan out because of off-the-field stuff. But look at in 2020 when you have Chris Jackson. Chris Jackson kind of showed up a little bit, and then you have David Long Jr. in 2019 in the 6th round. In the 4th round, you had Amani Hooker. So even though he struggled in the first round to produce impact players at that time, but still the lower guys that you get in the lower round has been the ones that's been producing.
Here's my theory on John Robinson. When he drafts for need, it's not very good. Corey Davis was a need pick, and Corey Davis is an okay player, but not 5th overall in that draft. When he drafts where they've already got 2 safeties and he still drafts Kevin Byard, I know that was the 3rd round, not the 1st round, but they had Jarrell Casey and he drafted Jeffrey Simmons. And so when he's got that, I think, those are when he loves a guy, and so he picks that guy, as opposed to when it's like, well, we need a linebacker, so let's draft Rashaan Evans. That's my theory on Robinson. So that's why if he drafts, let's say they just love Kenneth Walker III out of Michigan State. And they're like, we got to take him with this pick. I know we got Derrick Henry, but we got to take him with this pick. And they take him, I'll be comforted knowing that it wasn't a need pick.
With the Titans and John Robinson, anytime he has to pick higher than 10, it doesn't seem to work out for this team. I love Jack Conklin. I thought they should have signed Jack Conklin back, but they didn't. Jack Conklin went on to Cleveland, and he's playing really good football. I thought they should have signed Corey Davis back, but they didn't. And you see what happened. They brought in Julio Jones. They lost the 2nd-round pick, and they didn't get much out of Julio Jones last year.
Yeah, but they could have signed Marvin Jones, and they would have been okay.
And that was
Corey
my
Davis.
suggestion, Marvin Jones.
That was mine, too.
But it seems like anytime he's drafting 10th or higher, it hasn't worked out as well. But when he's drafting in that lower half, where he's drafting this year, it tends to work out. Why? Because the team is good enough that they don't need anything per se.
Isaiah Wilson.
They don't. I mean, you're always going to have one outlier. You're always going to have one. There's always going to be one outlier. But if you look at his track record, when he's drafted lower in the 1st round, those guys have been good players. Why? Because he didn't. Those are guys that not necessarily they needed, because they didn't need Jeffrey Simmons.
Dude,
because they had Jarrell Casey. But they knew Jarrell was coming toward the end, and they wanted to replace him eventually. So Jeffrey didn't have to play right away. So they picked more of best player available, and he fits our need too, but he's the best player available.
I just don't want
I think if they go that route with the 26th pick here, then they're going to come out with a good player.
I just don't want them to draft somebody that's hurt. I mean, it's always somebody that's hurt. I mean,
Hey, if Williams fall
There's
out
only
of
one player. There's
I
two
take him.
players that's hurt.
I take him.
Him
that's it.
and Ojabo.
Yeah, absolutely.
And nobody's taking Ojabo tonight in the first round.
But then we have Caleb Farley that had the back injury. That we're still unknown about that. Then you had Jeffrey Simmons that didn't develop until basically last year and this year. So we got to definitely get somebody that can come in and play right away. I just think that's why the last two draft classes were kind of struggling a little bit, because the guys had to prove themselves because they was hurt.
Well, here's the difference quickly. Here's the difference between Jeffrey Simmons
It's a little different.
and Caleb Farley.
Right.
Jeffrey Simmons was a beast in college.
Dog,
We knew that.
Absolutely.
Caleb Farley, he was switching positions. He never really played cornerback, and then he was hurt.
But then why would they draft him?
That one
see what I'm
year
saying?
he had was pretty. It was pretty darn good. But they were in love with Caleb Farley and never thought that they would have a chance to get him. They did not.
But he didn't play in 2 years, though, right? He got hurt, and then he hurt his knee, and then he got hurt again the next year. No, he hurt his
Michael
knee.
Jordan took 2 years off from basketball.
He took off the COVID year. He took off the COVID year. But in 2020,
You're
when he
talking about the
played,
greatest player of all time.
yeah, you notice I worked right through that. Exactly. In 2020, when he played, he was really good.
Yeah,
You know.
but what makes Caleb Farley so good that they had to jump up and get him while he was hurt and he haven't played in 2 years?
They didn't have to jump up and get him.
I mean,
I'm
to get him at that position.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
You know, it was the measurables, the height, weight, speed aspect.
Okay.
He was considered. There were some scouts who said they hadn't seen a guy at that size move that well since Jalen Ramsey.
That's a big comparison.
So
Doc.
those are the things
Right.
that made him such an attractive. And I know, like, they did not think. They were like, man, they didn't think that he was going to be there. And we're talking, like, combine, like before the whole back thing came out.
Yeah.
So I have an interesting fact for Chris Sanders,
Oh, there it is.
who wants an immediate starter today. And
Yeah.
Chris, in fairness, you're not the first person to ever feel this way. Steve McNair is a rookie, 2 starts.
Okay.
Keith Bullock is a rookie, 1 start. Albert Hainsworth is a rookie, 3 starts. Derek Mason is a rookie, 2 starts. Chris Sanders is a rookie, 11 starts.
had like 4 catches though.
So they don't need to be starting right away to be good players. Just because these guys, Eddie George was Rookie of the Year. Vince Young was Rookie of the Year. I get that. But to me, when we judge a draft, I talked about this earlier today. When we judge a draft, we don't judge it the next year.
Right.
If you judged in 2007, if you judged the pick of Vince Young at 3rd overall, you would have said that was a great pick because he was Rookie of the Year and he went to the Pro Bowl. Aaron Rodgers had 46 passing yards that year.
Right.
So you'd have said, well, that wasn't as good as Vince Young, and we know now how crazy saying that would be.
Right, but here's the difference. This team is different this year because they need to win absolutely now. Derek Mason said it earlier. They're great on defense. They're great up front. But you get a player on offense that can impact the game already, and he plays right away. It's a benefit for the Tennessee Titans because you better believe the window is closing for the Tennessee Titans to win a Super Bowl. They're at a prime time to where they're good on defense. I know they're struggling on the quarterback situation because y'all don't like Tannehill. But if they get an impact player, wide receiver, or get an offensive line, then now that window may be closing, but you still have opportunity to go to the Super Bowl this year or next year.
So I have a thought on that I want to get to on the other side, which is we saw it happen before. In fact, we got a good example of it. We got a bad example of it. And I do think that this draft and the Titans, it is the ultimate question mark. We'll get your thoughts on it coming up next. By the way, that is our Farm Bureau Health Plans Titans update plan for your health, dental, and vision coverage. With Farm Bureau Health Plans, that is coming up next. Right here, we are live from 3rd and Home. TD, Chris Sanders, Derek Mason. It is draft night in Nashville on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Live at Third and Home, it is the Draft Show. Draft night in Nashville. Jared Stillman, Derek Mason, Chris Sanders, and TD. As we are hanging out here, it's time to go inside the War Room, presented by Nashville Sheriff. The Davidson County Sheriff's Office is hiring correctional officers. Correctional officers, call 615-862-8170. So here's a question I have for you guys. The Tennessee Titans inside the War Room, what if they love with a capital L, like the same capital L that you would use for the word loser with Ben Simmons. They love one of these quarterbacks. They're sitting there at 26.
Yes.
All of them are on the board.
Oh.
Let's say they love the potential of Willis. Chris, I know you said that the Titans have to draft someone that can play right away.
Yeah.
Kansas City was in the similar spot when they drafted Patrick Mahomes, and that has expanded their window much larger. One, do you think there's any chance that there is a quarterback that they love in this draft?
Yeah.
And two, do you have to act if you love a quarterback given the current situation they're in now? D-Mace.
If that said quarterback is available, whichever one it is of the four.
You just don't love any of them.
I mean, I like Ritter. I really do.
All right.
I really do like him. And if I'm the Titans in any other circumstances, I'm taking him. But I'm not taking him in the first round. I'm just not. I got to assess very quickly if he's getting down to that point, because you know the two teams ahead of you, they're not taking a quarterback. So you got to make a move before those two people pick, before those two teams pick. So if I'm looking at it and I'm looking at those four quarterbacks, I'm thinking, is there a way that I can trade out of 26, get at the top of the second round, and still get that quarterback?
Even though you lose a year.
Even
Because
though
remember,
I lose a
you
year.
get the
Yes,
fifth year if
exactly.
they're drafted in the first round.
Even if I lose that year, can I still get that quarterback? If it is Ritter, can I still get him at the top of the second round but move down and let somebody else move up so I can get their second round pick? That's what I'm thinking.
I like that train of thought. And as you say, you'll lose a year. But
Don't you got to know by the fourth year anyways? Like, don't the Jets know now on Daniel Jones?
the Giants, yeah.
I mean, the
yeah,
Giants.
Yeah. But see, the thing is, so this team, as we've talked about consistently, is built to win now. So let's say they don't win a championship.
Right.
Tannehill is gone. Sam Howell is the quarterback. Next year, you're able to build around that.
Uh-huh.
And Sam Howell is a quarterback that I think will be ready next year. So you have him next year, the third year, and then the fourth year.
So does that mean you're
that's
going to
your
move
window.
out of the first round? You're going to try to get your second round pick?
You could win.
Yeah.
It's conceivable to move out of the first round and get Sam Howell. You have that 3-year window, and then, I mean, you know, if he shows that he's worthy of like, if you win with him, then you re-up in the fourth year, and you're good to go.
Yeah, there's 5 quarterbacks that they're talking about right now. We talked about Desmond Ridder, Matt Corral, Carson Strong from Nevada that you don't like, Sam Howell, and Kenny Pickett. Everybody's saying that the Tennessee Titans should take Desmond Ridder. I just think that he struggles with his accuracy. We've talked about that earlier. And the thing about this, everybody's mad about Tannehill throwing interceptions. Everybody's mad. After the Bengals game, everybody wanted to just find him and get after him.
Led by me.
But if you're a quarterback coming into the league and you want him to play right away and he struggles with accuracy, you start throwing picks, everybody's going to be mad again, and now you're back to square zero.
Ridder
That's
threw
the
8
only
picks last year.
No, I'm just saying in general. It's a little different. It's a little
It
different.
is. It is.
In the league because the windows are smaller and the coverage is even tighter. So if he's struggling with his accuracy, throwing the open guys, how is he going to be consistently great if he's not accurate?
I think the accuracy thing is slightly overblown.
Okay.
I don't think there's definitely accuracy issues. But you know what? As a coordinator, you do some things to put him in a position that will allow him to be a more accurate passer. So what do you do with a guy like Ridder? You watch him on the move. He's a lot more accurate than he is sitting in the pocket. Move that pocket for him.
But is it a good fit, you think?
I absolutely think it's a good fit because you look at what they like to work a lot of play action. You look in the red zone.
And he can run.
You look in the red zone. I mean, Ryan Tannehill had, 7 rushing touchdowns last year, I think it was. So a lot of that came off a boot. You could do that same thing. It's a gradual and easy transition from Tannehill to Ritter, in my opinion. And I just think he is really, really ready to play. It is a darn shame they don't have a second-round pick because I tell you what, if they did, I would be all for taking Ritter at 26. But they don't. You know, so that goes back to, okay, how can you get a second-round pick? Do you trade next year's first for a second, a high second, and get a Sky Moore, George Pickens, or one of those types?
Two things that bothered me. One, Chris,
yes.
Rich Gannon, who you played against back in the day, he said he doesn't have a first-round grade on any of these quarterbacks. Wow. Secondly, I saw a bunch of people, you know, like unnamed coaches and scouts, and who knows who's telling the truth this time of year. But Bruce Feldman had an interesting article in The Athletic, and the comparison from Malik Willis was to Jalen Hurts. And I like Jalen Hurts, but I don't love Jalen Hurts. And I look at the idea if Malik Willis is going to be Jalen Hurts or if he is Jalen Hurts, that's probably not good enough for me with this team right now. The question has to be, can these guys develop into Pro Bowl caliber quarterbacks better than what you have now if you decide to give them a year and develop them yourself? Your thoughts on it?
I mean, you just got to make sure that they get in the right system. I mean, we talk about that all the time. And I just want to talk a little bit about Steve McNair, you know, rest his soul. Steve McNair had to develop. And once he developed and understand how to read coverage and understand how to do the right thing, then that's when he became the quarterback and won the MVP later on in his career. So I just think that when you're picking these guys, I know you have to be patient with them, but if you're a team that needs to win now, you got to get somebody that fits the identity of your team.
I've seen analysts compare Willis to Steve McNair. Now,
what is big as him? That's
I don't see the comparison.
I don't either. I don't
at all. Other than
they
both are African American quarterbacks.
And they went to small school.
And they went to small school. That is it.
Nothing.
Mac was is two people above.
That's like comparing Lamar Jackson to like David Garrard.
Exactly.
The comparison. Their point was, both of these guys really are good at extending plays. It's hard to tackle them. They're going back to, you know, some of the things you saw Willis do, just as far as, like, you know, being able to reverse out of the pocket, break a tackle, on the move, and then launch the ball 60 yards down the field. It's like, how the heck did he do that? And I think that's something that McNair was able to do. But, like, I'm not making a comparison. I'm just saying that's
what do we say? Swing and a miss.
And in fairness to TD, I was thinking about this like maybe a week and a half ago, and I was thinking like, okay, you know, small school, big arm, like could it be, you know, Floyd sat, you know, they sat Steve McNair on the bench for 2 years. Could that be a similar situation with Willis? Then I saw that he was 6 foot. Yeah. And I remember Steve McNair was, what, like 6'6"?
Yeah.
You know, something like that.
He was about 6'3".
6'6".
Yeah.
And I thought in my head, I was like, could I imagine sitting there doing a radio segment with Floyd saying, does Malik Willis remind you about Steve McNair at all? And he'd be like, Steve McNair was the third pick in the draft.
Now you know how I feel when they said about the receivers.
I mean, you could jump on it. Again, it's not my suggestion. Like, I'm not making a comparison. I was just following up on what you said. Like, that's what I've seen people do. That's why I prefaced it with, I've seen others. So
let's put these quarterbacks in last year's draft. So last year we had Trevor Lawrence at 1, Zach Wilson at 2, Trey Lance at 3, Justin Fields, at 10, I believe, and Mac Jones at 15. Where would the best quarterback in this year's class go with last year's quarterbacks?
I think he would go at the bottom of that list.
Yeah, like absolutely. You think it would be 6?
Absolutely.
He would be 6. Now, to me, if you guys remember last year, I was not a Zach Wilson fan. Mm-hmm. I still am not a Zach Wilson fan. Mm-hmm. You know, and honestly, what you're getting from Zach Wilson, you could get that from Malik Willis. Mm-hmm. I personally would have Willis rated ahead of Zach Wilson. Trey Lance is interesting. He's a traits guy that you look at, but, I mean, you really didn't have much to work with, in analyzing him.
I mean, San Fran – obviously, they are in a situation where do they truly believe in Trey Lance? Mm-hmm. So if hindsight was 2020 and
I
you
think
had
they
one of
do.
these quarterbacks coming out, I would think maybe Ritter or Malik would go higher than Trey Lance.
Oh no, I think the reason they traded all those picks to get Trey Lance
They
was because they
moved
thought this
mountains to get him.
quarterback class stinks.
Yeah.
I think they looked at it like, you know, they do a little bit of
teams
advanced
do
scouting.
that with teams. That's the only position, Jared, and you know this, that teams just reach. They find reasons to love a quarterback. And it's like, don't you see this guy playing?
Oh, sure.
But
No,
they find reasons to love him.
Now, I'll say this, though. Like, and I think Jimmy stinks. Like, I watched 7 49er games last year, like legitimately watched them, and he was awful in all of them. And so imagine dealing with that every week. You guys know I can't stand Tannehill. I think Jimmy might have cost his team more games than Tannehill cost his team.
It cost him the game here.
He was awful in this game here.
Kyle Juszczyk is probably still running.
Oh, Brandon
Right now.
Ayuk had a 4th down. He just overshoots Ayuk. He
But
throws the ball.
Juszczyk was wide
open. He
He'd
threw
have
a ball.
He banged his head on the barrier right there.
They were about to run the Titans out of their own building, and he just threw the ball right to Jack Rabbit Jenkins in the end zone.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think San Francisco knows this, so they looked at it and they were like, okay, can we do one more year of Jimmy and then draft a quarterback next year? What do our early evaluations say about next year's class? Oh, it says they all stink. All right, let's move up this year and go draft Jimmy. That's the way I feel.
It also has to do with the prospect. Like, they clearly fell in love with Lance. They fell in love with him. That's why they moved all those picks to go up and get him. So I think it was a combination of the two. And the traits are there with Lance. I mean, you look at what he did, and people say, oh, well, he's from North Dakota State. Well, no. They allow their quarterbacks the opportunity to have full autonomy at the line of scrimmage, which is something we haven't really talked about Carson Strong, but it's something that I love about him. Ooh.
What is he wearing?
That bull. What is going on here?
N'Kobe Dean looks
They got the draft guys out there on the draft floor. They're introducing them. And I don't know what some of these guys are wearing.
Stop me right about saying.
Hey, that's something I wore.
That's what you wore when you got drafted?
Man, I don't know what I was wearing. D. Mason was talking about me the whole time.
But so they give him full autonomy, so he can make he's more NFL ready than you would think a guy out of North Dakota State is. But at the same time, you compare that to these guys. I don't know that there's the same upside in outside of Willis. You know what I mean? As far as just being able to make explosive plays down the field and all that stuff. You look at the play action pass that he had to Deebo Samuel, it was like a 50-yard touchdown.
Coming up on the other side, we'll take another look at TD's big board. What's he got from 20 to 30 in that Titans range at 26? Plus, we'll make our predictions for what happens in the first round tonight. What do the Titans do at 26? That is all coming up next. Live from Third and Home, D. Mays, Chris Sanders, TD. It's the Draft Show on ESPN 102.5 The Game. Sanders, we are live at Third and Home. It is the draft show right here on ESPN 102.5 The Game. We are headed all digital on 102.5 The Game's Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, you name it. We're all over there. Coming up in just a little bit, as the Predators pregame will be on as they take on the Colorado Avalanche tonight. That is coming up in about 15 minutes or so. Time to take a look at TD's Big Board, presented by Apple Collision Centers. We look at number 20 TD because the Titans will be picking 26. So give us 20 through 30 on your draft board, again, presented by Apple Collision Centers.
All right, so at 20, I got Traylon Burks. 21, Trevor Penning. 22, Dax Hill. Dax Hill is a player now, that safety out of Michigan. 23, Nakobe Dean. 24, Devontae Wyatt. 25, Desmond Ridder. 26, Jahan Dotson. 27, Kenyon Green. 28, Zion Johnson. 29, Tyler Lindenbaum. And 30, Kenny Pickett.
Ooh. So what do we think today? Let's go with the offensive line debate. Zion Johnson, Kenyon Green, guards in the first round, guard or tackle. Linderbaum's a center. D-Mace, we start with you. What do you think the Titans need on the offensive line tonight?
I think they need a tackle. I think they need a right tackle because you got to look at what the NFL is about now. They're about getting to the quarterback with two, not just one, but either two rush ends or somebody in the middle that can push the pocket. They need to have two tackles that can protect because now what do teams do? If they don't want to go against Taylor Lewan, they just switch that guy to the other side and they go to work on that right tackle. Well, if Titans go out and get them a right tackle, a legitimate right tackle, a guy that can come in and start day one, now teams can't take their best pass rusher to put him on the right side against their weaker right tackle. Now you got a right tackle that is stout, a right tackle that you hope will be one of the cornerstones moving forward of your offensive line. Because Taylor's not getting any younger, you need another guy that can potentially be a swing tackle, that could potentially go to the left side as well. So to me, they have to address the tackle position because you have to be able to block those guys up front. If you can't block those guys coming off the edge, I don't care who you have at quarterback, you're not going to get the job done.
Chris, what do you think about the offensive line?
I'm going to go with guard. And the reason why I'm going to guard because you have Brewer there. I mean, Brewer's still kind of, up and down. So, with the guys that are there with Trevor Pennington, and you have Charles Cross, and you got Linderbaum from Iowa, I think you definitely have to make sure you secure that position because, we lost Saffold that went to the Buffalo Bills. So even though, we need the tackle position, guard is so important also because if you don't protect your quarterback and he consistently get hit, then you're going to definitely be in trouble.
I agree. Offensive line is the area that they have to tackle, pun included, I guess. But if Trevor Penning isn't there, I'm not sure if there's a tackle I take in this first round. Mm-hmm. And you look at some of these guys later, Abena Eze out of TCU, Matt Walesko out of North Dakota. There's there's a few, I'll put it that way. I just think the most important part, at least for the Titans, in my opinion, is that interior. Mm-hmm. And that's why I think if Kenyon Green or Zion Johnson are there, you almost have to pick them. And it goes back to, you can have guys like you, D-Mace, have guys like you, Chris Sanders, that, you work the intermediate routes, the digs and all that stuff, and you run the go route. You can have those guys, but if you're running those routes, and I know this from college, the frustration, we had some good receivers, but we didn't have the guards. So you're out there running routes, and you're just like, damn, I'm wide open, man. And you can't get mad at the quarterback because he's on his back. So if you're able to have that interior part, that pocket set up, right, to where it's not being collapsed. You have that bubble, that half circle, and the middle part of it is not being collapsed. Ryan Tannehill could stand there and look down the field and step into the throw and not have to worry about Aaron Donald, pushing the pocket back into his lap and worry about hitting his hand on the helmet of the guard or center or whoever. I think that's important. Everyone wants down the field passing. You can't have that without the protection. And that's something that Mike Vrabel mentioned when he was asked about, why aren't they getting the explosive plays.
And the one thing I love about Trevor is he's versatile. He can play guard and tackle. He can play both of them. And the one thing I love about him, D. Mason, my man, is he's an enforcer. I mean, you want that guy on your team that's kind of like a Taylor Lewan. I said it earlier.
John Runyon.
John Runyon would just choke the mess out of you. And when you have guys, I mean, Runyon was a mean dude. Runyon was a mean dude. And Trevor Penning reminds me of him. I mean, he's one of those guys that you want to fight practice.
You want to
fight him.
Man, you want to fight him just everywhere, man.
You see what he did in the Senior Bowl.
He did, man. Listen, they were working pass pro drills, right?
Yeah.
He grabbed this defensive lineman and threw him. The defensive lineman rolled and rolled. Almost took out Desmond Ritter. Desmond Ritter had to jump to get out the way. I was like, yo, man, you trying to mess up my young, and you trying to mess his career up, man.
Just imagine having both of him and Taylor Lewan on the same field.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be a sight to see.
Fights.
And what's our number one thing with the Tennessee Titans? They run the football.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a good run blocker.
I'm
not sure about his pass pro yet, but I know when
it's solid.
It's solid. But when
he's athletic.
When he's running to the ball, he can get to that second level and hit somebody in the mouth, man. I'm telling you.
The big board is presented by Social Furniture, shop local, shop social. What happens tonight? Final predictions. The 26th overall pick goes to the Titans. Derek Mason, who goes 26th?
I think the Titans trade out of it. I think they trade. I don't think they make a pick at 26. I think they move out of that space.
That'll give us more to talk about tomorrow night.
Absolutely.
TD, 26. Who's the pick?
I'm going Zion Johnson. I think they take Zion Johnson. I want to say Kenyon Green, but I'm going to go Zion Johnson.
How much of that do you think is going to be Vrabel, putting it down on the table saying, I know this kid. We will not have an Isaiah Wilson situation because I know this kid and the safety of that.
I don't think that's going to have too much weight in that. It's definitely going to help because
Sure.
You don't have to worry about out of the blue you know what I mean. You know what you're getting, but
doing
I don't
donuts
think it's
downtown.
Man, listen. There's some stories about that dude, Isaiah Wilson, but we'll leave that alone. I think it's Zion Johnson. I think it's a safe pick for them.
I love receivers. I mean, it's Garrett Wilson, Olave, but I'm not going to go. I'm not going that way. I'm not going that way. I'm going with offensive line, and the one cat that I hope is there is Trayvon Penning. I mean, I
hope he's there too.
I love what he brings to the table, man. I love it. I love what he brings.
I just don't think he's going to be there.
Trayvon Penning. He might. I'm not saying. I'm just saying if he's there, I love him or Kenny Green.
If he's not there, you're going Kenny Green.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm going to go with mine. I don't know why. It's a gut feeling.
Devin Lloyd?
No.
Jacoby Dean?
I love that.
Monty Rice?
TD convinced me on this one. But I'm changing. I'm going a little. Malik Willis at 26 to the Titans.
Hey.
He's going to be gone.
Malik Willis at 26 to the Titans.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. I don't know why. I'm saying it right here. Malik Willis at 26. That's it for us on 102.5 The Game. So here's what's going to happen. We are going to move over to our digital channels. Was that Facebook Live, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch. Just search 102.5 The Game. We will be there. We'll be essentially commercial free since we won't be on the radio. The Predators pregame show, Darren is ready to rock and roll. They get ready to take on a Colorado Avalanche, which we will have on in here at Third and Home. Want to give a shout out to all of our great sponsors, Social Furniture, Third and Home, Nashville's bar with a ballpark, the Farm Bureau Health Plans, plan for your health, dental, and vision coverage, and of course, Nashville Sheriff, the Davidson County Sheriff's Office is hiring correctional officers. Correctional officers call 615-862-8170. For D. Mace, for Chris Sanders, for TD, Jared Stillman, we will be back tomorrow to break everything down. But we are headed over to the digital channel, so please join us there for the draft show, live from Third and Home right here. It's ESPN 102.5 The Game.
All right.
See you, Jared.
Good job.
Draft night in Nashville is live here at 3rd and Home. We are hanging out on 102.5 The Game's YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook Live. You got it. Derek Mason, former Titans receiver, drafted in the 4th round of the 1997 NFL Draft. Chris Sanders, taken in the 3rd round of the 1995 Draft. And Teron Davenport, ESPN.com. We're hanging out here. And, again, this is on the digital channel. So, honestly, we can kind of say whatever we want. We can kind of do whatever we want, which I'm pretty excited about.
That may not be good.
Excited about. I mean, I will say I've had people that have said to me over the years that, they're like, oh, I just would love to watch a Titans game with you. I'm like, I'm not sure you do want to watch a Titans game with me.
Oh, I don't either.
I get, a little too over the top or whatever. Huh? We're hanging out here at 3rd and Home. Our sponsors for tonight, our draft board is presented by Social Furniture. We'll be keeping up with that with TD. Our Titans update is presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. Plan for your health, dental, and vision coverage. The War Room, when we go inside, is presented by Nashville Sheriff. The Davidson County Sheriff's Office is hiring correctional officers. Correctional officers, call 615-862-8170. And we got Apple Collision Centers with our prospect breakdowns after each pick. Jacksonville, we can say, Roger Goodell is going to come out and say they're on the clock. I mean, the truth is, they've been on the clock for months, and yet not everybody knows what they are going to do. So I start with you, Derek. What are they going to do?
I believe they're going to trade out of that pick. I do, because it's not the guy that they
wouldn't they have already
really
done it by now?
I mean, it makes for better television if you do it once the draft starts. The guy that would really help them, I think, and would help their quarterback is Williams. But because of his injury, they can't justify drafting him that high. Mm-hmm. So you move out of that spot, move a little bit further down the draft, still stay within the top 10, and possibly get him 6, 7, 8, somewhere around there. Now, the question is who's going to be your trade partner? Because, again, there's no quarterback. So what guy is enticing team 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 to move up to that spot? Mm-hmm. That's the question. But if I'm Jacksonville, I'm trying to draft out. I'm trying to trade out of that pick. But if I don't trade out of it, I'm getting one of those defensive ends.
Yep. TD, who you taking?
Yeah, I'm going Aiden Hutchinson. I think that's the pick. And you pair him with Josh Allen, now you got a formidable pass rush. You heard what Harold Landry said when he had his first presser after signing his contract. He said as long as you could get after the quarterback, you have a chance. And we know that has to be combined with getting some pressure combined with a solid play in the secondary. But I think the start of it all is having that front end right, and that's one way to get it together.
Yeah, I think there's 2 guys that I think they might pick. I know we only supposed to pick one, but it's Trayvon Walker and Hutchinson. That's kind of what the debate has been about. But, just like with the Jacksonville Jaguars, over the last 2 years they had 50 sacks, so they got to bolster up those sacks because it's a passing league now. So you have one of those guys that they pick. I think it's going to be Hutchinson.
Here's my question with Jacksonville as they get set to go on the clock here at the draft. I'm a Titans fan. Derek, you played for the Titans, even though they talk about you retiring a Raven.
Yeah, they don't recognize me. Just say it. Just say it. I'm not shy about it. They don't recognize me.
I recognize you,
the hell with them.
Chris loves the Titans. He was a Titan. TD covers the Titans, so he doesn't love the Titans like we do, but that's okay. Right. Is there any fear of Jacksonville, making the right pick, getting the right players together, and actually having a team? Or do we just look at it as, that's Jacksonville and they freaking suck?
I think the fear should not only start with, and not even fear, but the
Doug Peterson being an
that's
actual
where it starts.
coach.
Doug, now they have a coach in place that has won.
That's like
and
a real
managed
coach.
to win quickly. That's the thing you have to remember. His second year, they won a Super Bowl with Philly. So you got to look at that.
Yeah, I agree. I think you better start the fear, especially if they get the right picks, because when you start to change the mentality of a team, and everybody comes together, this can be a dangerous team. I know they signed a couple of wide receivers in free agency, but then you start putting together the pieces, and you got the quarterback of Trevor Lawrence. I think this is a dangerous team. I know nobody's really talking about them because everybody uses that word, we're rebuilding. But at the end of the day, they're putting together a team that's going to be competitive in the AFC South.
You always need to worry about Jacksonville. Now that they have a new coach, you need to worry about him even more because he's going to put guys in positions to succeed, and that's all you want as a player.
So Roger Goodell is at the podium, and he has made it official that, or he is currently in the process of making it official. Do we know who's up? Derek Carr.
That's Darren Waller and Marcus Allen.
You know, I actually played blackjack with Marcus Allen one time.
Did you? Did you win?
I won. I'm not sure if he did. I can't remember. I'm kind of thinking he didn't, but I don't actually know. But I know I did. I know I did. But Roger Goodell is welcoming everybody into the draft.
He's going to get booed.
And he always does get booed.
Yeah.
And I feel very confident in saying that I think Jacksonville's still going to stink.
No.
Until they get a new owner, I think they're still going to stink. They just keep and the owner keeps screwing things up, and he's got this general manager. Let's go to Goodell at the podium right now.
Our season ticket holders, we're proud to have all of you right here around the stage. Thank you.
Well, it is packed there, buddy.
No doubt.
And we also have already well over 100,000 people here in Las Vegas tonight for the draft. So congratulations to you guys. Thank you for being here. And as I look around in this fan section, I see the Raider fans right here in front of me, the Raiders Nation.
Derek Carr looks so uncomfortable.
And I see someone special right down here. Ice Cube. Cube, come on up here, baby.
Dude, just let's go. Get on with the draft.
You know they got hype it up. You're not going to hear the pick right now. You still got the Jaguars to be on the clock.
I know, but I want to get back to talking trash.
Come on, baby.
Yay.
Is that Ice Cube?
Yeah, that's cute.
What, he about 5'2"?
Cube, you got something to say to the Raiders fans and all the other fans here today?
He can barely get
What's up, Las Vegas?
Oh, God, fix that microphone. Goodness gracious, Ice Cube.
Let's get this party started.
Oh, I cannot deal with that.
No, he know it. They about to be cheering for me.
Let me hear you say,
That's what Aiden Hutchinson said.
Oh, my God, I cannot listen to Ice Cube. That microphone is so, it's like popping in my ear. It's like popping.
I wonder why. Yeah, that mic's bad.
Let's hear from the homeboy, Derek Carr. Come on up.
It's like, I know I'm not a top quarterback, guys, but.
I'm getting paid like one.
No, his contract is like very regular.
So let's make some noise for these young
He
guys
just signed an
Welcome
extension.
to our
I thought it was lucrative.
No, I mean, like.
3 years, $121 million?
Right, but none of it's guaranteed except for 25 this year and a $7 million signing bonus.
Okay.
Oh, it says 65,000 guaranteed.
Dang. 65,000.
65,000.
Million, come on.
65 million.
Million, cuz.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah. So
I'm thinking about my contract.
So the way I read it was after 3 days after the Super Bowl, then all right, Jacksonville's officially on the clock, so we're good there. But 3 days
I see
after,
what you're saying, dead cat right there, right?
Yeah. So 3 days after
interesting.
the Super Bowl, then it guarantees, and $7 million of the next year's guarantees, but it's all.
See how you could tweak it?
Oh yeah, it's all whatever.
So the Jaguars are on the clock. One of the things that D. Mace has said earlier when I was talking about the inability to develop defensive linemen and pass rushers, I just took a look at their staff because I wasn't sure who Doug Peterson had.
Jacksonville staff?
Let me tell you something. Brenton Buckner is a good coach.
He is. Yes, he is.
I take that back. Trayvon Walker, if he went there, and Bill Shuey, I'm not too familiar with him. He's the outside backers coach. But I would imagine, they would put Walker at that 3-4 defensive end spot. But he could do so many things as far as dropping back into coverage. Man, I can see Walker, but I'm still going to go with Hutchinson as the pick.
I think so. I think Hutchinson has reached the ceiling.
Yeah.
You can't take a guy with the #1 pick that has already maximized his potential. You got to get a guy that has played really good, but also has enough room to grow as well.
But the thing is, they may feel that they could develop him.
Yeah.
You know.
But what makes him better than Hutchinson?
Who, Walker?
Yeah.
It's the potential.
What intangibles, though?
The measurables, the things that he was asked to do. You don't see the same production out of Walker at Georgia, but you have to look at he did so much.
Yeah, I mean,
so it's going to be a little different. But people fall in love with the potential.
Yeah, and I know he's probably fast and he can run and all this, but I know Hutchinson has great technique. I mean, he has very, very good. He uses his hands. He's got that punch. He's got that bend and everything. So what makes the Jaguars maybe sway away from Hutchinson and go to Walker? I mean, those are the questions that are probably going on in the draft board right now.
You remember Patrick Kearney?
Yeah.
Played for Seattle?
Uh-huh.
That's who Hutchinson reminds me of. A very similar player. Now, Kearney obviously.
I ain't taking that #1 in the draft.
That's what I'm about to say. You know, Kearney obviously didn't have but I'm talking about not the production, but I'm talking about the traits. And that's the thing, we get caught up when you do comparisons. People say, "Oh well, you know, how can you?" No, just comparing traits to give you a snapshot of what he brings to the table.
I still think Jacksonville sucks, and I here's my thing about Jacksonville.
Man, I don't know.
I, as a Titan fan, was so excited for Urban Meyer to be the coach there because I felt like if Urban Meyer was the coach there for 2 years, he was going to ruin Trevor Lawrence. And I was so close to Urban Meyer ruining Trevor Lawrence. Now, I think Peterson's a good coach. This is what I would do if I was Jacksonville. I'd draft Jamison Williams. And I know he's not going to play. Now, I would have moved out.
No,
I'd have moved out. Or what I do is I trade next year's first-round pick back into this year so that I can then take him. You know, take Williams at 6, trade this year's 1 to Carolina or next year's 1 to Carolina, and then Carolina can break that up however they want. Take Jamison Williams. But, I mean, I just don't think Hutchinson, when I think #1 overall pick, I do not think of Aiden Hutchinson.
Me either. And, again, I go back to what did he do? One, what did his career look like at Michigan? Other than that last year. It was, that's just what it was.
But that's a lot of college guys, too.
I understand that. But if I'm drafting him #1, he needs to have more than second and third year. He needs to pop off the screen. His senior year was outstanding. But again, guys like that scares me because it's like you're at a university where the head coach was a head coach in the NFL, so he understands. That's like saying I played for Nick Saban, and all of a sudden, for 4 years, and all of a sudden I only popped my last year. People be wondering, like, what, Saban your coach? You should have popped a long time ago. What was going on? I just, with the #1 pick and his production, it doesn't match up.
Yeah.
4-year production and his #1 pick, it doesn't match up.
So if you take moving off of the pick out of the picture, who do you feel should be the first pick?
Oh, wow.
Not Jamison Williams.
Not Jamison Williams?
No. Oh, the pick is in. So
they said the pick is in. Now, we can still talk.
I'm going with Hutchinson.
Man, it's tough.
I'm going with Hutchinson.
You think Thibodeau?
Could be. Sauce.
But you mentioned production.
Gardner.
Man, Sauce.
Yeah, corner
Sauce
#1
is something
overall.
crazy.
4 years. 4 years. He's flat out ball 4 years.
No touchdown. No touchdown.
That's a guy you can look at and you can say, okay, did you take a corner #1, but they took him, and you look at it like, I understand why they took him. Look at his film from freshman to him coming out. He's been productive every year.
I mean,
We're about to find out.
A corner with the #1 pick?
Nah.
I mean, it's hard, yes.
I don't know.
Ekwonu, Evan Neal.
I just think the pick is going to be Hutchinson. I mean, you can move him around on
I
the
think it's going to be Walker.
I think it's going to be it's going to be one of them.
The pick is in.
But if they say Williamson from Alabama, I'm going home.
You know what I love? Is they talk about how they had an idea earlier in the week who they wanted to draft, but they weren't sure because they wanted the owner had to make the final pick or whatever. I'm like, what the hell's the owner going to do? Like, what's the owner going to say? And that's my big hope as a Titans fan is that the owner's going to screw it up. That's how I feel. That deep down inside, he walked in there, he's like, nope, boys, we're drafting who stinks in this draft? We're drafting Malik Willis with this pick right now, number 1. But we have Trevor Lawrence. I know.
If they pick Malik Willis, come on, man.
TD, who's at the top of your big board presented by Social Furniture?
It's Hutchinson. That's why I'm projecting him there. He's the number 1 player in my draft right now.
What is taking him so long?
I don't know. TV's got to understand something. If you're going to tell us the pick is in, then get the commissioner up on the stage. Here we go. Here it is. All right. Here we go. I think I pressed this button.
It'll either be
there you go. We got ESPN, Mike Greenberg,
Walker.
whatever.
I see the commissioner has now made his way out onto the stage, and he has the card. He's ready to announce the first pick in this year's class. Here he comes.
Trayvon Walker.
Wow.
First pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Trayvon Walker, linebacker, Georgia.
There it is.
All right, your thoughts. By the way, the breakdown of the prospects is presented by Apple Collision Centers online at applecollisioncenters.com. Trayvon Walker, number 1 overall, TD.
You talk about skyrocketing. I mean, before the combine, there were no thoughts of this guy. And congratulations to him.
Exactly.
There were no thoughts of him being the number 1 overall pick. He was in the mix as far as top defensive ends, edge guys, we'll put it that way. But that combine just really did it for him. And I bet you he had really good meetings. And then the other thing is, you look at that Georgia program, there were so many other players on that team. You look at that front, he wasn't really given too many opportunities to rush the passer, but when he got the opportunity to, he got to the quarterback. It's just potential. You know, they love the way that he is against the run. They love the way he could drop back into coverage. I just don't know about him as the number 1 overall pick.
And I'm not comparing him to this guy, but he kind of reminds me a little bit of Bud Dupree. And just the body build of what he does. I mean, just attack and consistency around the ball. And just look at his speed. He ran a 4.51 in the 40. He ran a 4.32 in the 20-yard shuttle. So it shows you that he can change direction and make plays. So even though I thought Hutchinson was going to go, I still don't think this was a bad pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
By the way, it should be noted that Mel Kiper Jr.'s last mock draft before the combine, Trayvon Walker went 17th. David Ojabo went 16th.
You see what I'm saying?
I mean, you talk about skyrocketing.
What I say, before the combine, he wasn't considered a top pick.
That is crazy.
He's a versatile player. He is what the NFL is looking for when they're drafting a defensive end like that. A guy that can not only get to the passer, but he can get in coverage. He can tip balls. He can track people down from the backside. He can do all of these things, and he still has room to improve. I believe they like Hutchinson, but they figured his ceiling. He will be a good player, but they're looking for a great player, and they believe they can get a great player out of Walker.
Yeah, I mean, just with Walker, man, he's violent with his hands. I mean, when you have a guy that's violent with his hands, I mean, he's going to disrupt those offensive linemen. So, man, even though I'm surprised about the pick, I still believe that this is a good pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I don't think it's a bad pick at all.
I don't think it's a bad pick at all.
Listen, now, okay, Brenton Buckner, this is what you get paid to do.
Yeah,
you get paid to develop this guy. This is your first project, your first test. Now, you look at their depth chart, right? I think he's going to go down as he's going to play more end for them. That's how I look at it. Even if they – let's see, who's their coordinator? Caldwell.
By the way, it should be noted the Lions are on the clock and we are live at 3rd and Home out here in Germantown, Nashville's bar with a ballpark. Roger Goodell is about to head to the podium. Quickly, who do we think Detroit picks here?
Corner.
I'm going Hutchinson.
Got to be Hutchinson. I mean, he's a local guy. Here you go. Here's Goodell.
Selection number 2 in the 2022 draft. Here's the commissioner.
Yep, Hutchinson.
With the second pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Aiden Hutchinson, defensive end, Michigan.
Boy, I tell you, the Lions really lucked out here because they got the local guy, Aiden Hutchinson. A lot of people have him as the number 1 guy on the draft board. Like I said about Jacksonville, here's my breakdown on Detroit after this. They still suck. I mean, like, maybe it's this draft. I don't know. But I just don't think Aiden Hutchinson changes the Lions overnight in a division in which they've got Jared Goff as their quarterback and Aaron Rodgers as Green Bay's quarterback. Though I do kind of like Goff. I have a little sensitive spot for Goff. I don't think he's as bad as people make him out to be. But the breakdown on Aiden Hutchinson is presented by Uphill Collision Centers. TD, your thoughts on Aiden Hutchinson?
Hutchinson, you're getting a polished product, immediate, instant impact. He's a guy, you talk about hands, he has violent hands. You talk about just the way he plays with aggressiveness, being able to run down running plays. You know, you try to run stretch to the opposite side of him, he's going to track that down. And I like him a lot as a player. I mean, again, this was my number 1 option for, out of all these prospects. And here it is, they're showing, him taking down the running back. I think he also has a nice bag of pass rushing moves. So, again, you're getting a complete player, instant impact.
Yeah, and he's explosive, man. I mean, I know his 40 time wasn't that fast. Yeah, kind of fast, 4.74, but he's explosive on the point of attack. I mean, you want a guy that does that. He just makes your defense better and makes everybody around him better.
Here's the Texans now on the clock. It's time now for a Titans update presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. Plan for your health, dental, and vision coverage. The Texans, as we talk about teams who stink, are also up there as well. They did beat the Titans, and they almost beat the Titans the second time. Davis Mills is their quarterback. D. Mace, what are your thoughts on the Texans as they've got 5 minutes to get their pick in?
Man, the Texans need everything.
Everybody.
But if they're going to help their young quarterback
What do you think about the quarterback? Because he tore the Titans apart in that second game.
And that's the thing. They are still in the midst of evaluating him. Well, how do you help yourself evaluate your quarterback? You go get him some playmakers. I believe Houston will get a playmaker for him. A receiver.
Garrett Wilson, Drake London.
One of the two. They're going to have to because they're still evaluating this young man. They're trying to figure out, he's had some really good games for him, but can he be our quarterback moving forward? The only way you're going to find that out is you get him some playmakers.
So you would go
or offensive line because the offensive line.
Where would you go here?
Offensive line.
I'm going
I'll
offensive
probably
line.
go offensive line.
I'm going to Quanu.
Yeah.
Over Neal?
I mean, you look, okay, so you got Larry Tunsil on the left side. Charlie freaking Heck.
Oh, my God.
You're right. Who is it? I don't know.
I don't know who that is.
So I think, you get a guy like Ike Ekwonu, and you go back to what we said about having both sides of the line taken care of. He's your right tackle.
The pick is in.
Well, when they say the pick is in, they take 45 minutes to get the commissioner's rear end up to the podium.
I'm going offensive line.
Not Stingley or Sauce?
No, because the thing about it is you got to protect Davis Mills. I mean, he's still basically unproven. So if you don't protect him and you have weapons on the outside, that's great. But if he's on his back, man, I mean, it's not going to mean anything.
What do we know about Lovie Smith, their new coach?
I mean, he runs a 4-3 mostly. As far as, like, what –
I mean, I'm in agreement with you guys. I think it's going to be Ekwonu. But I do wonder if that's the best pick for this team.
Yeah.
They need everybody. They need everything.
I think at 3, the value, you want an instant impact player. At 3, you want a guy who is going to be around for quite some time. I think Ekwonu, I mean, some people had him as the top pick in this draft.
Did they speed up the time on us? Because I feel like it's like pick, pick, which I'm for. Make no mistake about it. But this does feel faster of a first round, right?
Because they know what they want. I mean, especially when Walker went off the board, you know that Detroit was going to go get Hutchinson. So that's probably why it went by so quick.
So all three you were saying a quantity for the Texans here.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
100%.
You know, where we're going to get screwed over is when ESPN goes to commercial, and then it's going to be like pick, commercial, and then 3 picks are going to come in. And we're not even, you know. TD, are you still not allowed to tip picks because you work for ESPN?
Not allowed to tip picks. Got to get me in trouble.
Hey, can you text it to me?
And my contract is, I got to get this new contract.
Were you like AJ?
No, I didn't hold out.
Roger Goodell is making his way to the podium here momentarily. I think it's going to be a quantity
the stage as quickly as they can.
But
Here comes the
I also
commissioner
am not,
to announce
you know,
the 3rd pick in this draft.
With the 3rd pick
Whoa.
in the 2022
Wow.
NFL Draft,
You call corner?
the
Did you call
Houston
it?
Texans select Derek Stingley Jr.
Wow. Wow.
Derek Stingley Jr.,
Wow.
LSU to the Texans.
What in the Sam
I
E.
said,
Hill?
what about Sauce? What about Derek Stingley?
You did not say that.
I said it 20 seconds ago.
Derek said that he would take Sauce here.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear it. I don't want to say that he was right. That's why.
I heard some intel today, can't say where, that this was going to happen, that Stingley was going to go to the Texans. I'm a little surprised. I thought Stingley was good. I thought Stingley was awesome that 2019 year at LSU.
Freshman year.
But then again, everybody was awesome 2019 at LSU. You could have put me on the field at LSU in 2019. I would have had a great season. But he hasn't played great since then. And I'm trying to think, I'm watching the highlights on NFL Network. A.J. Brown's going to throw that little guy off him every time. Derek, your thoughts?
I mean, he's a good corner.
Yeah.
Stingley, I mean, his dad played in the league.
Stingley Sr.?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good pick. I really do believe it's a good pick. Now, he's dealt with some injuries last year, but I think it's a good pick. If you go back to his freshman year, he was hands down the best corner that year in the nation. He was. And after that year, things kind of went south. And teams started to throw at him, and he started to give up big plays. Now, come to find out, he was injured.
Right.
He was dealing with an injury. So maybe, just maybe, Houston looked at it as, listen, when this guy's healthy, he's the best corner in this year's draft.
Yeah.
So they chose to take him. Houston needs a lot. So I'm not going to say this is a bad pick because they need players in every position.
I mean, they come back around at 13. You know, Charles Cross, that's an option. So, or they could catch a team wanting to move up. They could move down and get Trevor Penning. So you can still get that offensive lineman. Stingley, though, I mean, you get that 2019 year.
Yeah.
I mean, this dude.
If he could have left after that year, he would have been a top 10 pick.
Right. So, I mean, you could see from that perspective. And you think about it, man, Christian Fulton was really good
he was.
at LSU.
He was. Yep.
But he
got targeted a lot because
Yeah.
they didn't want to go at Stingley.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, when you look at as a freshman, you go into the SEC and you dominate the way he did.
That's unheard of.
That you know, has some weight.
I think it's a pretty good pick. I mean, he's athletic, his back pedal smooth, and he's long. He kind of reminds me of a guy from the Kansas City Chiefs named Dale Carter. Not as big, but his arms are long. So when you have long arms at the line of scrimmage, I know you can't really touch the receiver, but you still can get your hands on him, you know, to try to stop him from getting to the ball. So I think it's a surprising pick. It's surprising where it was at, but I think it's still a good pick for the Texans.
Now, we could potentially see 2 corners go in the top 5.
Yeah.
I was told that cornerback's not a premium position.
I still
I'm
believe
just
it.
saying.
I still believe it.
I'm just saying.
Here's my thing with the Texans, which is, I mean, who's going to rush the quarterback? I don't know. And who's going to protect the quarterback? I don't know.
Who's going to catch the ball?
And who's going to run the ball for the Texans? I don't know.
Well,
but they got a corner.
Running backs you typically get. Well, this is a defensive head coach, so they're gonna do those things. I mean, you look at their secondary. They signed Steven Nelson. He's a solid starter. Lonnie Johnson is so-so at
crazy?
corner. Desmond King. As far as rushing the quarterback, I mean, they have pretty much nothing. Jonathan Grenard shows some promise, but
you know as well as I do, you could have Dion out there, and if you can't rush the quarterback, it doesn't matter in the NFL. And that's the thing for the Texans is.
But we saw that you could have Warren Sapp and not have good corners
and get burnt.
You look at now. I'm not saying the Titans. Now go to 2020. I know their pass rush wasn't legit. It was bad, 19 sacks, but it was beyond just the guys up front. How many times did you see off coverage because you can't trust the guys on the outside? How many times did you see off coverage and the quarterback throwing the ball in less than 3 seconds? That's automatic.
Ben was like, hike.
There were a bunch of games because you can't trust those guys to come up and cause that chatter at the line of scrimmage. So that also helps the pass rush. I mean, you asked Warren Sapp used to say it all the time. The back end is just as important as the front end. He used to say that. And it goes hand in hand.
They are hugging in the Jets draft room. The war room is presented by Nashville Sheriff. The Davidson County Sheriff's Office is hiring correctional officers. Correctional officers call 615-862-8170. Derek, who are they picking?
I don't know. We know the A.J.
Jets go after a
Move your
wide
microphone
receiver.
closer to your mouth.
The Jets go after a wide receiver.
Jamison Williams?
No, they need him to play right now. It's one of the cats from Ohio State.
At 4?
Yes.
I think it's Sauce, and they come back at 10 and get Drake London.
I think it's a Kwanu. So I'll tell you something. I talked to somebody in Louisville today. You know how they want to get rid of Mekhi Becton, the kid they took in 2020? So there was a report that came out to Rich Cimini. And what do we know about Rich Cimini? The Jets are talking to Rich Cimini. And Rich Cimini, who's like the TD of the Jets, Rich Cimini said that at one point last year, Mekhi Becton weighed in at 400 pounds.
Jeez.
Do you realize how fat that is?
That's a lot of weight.
That, like,
A lot of weight for a guy to, that's a lot of weight.
and so I talked to somebody in Louisville today who, when Dez Fitzpatrick was struggling in training camp last year, he was like, no, Dez is a great kid. Dez works hard. Dez listens to coaches. Dez is good. I asked him about Becton, if he believed that Becton was 400 pounds. He goes, he's so lazy. And so that tells me that they're going to go with Ekwonu here. They didn't think they'd be able to get him. They're going to go Ekwonu to play right tackle, and they're going to cut Becton. That's my theory. TD, your thoughts?
I think they go Sauce, but I mean.
What?
Gardner, another corner.
There you go.
What I tell you.
Pick
Wow.
in the 2022 NFL Draft,
Two corners
the New
in
York
the top
Jets
5.
select Sauce Gardner.
I stand by what I said.
Defensive back,
The Texans are picking where the
Cincinnati.
Texans are picking, and the Jets are picking where the Jets are picking because they suck. And what do teams that stink do? Dumb things.
But why would you go get a wide receiver? I would get a wide receiver at that
They
position.
pick at 10.
Oh, they got the 10th. Yeah.
I don't think this is a dumb pick.
I think it's
Gardner?
a good pick for them.
And this goes back. You look at Robert Saleh, right? Defensive-minded head coach. He wants to invest in the defense.
Do they play man-to-man, the Jets?
They mix it.
Because I'm trying to think, like, Richard Sherman played in that Robert Saleh off
There's
defense.
a lot of cover 3.
And you know Richard Sherman ain't man-for-manning at this point. Anyway, I mean, he couldn't man-for-man Chris right now.
Hold up. I can run, though.
Can you, like you used to in the NFL?
I maybe go. I went from like 4'2" to maybe like about 4'9".
You think he's a 4'9" right now?
No, dude, I weigh about 2.
Probably a 5'2".
My shirt's getting tighter and tighter.
I mean, I've seen Derek's all-out sprints on the treadmill, so maybe he can still get up there and get at that. What'd you run out of the combine?
4.5 at the combine.
There it is.
You and Treylon Burks?
Yeah.
D-Mace was better, though, man.
By the way, the breakdown of Sauce Gardner is presented by Apple Collision Centers. I actually think Gardner's a pretty good player. But I just don't. I mean, like, okay, so NFL Network's comparing Sauce Gardner to Antonio Cromartie.
Now listen.
Would you take Antonio Cromartie with the 4th overall pick in a draft?
Antonio Cromartie at his peak, was
ridiculous.
ridiculous. He was good.
Really?
He and Revis, oh man, it was hell trying to play against
And even before that, when he was with the Chargers, he was something special.
But that was like, at that point in your career, you were like Scottie Pippen on the Portland Trailblazers.
Yeah, but still.
You know what?
I was at the tail end of my career, but still.
Hey, I mean.
You could see the potential in Cromartie. When he was in San Diego, and then he signed with the Jets. And this guy could just flat out play. There was nothing, fluid hips. He could run with anybody in the league, long arms, physical. He knew the game. If they're comparing him to Cromartie, this guy's going to have a really good career.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, D-Mace. He can run. He's 6'3", 190. I mean, it just shows you he's a bigger corner to run with these bigger wide receivers. So even though I haven't studied him that much, just looking what he brings to the table, that's not a bad pick.
No, it's a really good pick.
Not a bad pick.
He has the size to match up against bigger receivers, athleticism to go with your route runners like your Diggs types. He could turn and run. He has speed. He's a complete player.
You know who he does remind me of? Asamoah.
Oh, Nnamdi.
Well, he was a bad boy.
Asamoah.
Yeah.
Nnamdi was 6'3". He could drop his hips. He was long. He could turn his hips.
Yep. And long arms, man. He used to redirect you.
He was a player. And he was physical.
I cannot get over seeing Mel Kiper Jr. at his house.
Where is he?
Well, he didn't want to. The vaccination.
Yeah. But I just can't get over it. It's like this must be killing him to not be there.
Yeah.
It's like, Mel, if you get this, it could be bad for you. But if you don't go and you miss the draft.
Highest drafted corners.
Wow.
You had two of the 5 highest, or was 6?
By the way, I was
7.
thinking about this today. Has Jeff Okudah done anything in 2 years?
He's been hurt.
No.
Was he hurt coming out, or?
I don't believe he ran. Yeah, there was something that kept him from Giants pickers in.
Giants are on the clock. What do we think of the Giants? They declined a 5th-year option on Daniel Jones. I think they are high-fiving each other right now that Ekwonu's available, because they'll have Thomas on one, Andrew Thomas at one left tackle, and then they'll have Ekwonu at right tackle. And that's the foundation. Saquon's probably not the guy, and Daniel Jones is definitely not the guy, but a good offensive line's probably a good start. What do you think about the Giants?
Offensive line, I mean, if you want to give your quarterback any chance, you have to build a line of scrimmage. Yeah. Even if you may think that Saquon is not the player he was when he first came out, if you get him offensive line that's going to block, then maybe he resembles some of that running back that they drafted some years ago.
How many times did you see Saquon in the backfield, trying to
a bunch?
Yeah.
And people are quick to say he's a bust. I mean, you have the injuries, but also, he didn't get opportunities to make plays a lot. Yeah. I mean, a lot of times he'll have an explosive play after he broke 2 tackles in the backfield.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm going offensive lineman. I'm going Aquan. How you pronounce his doggone name?
Ekwonu.
Ekwonu. But the thing about it is I'm looking
at – thought about Neal from Alabama?
What's that?
I think Ekwonu is a better player.
I do too.
But he's physical too.
Dable's a Saban guy. And –
here's the pick is in, baby.
Who is this coming out here with Goodell?
I don't know, but yeah.
He's a fan.
Yeah.
He's hyped too.
Oh.
If it's something,
it's not offensive line.
What is Sammy Hill?
Don't be killing big, Stevie.
I'm not.
Oh, man, you got to tell me. Who is he?
For the New York Giants pick, I'm joined by Sam Prince,
is it
a lifelong Giants fan and Make-A-Wish kid.
All right. I like the Make-A-Wish kid.
You think he's a wide receiver?
Well, TD's taking picks. I'm kidding.
Hey, listen, man.
Wow.
We'll go behind the sign and
Sam
fight.
is mostly a Giants fan.
I got a family to
and
feed,
feeling
man.
stronger than ever, as you can see.
Take it easy.
They pick Malik Willis. I'm kidding.
No, they pick Malik Willis. What?
Tonight, His wish to announce the Giants' first pick comes true.
It's his dream come true.
We hope this wish will be a turning point for Sam as he looks forward to being a sports broadcaster in the future. Okay, Sam, it's time to get your wish true, baby.
Thank you, Mr. Goodell. With the 5th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Kayvon Thibodeau, defensive end, Oregon.
Thibodeau with that wild tuxedo getting a pick for the Giants.
Hey, man.
Hey, I like this pick. I like it.
All defense in the top 5.
That's crazy.
That's good for the Titans, right?
Excellent for the Titans.
Yes,
Because you still got the 2 offensive
Is that a
linemen.
Snickers hanker, like?
Yeah, pocket square.
Pocket square.
Hey, man, money talks, you know.
Hey,
it says Snickers Chiff on it.
What I mean, I like the pick, man. He's long, he's explosive. You know, he has that bend. So even though it's surprising where he's at, I know, you know, my man right here on my side saying it may be a little different. But at the end of the day, man, I think it's a good pick for the Giants.
We're live at 3rd and Home out here at First Horizon Park, Nashville's Bar with a Ballpark in Germantown, hanging out here on the on the draft show. The Giants have just taken Kayvon Thibodeau. Time to take a look at the draft board presented by Social Furniture. The first pick, Jacksonville goes with Trayvon Walker out of Georgia. The second pick, Aiden Hutchinson, the edge rusher from Michigan, goes to the Detroit Lions. The third pick, Derek Stingley Jr. out of LSU, goes to the Houston Texans. The fourth pick, Ahmad Sauce Gardner, goes to the Jets. And the fifth pick is Kayvon Thibodeau to the New York Giants.
That's going to be interesting watching that line.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, look at you see you got Leonard Williams. You got Quincy Roche is a weak backer. Azeez Ojulari, you remember him.
Oh, boy, we talked about him a lot here last year.
O'Shane Simmons and Jihad Ward. They got some guys that can get after the quarterback.
Okay, TD, here's the thing. Every player that has been drafted has been a defensive player. What does this mean for the Tennessee Titans?
I think,
by the way, the War Room is presented by the Nashville Sheriff. The Davidson County Sheriff's Office is hiring correctional officers. Call 615-862-8170. TD, go ahead.
It's good, like, on the surface. But these are all guys that you kind of expected to be gone anyway.
Yeah, but that high, you think?
Well, you need the Kobe Dean to go off the board to make
right. You
that
need the Kobe Dean. You need Dax Hill. You need
Devontae Wyatt.
You need Devin Lloyd to go. You need those guys to go because those are options that will probably more than likely going to be there at 26. Okay. You know, so if those guys go, that pushes better guys down to you. Kenyon Green, Zion Johnson, Traylon Burks. That run on receivers is going to start soon.
We're going to do about the 3-minute mark. Carolina's on the clock. I think they're crazy if they don't draft Ekwonu here.
They got to.
But I think they're trying to move out.
I mean.
And if you want an offensive lineman, if you want your pick of an offensive lineman in this draft, here's your chance right here.
And that's the thing, right? You look at – it wasn't likely that Ekwonu was going to be here.
Right, absolutely.
At pick number 6. They could very well go with him, to be honest with you. I mean, think about it. You guys are in the locker room. Mini camp, you go out – or no. Yeah, June, mini camp, you go out there. You got to watch Kenny Pickett and you watch Sam Darnold. Are you really going to see that much instant separation? Like, who do you think is going to spin the ball better? Sam Darnold's going to spin the ball better.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know when you're a player that has, or a coach that has to win now. I don't know that you go for Kenny Pickett. You could always make something out of offensive linemen, and especially when you get in a guy who once was in the conversation as the top pick, you get him at 6. I think you're in pretty good shape.
Well, TD, like what you're seeing going on right now, I know a lot of defensive players have been taken. Now, D. Mace alluded to it earlier. Do you think the Titans are going to trade down and maybe get a second pick, or just maybe stay there and get an offensive lineman or a wide receiver?
I mean, we have to see how it continues to develop because, again, you got to look at the guys. Like, these are all guys that when we were talking, we didn't say like, hey man, hopefully Derek Stingley goes before pick 26. We didn't say, oh, hopefully Walker, Hutchinson, Sauce, Thibodeau.
So here's my list of guys that the Titans have no chance of getting, and it honestly doesn't affect the Titans with whatever they pick. Hutchinson, Ekwonu, Neal, Walker, Sauce, Kyle Hamilton, Charles Cross, Kayvon Thibodeau, Devin Lloyd, Garrett Wilson, Jermaine Johnson, Trent McDuffie, Jamison Williams, Derek Stingley, Drake London, Trevor Penning, Chris Olave. None of those players the Titans have a chance to draft.
No,
they don't have a chance.
And so all those guys are going to go anyways. So those offensive players don't push anything towards the Titans. If Andrew Booth Jr. goes from Clemson, the corner, that is a push to the Titans.
Devin Lloyd, Nakobe Dean, Dax Hill. And you want to see
if one of these quarterbacks go in the top 15.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh,
it can push things down.
I think you look at 8, the Falcons.
Really?
At 8?
I think Willis is in play at 8.
In Atlanta? Yeah, because Mariota.
You look at.
Does Atlanta have 2 first-round picks? I forgot.
No, they have 2 second-round picks because somebody was dumb enough to trade down a second-round pick for an old 31-year-old with a hamstring injury.
This could fare well for the Titans, honestly, because you look at at 8 you have the Falcons. The Panthers, they're not going to pick a quarterback. They're not going to do that. Right? But you look at 8. You look at – now the Saints have 2 cracks at it. Could they be the ones to pick Pickett or Willis?
What about
possibly?
What about Washington?
What about the Titans?
They just made the deal for Wentz.
I know, but he struggled.
You know what's funny?
With the coach.
Let's say the Titans do draft one of these quarterbacks at the 26th pick.
Oh.
I'm going to be rooting for that guy to beat out Tannehill so bad. Oh, my God, we get to the playoffs. If the Titans get to the playoffs and they've got Kenny Pickett on the bench behind Tannehill, and Tannehill opens the playoff game throwing an interception to the other team, I am putting Kenny Pickett in the game. Hey. Like, I am at that point, Kenny, I know you haven't taken an NFL snap yet. Go.
You just going to thrust him in there?
Yes.
After 1 pick?
Yeah, I'm like the Predators at goalie. They're about to start that Connor Ingram. I think he's played 1 game in his career, and he's going to be the goalie for the playoffs. Go ahead. Kenny Pickett, you ready? Go. You're in for Tannehill.
It's going to be quarterback controversy day 1. Day 1. It's going to be quarterback controversy.
I'm glad you're not the GM.
Oh, my.
So we're at commercial. The pick is in. And I'll just say I feel good about my previous choice earlier, about who I think Carolina will take here. I feel bad for Carolina, though. They don't want to pick it. They want to pick a quarterback. They just can't do it at 6.
You never know.
You cannot like say you. This is Carolina. They so desperately want a quarterback, but they know they can't do it at 6. It'd be like walking into Walgreens, being like, God, I'd love to spend $200, and then buying a Snickers bar with it. It's like the value for what you're doing and what you're paying and what you're getting is just not the same. So
here's something. So you look. Let's see what Carolina has.
If they don't go quarterback, though, Baker Mayfield might be their starting quarterback next year.
That's a possibility.
You in the 4th round, you make that trade, yeah.
What about Darnold? They'll have the 1st and 3rd picks from that draft on the team.
Let's see what we got here.
Goodell is headed to the podium.
Good pick.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Ikem Ekwonu. Tackle, North Carolina State.
What's up with Goodell's hair?
Ikem Ekwonu equally dominant
he
in both
looks
the
like
run
he's
game
been
and the
hitting the
passing
sauce
game. And
in between the picks.
Doing a bit of boozing, have you?
Hey, it's Vegas.
Like
3 o'clock in the afternoon out there. Have either of y'all ever been called up by the commissioner like, Derek, this is the commissioner?
Nah. We had no reason.
Why did you talk all that trash on that field to Bill Belichick?
I had no reason to be called.
By the way, you know that Seth Wickersham book about how Brady and Belichick hate each other? So I'm reading the Seth Wickersham book, and it's like Bill Belichick doesn't like to do things head coaches like to do. he'd rather watch film and he'd rather talk trash to Derek Mason of the Ravens. And I was like, what were you and Belichick getting into it about?
Nothing. See, I was talking to Dean Pease because Dean Pease and I have his
Hey, Dean's a good man.
And Dean was at Michigan State when I was there. When Saban came over after my sophomore year, so my junior year, Dean Pease was the linebacker coach. So Dean and I were going at it in a fun, joking way. I was telling him he needs to get somebody to guard me because they couldn't guard me. And then Belichick had to chime in. Look at the score, Mason. I'm like, yeah, you're right, but you still need to find somebody to guard me.
So it wasn't like wasn't like him and Adam Thielen?
No, no.
So with Ekwonu off the board at 6, if I was in the Carolina draft room, everybody like hugs and shakes hands after the pick. I'd be shaking Matt Rule's hand. I'd say, congratulations, Coach. What college are we going to next year?
I mean,
so you sent them away already.
They made the right pick.
Oh, my God.
They made the right pick for them, and he's still going to get fired over it.
Hey, if they ain't winning, eventually.
You got to win in this league, baby.
Yep. Money talks, that other stuff walks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, man. Who's picking now?
Giants are back on the board. I think this is going to be Evan Neal.
Who? Oh, yeah, the offensive lineman. Yeah.
Well, did they – I mean, okay, so let's think about it this way. Now, maybe they have Neal ranked ahead of Thibodeau. Neal ranked ahead of Ekwonu, which would make sense because Daboll's an Alabama guy, and you know how that all – but wouldn't it have made sense to take the tackle that you wanted so that Carolina couldn't have taken your tackle and then you take Thibodeau?
They probably thought that Carolina
or they thought other teams like Thibodeau and Carolina's going to try to get out, and so this keeps them from running into that. Who picks at 8?
Well, I think if you look, the Falcons pick at 8. I think if you look at the board, right, and you're at 5, right? You're at 5. You want an offensive lineman. Okay, Ekwonu and
But
Neal.
I can get them for sure at 7 if I take Thibodeau. Exactly. I can get one of the two.
Exactly. Yeah. That's probably their thinking. They probably didn't have much separation if they didn't have Neal ahead of Ekwonu.
This morning, Solomon Wilcott said to Bill Polian on Sirius, he was like, you could move down later in the second round to be able to get the quarterbacks. And Polian's like, if they're there, and I've done that, and I've waited to see if they were going to be there, and they were not there.
And they're not there.
He's like, it's easy to say. It's harder to do. I was like, yep, there's probably something to that. Yeah, this has got to be Evan Neal. This is going to be Evan Neal. And then we really haven't had a shocker yet.
Not yet.
Oh, it's coming.
I think Stingley was a shocker.
Yeah, but Caroline told me earlier today they were going to take Stingley at 3, so I guess I wasn't shocked by that.
I'm telling.
So, I guess Stingley at 3 was a shocker. It just wasn't shocking to me because Caroline knew. Oh, man. Let's get to the good teams. What do the Cowboys pick?
Man, they might pick somebody crazy.
Seattle. Seattle's coming up at 9. That's an interesting team. But I've had enough of the Jets and the Giants.
Man,
Pick is in for the Giants. We're waiting 45 minutes for Goodell. He's enjoying another cocktail back in the back. As we wait, here comes Goodell.
Yep.
Maybe it's like the light because the sun's kind of going down there.
Tackles are sitting there for the Giants.
That wind coming off the water.
That need every year. Is that the direction they go? We'll find out now. The Giants' second pick in these first 7. And here's the commissioner.
With the 7th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Evan Neal, tackle, Alabama.
That's a good pick.
He is a big guy.
Yeah, look at him.
Boy, he looked mad already. He looked like he's ready to play right now.
Super athletic. He can play guard too, but he's a tackle.
He's ready to kick step right now.
Look, where's my helmet at now?
45 degree or 90. What you want, Coach?
Give me my mouth guard now.
Atlanta and Arthur Smith are on the clock. Let's take a look at the draft board presented by Social Furniture. Trayvon Walker went number 1 overall to Jacksonville. Aiden Hutchinson 2 to Detroit. Derek Stingley 3 to the Texans. Sauce Gardner at 4 to the Jets. Kayvon Thibodeau at 5 to the G-Men. Ike Ekwonu at 6 to the Panthers. And Evan Neal at 7, the offensive tackle from Alabama, to the Giants. Arthur Smith is on the clock. Guys, I'm worried Arthur Smith's going to get fired. What do we think he's going to do here with the 8th overall pick?
I think he's going Kyle Hamilton.
A safety?
Who's the DC?
Dean Pease.
What do you know about Dean Pease, his defense?
I know he's an old pawpaw, and I love him.
But his defense, you look at everywhere he's been, Rodney Harrison, Ed Reed, Kevin Byard, he always has really good safeties. A lot of what he does is based off of having that top-level safety. Ed Reed, you look at that.
I would say this. Ed Reed would be worth the 8th overall pick in a draft. Would
Kyle
Kevin
Hamilton
Byard be worth the 8th overall pick in a draft?
I'm talking. See, this is where I get into an issue with you. The context.
Right, but like,
I'm
is Kyle
talking
Hamilton,
about-
is he more Byard or is he more Ed Reed? Because if you're Ed Reed, I mean, you play with Ed Reed. Ed Reed's a freaking
He's an outstanding safety.
Right.
Okay? So what we're talking about, I just mentioned players to get you in the mindset of understanding, okay, these are guys that he's relied upon in the past. The position itself, you look at Kyle Hamilton, you look at the way these teams have these tight ends that move around, they flex them, they line them up over the numbers. Hamilton is your matchup guy for that. He's also very good against the run. He's rangy. Dean Pease likes to blitz safeties. He's capable of doing that.
Right.
I mean, we're talking about, like, he's my number 7 player on the board. You know what I mean? This is a very, very good safety. Think Derwin James. He's in that mode.
Oh, that's pretty good. I'm going with offensive line, and the reason why I'm in offensive line because they need to protect Mariota.
So that would be Charles Cross.
Yeah, Cross.
Yep.
The tackle.
I tell you, interesting thing about Cross, Sam
good.
Williams is a guy I watched a lot of out of Ole Miss. He ate Cross alive. You hear
did
me? He ate him alive.
What about the cat from Iowa?
Who, Linderbaum?
No, he's big.
They got a center, though. They got the Falcons have a legit center.
I'm not saying the Falcons are going to run the ball. I mean, going to pick a guy 8th overall here. Who runs the ball for them? I mean, I'll be honest with you about the Falcons, and I love Arthur and I love Dean Pease. I can't remember the last time I watched Falcons play football.
Cordell Patterson is the guy that they use. I mean, you look at Damian Williams, Mike Davis. Yeah, they do use him for everything. I mean, they could get it back in this one, you know, in this draft.
Yeah, Titans gave them a pick in order to do it.
Though?
Yeah, Kenneth Walker.
Titans gave them the perfect pick to pick a running back.
I'm going to say.
I think they take an edge rusher.
I say offensive
or
line.
defensive lineman. Big kid out of Georgia.
Jerry J.
I'm going to say Jamison Williams.
Ooh.
I'm going to say defensive lineman.
I'm going to go Jamison Williams. Then again, I picked Malik Willis to the Titans earlier today.
Oh,
God, what about quarterback here? Just show us. I know you can't, but I know you want to in your heart. TD's writing. Wow.
Yes, wow.
So we know who the pick is, but we can't tell you or else TD will get in trouble at ESPN. But
it's looking good for the Titans.
Wow.
Looking good for the Titans, buddy.
You wanted the Titans to take this guy.
It's still the same, in my opinion.
I'm just saying.
I'm with you. Nothing while
out of the
things are
ordinary.
surprising out of order,
It's the
they're still
order
the
they're
guys
That's
that
what
we
I'm saying.
thought would be gone.
Absolutely.
Like, we need for this to work out. Like, we need Lewis Seen to go off the board. But I am a little surprised by this pick. I'm sure the people at home will be surprised too when they read it out. How do the tip pickers the pick tippers? How do the pick tippers get the info?
Defensive end, we can go Jermaine Johnson, one of those two. I think.
We're going to find out right now. Here's Roger Goodell for the 8th pick.
But yeah, that's huge.
With
right
the
there.
8th pick
I would have went with Olave
in the
before I went with him.
2022 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select
Absolutely.
Drake London.
Drake London,
USC.
wide receiver out of USC, was hurt.
What an athlete
Did not
this
participate at the combine. Wide receiver. Which wide receiver wants to take a shot at breaking this down first?
Hit it, ED. Make sure you got it. I'm going to let you.
What are they looking? It just depends on what do you want out of your wide receiver.
Absolutely, yes.
Look, he will give you a lot as far as being able to, be a threat down the field. But he's someone you could throw the ball up to. He'll go up and get it. You could back shoulder him a lot. The catch radius for a quarterback like Marcus Mariota, that's a good thing. You want a guy, that will be able to be trusted. So you just put it in the area and he'll go get it. He
don't have the top end speed, though.
He doesn't have top end speed. But then the other thing is, a lot of his catches were contested.
Right.
And contested catches against a guy that's going to be, writing taxes next year is different against, a top-level corner. So the thing I do like about it is going to be a lot harder to focus over top, coverage over top, because you got Kyle Pitts. And most of the time, he's going to dictate most of the coverage. This is something they wouldn't have had to do if Calvin Ridley didn't have his mess.
But you know what? Why is Devontae Adams so special, a wide receiver? What does he do so well?
Run routes.
Run routes, but he gets off the line of scrimmage. This guy kind of struggles getting off the line of scrimmage a little bit. So, I understand that they want somebody like that. I guess that he fits the identity of their team. But you got Olave, you got Garrett, you got some other little guys that can really, really separate. And I'm not saying he can't separate because he has tight coverage. But you got Olave sitting there. You got Garrett sitting there. I just think that you had better guys than to take Drake London.
I thought Wilson would have been the pick if they had, they had the pick of the guys. But, yeah, he's a former Hooper now.
Joined the basketball team after his freshman year. I know because I went to my dad's office today and printed out the whole Dane Brugler guide. I got it right here. And I have read nothing from it so far in the hour that the draft has been going on. God, there's nothing I hate more than watching people high five after they make a draft pick.
Why does it make you mad? Why does it make you mad?
I guess if you're looking at this, you look at it from this standpoint. Marcus is their quarterback. Marcus is not a great deep ball thrower. He's not a great, deep sideline thrower. They like to throw with Marcus unless he's changed, which I don't think he has. A lot of his things are in between the numbers.
Could you have lived with Marcus as your quarterback?
I could live with anybody as my quarterback. Seriously.
Mark Sanchez?
I played with Mark Sanchez.
I know, and you asked for a trade.
Hey, no, I didn't ask for a trade. That team was just a debacle. But I played with a lot of quarterbacks, man. And my thing is,
who's the worst quarterback you ever played with?
As long as he can get the ball to me, I'm fine.
Who's the worst quarterback you ever played with?
Man, I don't know. Now, I played against some guys that were like third stringers that had to start.
Yeah, I'm not talking like when Doug Sling Johnson had to start that one game for the Titans. But the worst quarterback that you ever had when you were you're like, this is my starting quarterback and he freaking stinks.
Man, I haven't had any of those. Honestly, I haven't.
Oh, come on.
Oh, it was, but he didn't stink, but he wasn't a starting quarterback.
He had a good personality.
More so of a backup, yeah. You know what? Anthony Wright was good.
He sucked.
But he wasn't a starting quarterback, and he had to start.
Oh, y'all remember?
But he wasn't a starting quarterback.
Do you guys remember? I was in the 4th grade when you guys played them on Christmas Day, and he was the Troy Aikman that got concussed out of the league, and Anthony Wright started at quarterback against the Titans for Dallas on Christmas Day, and it was 40-0.
Hey, man, Anthony Wright he wasn't a starting quarterback. He was a backup. And he played like a backup. Do
you remember you almost lost a playoff game to him?
Limitations.
You almost lost a playoff game to him, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Gary Anderson had to kick that 46-yarder that barely made it over the upright.
Yeah, he was a starting quarterback, wasn't he?
Yeah. So Jamal Lewis had run for 2,000 yards, and you guys went there and were up 14-0 or something, and then Steve threw 3 picks. Kind of like Tannehill, including a pick 6, and that's why the game was so close at the end.
Goodness. Yeah, you're right, man.
What's the point of playing in all these games if you can't remember anything that happened in them?
No, I'm thinking about. I didn't realize Anthony Wright was the quarterback then. I didn't, because I didn't pay attention to their offense.
He made one throw in that game where Todd Heap went up.
I remember that play. Yes.
He went up. I think it was over I want to say maybe Lance Schulters, went up over and took the ball for a touchdown. That play was incredible.
Todd Heap.
Todd Heap was a bad freaking dude at tight end. That's who the Titans need at tight end right now is Todd Heap.
Stop it.
It's hard to find
That was a first-round pick they used on him.
And he had no gloves. That's how you knew he could catch.
Todd was a beast, man.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have to wear gloves. You need a little help catching the ball.
He had big mitts, man. So when he had huge mitts,
Who's on the clock? Seattle.
Seattle. They got their pick in.
What is it, man?
Here's my question for Seattle that I struggle with a little bit. And that is Pete Carroll is old as hell. And I like Pete Carroll. I consider Pete a friend.
Pete Carroll still got the energy, man.
But, they can't rebuild. Don't they at some point have to stop rebuilding? And, they need to get good quick. And with losing Russell, I don't know how they're going to do that.
Well, it's going to take them some time. But they are in rebuilding mode right now.
Seattle. They got to figure out with DK what they're going to do.
Man, he ain't going nowhere.
I think you got to sign him back, man.
Absolutely.
If you trade him, then there's we're not rebuilding. We're trying to. That's over if you trade him.
That's over.
Oh,
That's over.
Yeah.
I think they're still rebuilding even if they kept DK Metcalf.
I think it's reloading.
So
you know what I mean?
Well, they got a lot of reloading
They
to
do. You only have so much time. Pete Carroll's old, man. What's that dude
That's what I'm saying.
You got to be 75.
Dude, one time Floyd said, and Floyd and Pete are boys and go way back to the Bud Grant Vikings days. One time they were interviewing Pete on TV and we were in the studio, and Floyd looks at me and goes, "You know that guy's as old as me?" And I said, "No." And Floyd goes, "I look as old as me. He doesn't."
Hey, would you guys go quarterback if you were Seattle Seahawks right now? Would you go quarterback?
Don't these quarterbacks stink?
They you don't
They
like
don't
any.
stink.
You don't like any. You don't like any
You see
quarterback.
what you have in Drew Lock. I think you give that a shot.
No.
I'm talking about instead of using
Not using these
This
cats.
pick? Okay, no.
This pick on a quarterback.
Yeah, no. You're right about that.
Yeah.
But if you think you're going to go out there with Drew Lock and go beat the Rams,
then you get some offensive linemen to help Drew Lock. You know
That's
what I'm
what
saying?
you need.
To protect him.
You look at Greg Elin, Jack Curhan. I haven't heard of these guys. Stone Forsythe, I've heard of him. So,
Get somebody to come in and play right away. Because if you don't, you're going to get Drew Lock killed.
And here's their first selection.
Maybe Goodell should wear sunglasses out there?
With the 9th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Charles Cross, tackle, Mississippi State.
TD, what do we know about Charles Cross?
And so
like I said, I didn't like the game against Ole Miss, but styles make fights, and Sam Williams just matched up with him well. But he's a very athletic tackle. He specializes in pass pro. You look at Mississippi State in the SEC, so he's going against a series of really good, pass rushers, and the traits are good with him too. So Charles Cross is a good pick. There are some who had him in the top 10, so the value is there as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's very athletic. But the one thing I love about him, he gets to the second level. That joker gets to the second level. And he may not be as physical as other linemen, but when he gets to the second level and put his body in him, I think that's a good pick.
Here's my thing on these tackles. And that is, I feel like every year there's one tackle that we're told, oh, he's really good, and then he's really terrible. Like Mekhi Becton, Eric Flowers.
Yeah, Becton as a rookie was pretty darn good.
I just think the problem with Becton is he's lazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're talking about 400
and
pounds.
You can't be have weight issues and be lazy.
Oh, dude, that's what Floyd used to tell me he would worry about those guys. Is he's like, we want them fat, but we want them fat to a point, and then don't gain any more weight.
That's the thing about Tyler Smith that he was on Talking with TD. I like that about him.
He lost weight?
He lost the weight, and he worked to keep it off. Mm-hmm. And he takes that personally. You know what I mean? And that's something that you got to have.
Who's on the clock with the 10th pick here?
The Jets.
Oh, God, can we get good teams on the clock? I mean, I know you started at the bottom, and that's why the NFL. But
I can see them going Hamilton, honestly.
I got to tell you
Jets?
guys, this is like the probably the 4th or 5th show like this I've hosted over the years.
I'm going to
maybe even more than that. And the one thing I enjoy more about not being on the radio and just doing this digitally is that I don't have to worry about like, oh, we need to take a break here to get in these commercials. And we always used to have to do the ESPN thing when it was like, they took Charles Cross, and so we play like Mel Kiper Jr.'s breakdown.
Yeah.
And like that is so much to deal with at one time. I'm having more fun right now.
Absolutely.
Here at Third and Home. I feel like I'm just sitting here talking bull crap.
That's what we're doing. That's bull crap. We're talking ball now.
So you think Garrett Wilson goes now?
I say Olave.
Jamison Williams, baby. Hey, remember the Titans. The Titans can get to the 18th pick if they trade 26, 90, 143, and 219.
Or they trade from next year.
Would you do that for Jamison Williams?
I don't know.
A healthy Jamison Williams?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Well, he's not healthy.
No, he's not.
I don't know. I'm going to Olave on this pick.
By the way, the Titans
I'll go
update
Garrett
of me just asking about the Titans right there. Presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. Plan for your health, dental, and vision coverage. TD, don't get yourself in trouble on the stream.
I ain't going to do that.
Dang.
We good.
I'm going Garrett Wilson.
Here's my thing, though. I don't trust wide receivers from Ohio State.
Easy.
Oh.
Okay.
Hey, man, listen. Terry Glenn, Joey Galloway, Chris Sand. They
Thank
got
you.
a good history of wide receivers.
Thank you.
I mean, you
Coming
can go
in and
all the
balling
way
out.
back.
Chris
You can take
Carter.
there you go.
I mean,
Hey.
they got a good history. Even though I don't like Ohio State,
Buster
hey, I
Tillman.
call
Buster
it
Tillman.
truth is truth, man.
I mean, you built like David Boston now,
Wow.
so.
Oh, Falco.
Dude, hey,
Falco.
let me say this.
Funny story real quick. Let me
David
say
Boston
this.
was a bad dude.
He was bad.
But that dude, come on. That dude was on
Funny
something.
story. Coach Mack, Dave McGinnis.
Yeah.
He told me when he was in Arizona.
Man, that dude.
Listen, he said when he was in Arizona, right? When he was the head coach there, he said he told the DBs for a portion of practice, he said, look, I don't want y'all to do anything but press coverage. This whole period, you guys are going to get up in every receiver's chest. He looked over and he noticed they weren't blocking David Boston like that, right? So he went over. He yo, what's up? How come you guys aren't? Here it was, David Boston. Are you ready for this? He told them not to touch him in press coverage, touch him, throughout practice. And you want to know why?
Why?
He got his nipples pierced.
Oh, my goodness.
Imagine being the person. I mean, this dude was what, 6'3",
Hey,
200.
What school did he go to?
Ohio State.
Ohio State.
Here we go.
Let's see what we got here.
Garrett
The
Wilson.
New York Jets select
Mace
Garrett
got it.
Wilson, wide receiver,
Yeah, he's
Ohio
good,
State.
man. I love the pick. Go ahead, Mace. You pick him first.
Following
Garrett Wilson
in
was
the
born to
footsteps
be a
of Chris
Buckeye.
Sanders,
Literally,
Garrett
he was born in
Wilson
Columbus, Ohio.
is off the board with the 10th overall pick to the Jets, Jets, who, S-U-C-K, suck.
They beat the Titans.
They sure did.
And you want to know why they beat the Titans?
Because
No
they quarterback.
AJ, no.
Because Corey Davis, for some reason, every 3 years has one game
There
where
you
he
go.
is unstoppable.
You don't like him,
does
do you?
have
You
him.
don't,
I
you
can't
don't like him.
stand
But
Corey
why?
Davis. Because he freaking stunk. For what the Titans needed, like, he was nowhere for 3 years. And then the 4th year, because I was a free agent year, he caught some passes, and then he caught nothing in the playoffs. And we took him with the 5th overall pick.
Man, he had some good games.
I can say we because I'm on the stream, not on the radio, and I, get all fanned up now.
I bet you
So-
wish we would have had him this year.
So Garrett Wilson.
He was hurt.
He got this dude wearing pearls. He got pearls on his neck.
He's
Dude,
got
are
the
you
grandma going on right there.
Dude, what school do they
could
go
get
to?
grandma's pearls, man.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you talking bad about
I
it.
can't knock that.
What was
Man,
dude that came in with the picture of grandma a couple years ago?
Oh, Tack McKinley. Yeah, that was wild. Look, his grandma,
I was on
she
his
passed. fast.
Because he was like, my grandma like wanted me to be here, and Deion Sanders was like, I hear you,
Yeah.
and like then like everybody made fun of him, and I thought about it like, dude, getting drafted's a big deal. Like I'm okay with it. Bringing the picture of grandma, I'm all right with it. But man, people were all over him.
Wow.
Garrett Wilson is
He's
a good
man.
pick here.
He is.
You look at the routes that he runs. I've seen comparisons of Stephon Diggs, very consistent routes. I don't know about that, but I think he is the best route runner in this
Hey,
draft.
what do you think about Joe Rexrode saying that A.J. Brown's going to be better than Stephon Diggs?
That's a lofty.
It's possible.
It's lofty. It's definitely possible, but that's
Absolutely.
lofty. Man, Stephon Diggs, we talking about a dude that had, 1,500 yards?
But he's a technician.
Man.
What do you think about Joe Rexrode saying that A.J. is going to be better than Stephon Diggs?
He has a
Hey,
potential.
man, everybody entitled to their opinion. That's all I got to say.
Hey.
Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I can't
Diggs
knock
is
it.
nice. And,
Man, I thought we were going to get on the stream and tell it like it is.
Hold on. I don't think people, when you start comparing these guys, he's going to be better.
Right.
You don't really understand how good these guys are until you get in front of them and watch them. And it's like, oh, he's that good. Mm-hmm. You're just looking at his numbers.
Absolutely.
And you're looking at a catch, but you're not actually looking at this guy like they are looking at him. Like the Titans defense are looking at him.
The way he runs routes,
he
it's
does
just
run routes.
disgusting, man.
But
I mean, he could start and stop on a dime and accelerate.
Saints on the clock with the 11th pick.
Right. Well, let me say something about that. But here's the thing: a quarterback can make you or break you. You got to get in a situation to where you're featured as the number one wide receiver. I'm telling you.
Listen, man.
I think it just disgusts me sometimes.
He had 1,000 yards back to back with Kirk Cousins.
Okay, you just.
And he hated Kirk
Hey,
Cousins.
man, get off my boy game. He's a Michigan State guy, man. Y'all gonna stop talking about Kirk Cousins.
I get it, but hey,
but it will make
we're
you
gonna
or
call
break
spade a spade.
you. Right.
Hey, Kirk, he ain't great, but he ain't bad either.
But a quarterback
high.
will make you or break you, man. I'm telling you,
Hey,
man.
I take Kirk Cousins over Tannehill.
Oh no, I take Tannehill
I
over
take
Kirk
Kirk Cousins over Tannehill.
No,
I got
sir.
Tannehill. I got Tannehill.
That's a negative.
Why?
I'm telling you.
Why?
I got Tannehill.
I just think Kirk Cousins has something. To me, he has that in him, that dog in him that Tannehill just doesn't have.
A lot of Kirk Cousins, his
And
stats.
you know why he got it? Because of where he came from.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins, man.
Hey, what time is it?
His
8:18?
stat sheet
Okay.
is padded. A lot of his stuff is. Wait a minute, the Commanders. Washington. Oh,
That says mandatory minicamp.
Yeah.
Oh.
That means that their minicamp is that day.
What happened?
TD saw the Washington logo on the bottom of the NFL Network screen, and it was Washington Commanders mandatory minicamp May 20th. And so he sees the Saints logo, and then he sees the Washington logo under the Saints logo.
I think the Saints didn't move up.
Yeah, they did.
With Philly.
Oh.
They moved up again.
Did they?
They must have moved up again. Yeah, they moved up again.
Who was supposed to pick 11?
The Commanders.
Yeah,
Oh, you're right.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Saints.
Well, then this got to be a quarterback, right?
I don't know.
All right, let's see. Here's the Dane Brugler board that I'm screwing around with. Here's who's left.
Wide receiver.
Kyle Hamilton, Devin Lloyd, Jermaine Johnson, Trent McDuffie, Jamison Williams. Is Trent McDuffie related
So the
to OJ?
Saints moved from 16 to 11.
Yep.
It can't be for a quarterback.
I'm going for a wide receiver.
Which one?
I'm
Williams?
saying Olave.
I think it's going to be Williams.
Olave. I'm saying Olave or one of those. But I'm going to go with Olave.
16 to 11. Goodness gracious.
That's a big jump.
I mean, on the trade chart, that's like, hold on. I saved the picture of the trade chart to my.
Hold on.
Man, we're running through this draft.
Here you go. Okay.
They traded with the Eagles to move up, and then they must have moved
So
up again.
the value of 16 is 1,000 points, and 11 is only 250 more. So the 250 points is a what pick? It's a third-round pick. Cost you to move up from where they moved up to get. But the Saints don't even care about picks anyways. The Saints don't care about that. They don't care about the salary cap. They're one of my favorite teams. Them and the Rams. They don't care about the salary cap. They don't care about that. They don't care.
They didn't keep Teron Armstead.
Yeah, but he had like a hole in his arm.
He signed a deal.
Oh, here's what they got. They're 11th overall.
Third-round
Washington
pick and a
gets
fourth-round
16th,
pick.
Third and fourth.
So, and they overpaid because according to the Jimmy Johnson trade chart, that's too much.
There must
But
be
remember,
somebody they
that-
really
that-
want then.
That trade chart is a guide.
Oh, sure. I mean, everybody's always trying to get a little bit more.
So the
So
Commanders
there's
are
really
at 16,
a guy
right?
that they want now.
Right. It'd be like if there was a guard for what you charge for stadium concessions, and Nashville SC's asking for a little bit more.
Right.
And that's apparently what Washington
So you
asked
think
for to
it's a
move out of
receiver?
11.
You
I
think it's a receiver?
I think it's Jamison Williams.
I say Olave. What you got?
I'm waiting.
So it just flashed up here on NFL Network, and it said New Orleans pick is in, and it said Michael Thomas did not play. But Michael Thomas, oh, wait a minute.
Like they drafted another Michael Thomas?
You know, there was another Mike Thomas in that draft. In that same draft that Michael Thomas got picked. And he played receiver.
Well, that's like the David Long Jr. on the Rams.
Yeah.
But I think the wide receiver is a desperate need area. And then with it, quarterback, I had him take.
It's going to be like, no, that's David L. Long Jr. Not David R. Long Jr.
Hey, don't forget about Traylon Burks at this position also.
At 11?
Yeah, no, he's
I'm
not
just
going to go
saying.
higher than those other guys.
Hey, I'm sorry. Y'all said it at the same time.
When you talk about Olave or London or whatever going
like,
to the
yeah.
Titans, Derek looked at me like, don't worry about crazy Uncle Chris.
Exactly. Like, okay, nah. He's just talking now.
What's Tony Gonzalez doing up there?
That's what I was trying to figure out.
You talk about one guy that hasn't gained an ounce
It's a time of
since the day
optimism
he
for
left.
all 32 teams and their fans.
Man, we running through this draft.
We've got a similar time 2 weeks from tonight when we announce the 2022 schedule on May 12th.
Oh, who cares?
This year's schedule will have a new twist, as our Thursday night games will be carried by a new partner, Amazon Prime Video.
All right.
Joining me are Chargers and Chiefs season ticket members James Ebo and Moose Felt.
I didn't even know the Chargers had season ticket holders.
Also here is Pro Football Hall of Famer Tony Gonzalez.
You know, they have a
who will
separate
be part of the
locker room
Prime Video broadcast
at
team.
SoFi Stadium.
Oh, do they?
The Chargers and Rams have separate locker rooms.
Thanks,
And they
Roger.
have separate visitor
How's
locker
everybody
rooms.
doing?
They got 4 locker rooms.
Everybody
in the
good?
stadium.
Good. I tell you what, I am excited to be part of this broadcasting crew for Amazon. You may recognize this
Did you
guy
see
right here
Amazon's
next to me. He's
trying
going
to
to be
pay
helping me
$70
make this
million
announcement
to get a Black
for
Friday
Prime
game, and they don't
Video,
care who
which
it
will
is.
be airing on week 2
They
I
would,
didn't see
of
that.
the
they would
NFL
take the
season,
Titans and the
September
Texans
15th.
on
Los
Black
Angeles running back Austin Eckler.
They said they don't care who it is.
And I guess you can tell probably it's no surprise.
And you know what's crazy? Like,
the
it could
first
be the
game that we're gonna
Jets and the
kick it
Dolphins,
off
and I'd
is going
watch
to be out in
it on Black
Arrowhead
Friday.
on
Pick us in,
Thursday
baby.
night
Come on, Olave.
against the Chargers.
Because New Orleans is on
And
the
I tell you
clock.
what, Austin,
They got a Chargers
if you,
fan up
if you want my
there.
opinion
What
about
is
this
going
game,
on
whoever
here?
has the ball last is going to win this game.
I'm guessing the
At least
first
way it's
Amazon
always
game
seemed.
is going to be
Talk to the
Chargers
fans. Tell me what you
and
think.
Oh,
Chiefs.
okay.
Look, it
But
doesn't
this
get
is a
much better
weird
than
time
this.
to bring
It
it
doesn't get
out
much
when
better
the
than
Saints
this.
are on the
Thursday
clock.
night football.
Makes
You got
no sense.
2 high-powered teams battling it out. It's going to be epic. It's going to be an amazing thing. Even if you don't rock with the Chargers or Chiefs, I know you got me on your fantasy team, so there's no
Hey,
point
say
in
the
not
pick,
watching.
man.
Guys,
It's
like
going to be
watching
awesome.
the NBA All-Star game. Let's go.
Say the
I'll
pick,
tell you
man.
what, we're looking forward to it. This rivalry goes back 62 years. You're not going to see that every time these two teams get together,
Nobody
it's
gives
explosion,
a rat's
it's fireworks,
ass
it's
about the
touchdowns, great
Chargers and
defense.
the Chiefs
So we will
playing
see you
each
there
other.
September 15th.
The NFL got to plug it.
Oh, I know. Dude, so they were talking about how Amazon might get the Black Friday game, pay $70 million for one game.
Wow, 70 million.
And they said they don't care what the game is.
The Washington Commanders have
Wait a
traded
minute.
the 11th pick
okay.
to the New Orleans Saints.
Chris Olave.
With the
He's
11th
out of there, I
pick
told
in the
you.
2022 NFL Draft,
Get up out of there.
the New Orleans Saints select Chris Olave.
I'm
Wide
sorry,
receiver,
he's not that
Ohio
good.
Yes,
State.
are you serious?
He's good.
Stop it.
He's not
Chris
that
Olave, like
good.
we used to say
He's
about
very
polished.
good. Yes, he
The
is.
one thing
He's
you
good,
do
he's
have
not
the
that good.
concerns about the face and press, but that's a common theme for most of these receivers. But he's another one that's
Yes,
a really
he
good
is.
route runner. I love the way that his vertical ability You know what I mean? He's fast, but he also understands how to change speeds within the route.
He can start and
I like
stop.
that a lot.
Absolutely, man. I mean, I love it. Number one, I just love it because he went to Deal House University.
Oh, of course you do.
And but just what he just just what TD said, man, he's polished. He can come in and play right away from day one. I mean, I know the scheme is maybe a little different, but understanding how to run routes is so key in this league, and this guy has it.
All right, let's take a look at the draft board presented by Social Furniture. The 11th pick, Chris Olave, goes to the New Orleans Saints. The 10th pick, Garrett Wilson, just went off the board to the Jets. 9th, Charles Cross to the Seahawks. 8th, Drake London to the Falcons. 7, Evan Neal to the Giants. 6, Ike Ekwonu to the Carolina Panthers. That puts the Minnesota Vikings on the clock with the 12th overall pick.
Detroit Lions. Detroit Lions are up.
There must have been a trade.
Another trade.
Quarterback?
Quarterback, D-line,
Let's go inside the war room, presented by Nashville Sheriff. The Davidson County Sheriff's Office is hiring correctional officers. Correctional officers call 615-862-8170. TD, you think this is for a quarterback? And the pick is already in.
I mean, if they move from
Kenny
32
Pickett.
to 12, I would imagine it's for a quarterback.
Who you think it is?
I think it's for a receiver.
I think it's Kenny Pickett.
Because there's only one receiver left.
Who?
Jamison Williams.
Yeah. I
don't know that they could afford to do that, though.
I don't think any of these quarterbacks in this class in 3 years will be better than Jared Goff.
You don't like quarterbacks, do you?
2 OSU wide receivers picked in the same draft all-time first round. Don't see Chris Sanders up there.
I was in the third round.
And made the all-rookie team.
With 35 catches.
Give it to me. You only had 35 catches.
But I had over 843 yards.
And then Derek came and took all your thunder.
He took all the thunder, man. Hey, Derek was balling, man. I say Kenny Pickett.
Yo, Kurt Warner has got to get rid of that goatee.
Yeah, that's bad. That's Colonel Sanders level.
Really? That's my nickname in high school.
Colonel Sanders.
Yeah.
Was it really?
Yeah, Colonel Sanders.
It was like pass complete to the Colonel for a first down.
Oh, somebody's screaming. Something going on. Man, I think the Titans are looking good to get somebody that's really good.
Nobody's gone off the board, though.
Yeah, it's still just the regular as expected, honestly.
I mean, I would be really disappointed if the Lions do take a receiver here because I really like their future with Khalif Raymond and Josh Reynolds.
Man, this dude, man.
Hey, one time on a pregame show, we were talking about Khalif Raymond, and I don't know why I remember this, but Chris was so excited to lean over and go,
No.
And everybody loves him.
No. You was talking good about him in when he had a good camp.
Oh, I liked him. It's like a slot.
But then one pass he drops in the game, you're like, get him out of there.
No, you know what I realized? Tannehill was the problem because he goes with Jared Goff, and all of a sudden he's a new man. TD knows what I'm talking about with Khalif Raymond.
What's that?
That he gets with Jared Goff, and all of a sudden he's a new man.
Oh, yeah, man.
How many catches did he have?
A lot more than he ever had here.
He had a couple 100-yard games,
Oh, did he?
too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was arguing with Joe last year that the Titans could have gotten what they got out of Julio from Khalif Raymond. And Joe was all like, oh, that's so not true. And like the next game, it was like Khalif Raymond, 75-yard touchdown pass from Jared Goff. And I was like, see?
Jared, yeah.
I'm a Jared Goff fan. What were the details of that trade? I didn't see. I was talking.
I'm still trying to find it.
Oh, here it is. So Minnesota gets 32nd, 34, and a third next year. And the Lions get, or a third this year. The Lions get 12 and a second this year, but it's later than the second they had. It's like 12 spots later. So what do we think? All right, kick it around before we get here. Who do we think?
It will be.
I say quarterback.
It's not going to be a quarterback.
Well, you guys are cheating now because you're waiting for him to announce it.
It's not.
To the podium.
Oh, receiver. There it is.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 12th pick to the Detroit
Wow,
Lions.
that's wow.
Told you.
With the 12th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jamison Williams.
That's huge. That's huge.
Told you.
So the Vikings are at 32, right?
Yes.
Now that hurts the Titans because the Lions were a team that would have been in play as far as wanting to jump ahead for a quarterback. So that hurts their ability to trade down.
But you know who could take a quarterback now and get the fifth-year option with the 32nd pick? I mean, Cousins is signed for this year and next year.
Yeah.
So you could take a guy, you could take Willis, sit him for 2 years, like McNair, and then
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
and you could say, like, hey, like if you draft a guy at 32 as opposed to drafting a guy at 4, if you draft a guy at 32, say he's sitting the bench for 2 years. Fans will be okay with that.
It's almost like what the Ravens did with Lamar and Flacco.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's what Minnesota did with Bridgewater in 14 was they moved back in and they took Bridgewater to get the 5th year. So up next we got Philadelphia, followed by Baltimore, Houston, Washington, the Chargers. I almost said the Clippers. Philadelphia again. New Orleans again. Pittsburgh, Green Bay, Arizona, Dallas, Buffalo, and then the Titans. This Titans update brought to you by Farm Bureau Health Plans. Plan for your health, dental, and vision coverage with Farm Bureau Health Plans. Any thoughts on any changing for the Titans?
Well, it goes back to what we said. You know, this quarterback situation is going to be interesting. You're still seeing it's basically the same as far as players being pushed down to them. I mean, it's not like there's any changes, any new.
Same players are going just a different order.
Yeah.
Do you think by Detroit moving to 12 to take a receiver who's probably not going to help them until next year? And who was their first pick today?
Hutchinson.
Well, he's going to help right away. Do you think that is more of a commitment to Jared Goff?
I think it's a commitment to Goff. I think Williams will have somewhat of an impact. There goes that route.
Where you at?
I think he'll have an impact.
He looks like he's
this year.
ice skating on the football field.
Dude,
Look, did you see the way he pulled away just now?
No, wait until you see the chop and go, man.
Look, this is the video. So this is what he's doing right now. And I know, he's going to have to do other stuff, but, I mean, you're doing cone drills and high knees, pushing the sled.
He's not going to be ready. I mean, no disrespect.
You know how soon that is after the
yeah, but the thing about it is you're doing everything
Trade.
going straight.
Another trade.
Eagles up to 13. Who was originally 13?
Well,
They got a
no,
receiver.
the Eagles moved out of 13. I mean, the Eagles. Wait.
The Eagles moved up to 13.
Yeah, they moved up to 13 because it was the Texans at 13. The Texans were at 13.
Who do we think the Eagles are going with?
We got to get them to put ESPN on one of these.
I know, man. It's all good.
What's your beef with NFL
I
Network?
think you go DL wide receiver corner.
It's slow. It's slow. Like the trade. Like they're not showing the trade. We got to.
Yeah, it's lagging.
ESPN's a commercial right now. That's why they're not showing anything interesting.
Well, the network, they're not showing the details of the trade. The Eagles had pick 15 and 18. So
the Eagles are on the
Who
clock now.
who is at 14? The Ravens?
The Ravens.
Yep,
What do we think the
Ravens.
Ravens would do? Because the
I
Eagles
think-
are clearly trying to jump the Ravens.
if the Eagles don't go Jermaine Johnson, I think the Ravens go Jermaine Johnson. Now, as far as what the Eagles do, I could see them going Johnson, honestly.
Zion.
Yeah. Or, I mean, Hamilton could be in play, too. They just lost Rodney McLeod, who went to the Colts.
Who was the Eagles' first pick?
They haven't picked
They
yet.
traded for the Saints.
They traded it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they traded with the Saints. That deal was earlier this month.
Could it be for pinning the tackle? Because he's the last
No,
tackle.
they don't
dog,
need
man.
tackle. They just paid the former rugby player.
Wide receiver or DB?
And Lane Johnson's there, too.
Or DL.
Wide receiver or DB?
Yeah.
Well, the wide receivers are gone.
No, you got Burks. Burks is
They're
still
not
there.
gonna take Burks.
Yeah, but
You got
with the 13th pick.
You got Jahan Dotson. I'm just throwing names out there. I'm just throwing receivers out there.
This is Kyle Hamilton. That's what I think this is. It's either Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah, they still need help.
Kyle Hamilton or Jermaine Johnson.
Because they're still trying to figure out if Jalen Hurts the guy. Yeah.
I don't think they have a quarterback problem.
No, Philly, no.
Yeah, but you love Jalen because he opened up to you on Talking with TD.
Really?
I liked him before then, honestly.
What?
He I will kid you not.
That was the whole
He got
reason
on Talking
I got
with
him.
TD, and he freaking opened up. It was like Oprah's couch
He's like,
with Jalen Hurts.
The trust was there, man. You got to develop trust.
It literally was like Oprah's couch. It's like TD's like, so how did that make you feel?
There's only been two defensive backs taken, right?
Yeah.
Stingley.
That's because
Gardner.
there's not a premium on those.
man,
No.
It's not a
There's
premium.
premium.
It's not a
There's two in the
premium
top
until
five.
it's a premium.
As far as the Jalen Hurts thing, the black quarterback, that's something I take personally.
absolutely.
And these are guys that get over-critiqued.
Yep.
So what better way to understand and get a viewpoint of how much they get over-critiqued than to have Jalen Hurts on there?
Yep.
And this is a guy, when he came out of Oklahoma, he got better 3 consecutive years as a passer.
Yeah.
Oh, he was much better at Oklahoma than he was at
he
Alabama.
went from run-heavy to a passing offense, and all of a sudden the numbers were ridiculous. So I think, you look at what this guy, Pete Prisco, said about Malik Willis, that he's more of a running back than a quarterback
wrong,
and all
man.
that.
Pete Prisco said that?
Yeah.
That's terrible,
Yeah, you
man.
look at Bill Polian, who called Lamar Jackson a running back.
That's crazy.
Now, nobody's calling Sam Howell a running back.
Yep.
Bill Polian did.
Or Kenny Pickett.
Well, he went to the well a couple times. All I'm saying is, there's a different set of eyes that's put on the black quarterback. So I wanted to really open up and give him a shot to
Dude, when I was in Louisville, Teddy Bridgewater was coming out, and I forget who it was. I'm watching TV, and they were like, that Bridgewater, he's like more of the mobile quarterback that runs. I'm like, no, he does not.
Not at all.
Like Byron Leftwich is not running like guys.
They said the same thing about Dwayne Haskins, rest in peace. Stephen A. Smith. Hey,
He
come
wasn't
on.
a running quarterback.
He wasn't a running quarterback. So this is the Eagles' pick is in.
You think it's a DB?
I said cornerback.
Well, and I'll use another example. Like, they never talk about the white quarterbacks, that it's like Tannehill is probably a better running quarterback than half the league, right?
He's second in the league in rushing touchdowns from
Yeah,
quarterbacks.
but nobody ever talks about that.
Yeah. It's a plus for Tannehill.
Okay, so the Texans went from 13 to 15.
Wait a minute, there's 2 picks in.
A 4th and 2/5 to move up.
What is going on?
The Ravens must have made their pick.
They made both.
quickly.
It's 2 picks. I mean, it's 2 picks at the same time.
I say Kyle Hamilton and then.
Oh, it's because of commercial.
Oh.
This is not me tipping. This is me
wow.
saying I think it's going to be Kyle Hamilton and Jermaine Johnson.
They might have just jumped the Ravens for no reason. Oh, Roger, we just had commercial. We don't need all these people up here.
I'm saying they need to get ESPN on. They got the hockey game on both.
I mean, ESPN showing Roger hugging these people we don't know either. I have the high school kids out here to celebrate high school
select
football.
here at number 13, and here's Commissioner Goodell, ready to go.
Joining me for the Eagles pick are 6 high school tackle and flag football captains from teams across Clark County and Las Vegas.
Ooh.
Was it crazy?
Yeah. I had this player at this slot, but not to this team.
They truly exemplify the NFL's values of respect,
Ravens ran to the
integrity,
clock.
resiliency,
Okay,
and
this is a
responsibility
Titans
to their
one right here.
teams. Congratulations to all of you on
There
your
you go right here.
accomplishments and good
That
luck
one
on
was
the upcoming
expected.
season.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
The Houston Texans have traded
Oh, okay.
These
the
are 2
13th
picks
pick to
that
the Philadelphia
were going to.
Eagles.
Both of these guys were going to be gone.
with the 13th pick
But you think at that
in
slot,
the 2022 NFL Draft.
Before the Titans
The Philadelphia Eagles select Jordan Davis.
Hey, this
Defensive
boy right
tackle.
here,
Hey, he can play
Georgia.
now.
he's a one-man wrecking machine.
right?
Goodness.
That's a big boy, man.
You put him next to Fletcher Cox.
Man.
Were they worried about the Ravens taking him, though? Clearly
Yeah.
they were, or else they
Yeah.
would have jumped him. But
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of talk of pairing him with Calais Campbell. Calais Campbell is there one more year, right? And you look at they didn't re-sign Brandon Williams, who was the anchor, so they had a need there. Looked like he got a ribbon wrapped around himself. But yeah, this is a play. You're talking about a big guy that can move. A lot of pass rushing potential is there. I like the pick, and I think letting him work alongside Fletcher Cox is going to be good and learn from him. And then also Javon Hargrave is a really good player as well. So that interior part, look at he ready.
Hey, you gonna eat your cornbread?
He ready.
dude, what
You gonna
is
eat your
that?
cornbread?
That's
Exactly.
That's like a Red Stripe beer, It's like,
Yeah.
Hey, that's something I would wear.
He walking like he an old boy from Green Mile, man.
I have no response to that. I totally have nothing to do with that. Camera, I just want you to know I had nothing to do
I'm
with
talking
that.
about the Giant. The Giant in Green Mile.
Yeah, what are you
R.I.P. to that guy, by the way.
Boy, that's a suit that I would wear right
Hey,
there.
man, I'm telling you.
Nah, I wouldn't rock
No,
that.
When I
I'm just
watched the
saying,
boys
that's how
play
my
at
gear
Georgia,
was.
man, him, Davis, and that interior line,
Wyatt.
man,
They're bringing it.
I'll say this, though. If Jamison Williams doesn't get hurt, I think Alabama wins the championship.
I believe that.
yeah.
I
Because
believe
Jamison Williams is killing people out there.
But you know what they say about your aunt, right?
I know.
If your aunt had, hey, listen,
Hey, you can say it on the street, TD.
Come on, man.
well, leave it alone.
Stop it.
That's why I just said, hey, listen.
Hey, shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
I just said, hey, listen, let it be.
Ravens are on the clock. The pick is in, but we'll probably have about 45 minutes. Albert Haynesworth
Albert.
comparison.
Ooh,
I've seen that before.
that's a big
It's
man.
a one-man
That's a
game
big-
record.
that
Let
dude
me
is-
tell you something about Albert Haynesworth. Albert Haynesworth on a Titans team that had a bunch of great freaking players. Albert Haynesworth might have been the most talented player on the team.
Oh, no doubt. He's a game wrecker.
Look at this big fella, man.
He can run, too. Man.
And he
Look at
can move.
Yeah.
You talking about 341 pounds, man, coming at you.
Man.
Look at that. Slicing through. And then at that size going, like, this is a team, the Eagles, man, I wouldn't screen against them. I would not run screens against them because you got Hargrave,
Barnett.
you got him, and you
Barnett.
got Fletcher Cox, all three interior guys who will go get a screen, man. They'll run it
Is
down.
Barnett still there?
Barnett is there. They brought him back for another
Yeah,
year.
he can run, man.
Yeah, he just
Lazy. I mean, I say that respectfully, but he's lazy.
you know how some
How
guys
can you say that respectfully?
I'm
You
just
just
being
call a
nice,
spade
man,
a spade.
because I never want to disrespect somebody's ability. You know what I'm saying?
so you got reword work ethic.
With all due respect.
Work ethic.
His work ethic lacks.
Work
There you go.
I don't mean to disrespect him, but he's a bum and he sucks.
I don't mean like that. Man, y'all are crazy, man. All right, here we go. Who we got now? Dang.
The Ravens.
The Ravens made their pick.
And then Texas,
Oh, hold
too.
on. They just show the draft room with the board up there on TV?
Well,
That's Mel Kiper's room.
No. They showed the board like 5 seconds ago, and you could see like a bunch of names on the wall.
Oh, yeah?
yeah, there's a couple because Houston, Texas are in too. Man, if Malik is sitting at 26, do we get him? Yes or no?
I think there's a good chance Malik will be there.
That's what I'm
Exactly,
saying.
yeah.
But do you get him?
Steelers at 20. I think that's when he's gone.
No, I think the Steelers are lying. I think the Steelers want everyone to think that they want Malik so that they can draft Pickett.
Yeah. He just fits that scheme.
So what they do, they said Mike Tomlin, they said, Mike, go stalk Malik. And everybody will think that we're going to take Malik. And then they don't take Malik. That's my theory.
I got you. So we got Houston,
Yep.
Washington,
Los Angeles.
Chargers, Eagles, then the Saints again.
Ooh,
Okay.
it's going to be interesting. At 26, baby.
We're still so far
Chargers are gonna
away from the
take
Titans pick, though,
Will.
to start,
I don't
like,
care.
counting them down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
What? You said the Chargers? I'm going to take
Oh.
Talk to me. Talk to me.
This one, the pick after this is going to impact the Titans.
Why don't you just tell me, cuz?
This is going to impact the Titans.
They're going to have to deal next year's one to move up.
Oh. Hey. Oh. But there's still a dog there, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, listen, you got the other one.
Yeah.
The other one.
You better. Other one. But do you do something and move up a couple of slots to get that other cat? I can't say his name.
Yeah, I mean.
What do you do?
Nah, I think you could wait. Dadgummit.
Yeah, that's going to affect the Titans.
Yeah.
Well, I could take.
What about the other cat that we
It's almost like the Texans pick that's after the Ravens pick is already in. And it's almost as if that pick is going to be somebody that everybody wants to take.
With the 14th
That's
pick
exactly the case.
in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Kyle Hamilton.
He's good, man.
Defensive back,
He's
Notre
good.
Dame.
He's good, man.
All right, time to go to the War Room, which is presented by the Nashville Sheriff. Davidson County Sheriff's Office is hiring correctional officers. Correctional officers, call 615-862-8170. All right, we're on a stream. Should we tip the pick?
Yeah, go ahead. You can do it. I ain't got nothing to do with that.
The Texans are picking. They're on the clock right now. I have a good idea, and by good idea, I mean 100% idea, who they're going to take. And Titan fans aren't going to like it. Should I tip the pick?
No.
Okay, we'll wait. We'll wait 6 minutes.
Why do those people like that?
I know.
Why you do those people like that, man?
Oh,
At first, when you showed me the tweet,
no,
Chris
yes.
or Derek,
Yeah.
I thought that it said instead of Texans, Titans, and I was like, oh my God, they traded?
Oh, okay. Boy.
Oh, yeah, you knew that wasn't going to work.
Whoa. Are you serious?
Yeah. Well, what happened? Is it?
Well, that's now, right? Like, that's not part of the draft, is it?
Yeah, but he didn't want to be there anyway.
No. He was their
So,
guy.
According to Phil Yates. Okay, here we go. According to Phil Yates, the Ravens have traded Marquise Brown and pick number 100 to the Cardinals for pick 23.
So Hollywood Brown for what?
And pick 100
For 23?
for 23.
Last year, he didn't want to be there anyway, did he?
I'm surprised that that combination of Hollywood Brown and Lamar Jackson is being broken up.
You know what it is, though? Here's what it is. They're getting ahead of Tennessee, they're getting ahead of Green Bay, and they're getting ahead of Kansas City. And they're getting Treylon Burks.
They want a bigger receiver.
They're getting Burks.
Yeah.
Because
Baltimore
Lamar
wants the bigger receiver.
is not deep. Accuracy is a problem for Lamar.
Yeah.
You know, and so what you do is you get the short guy. How many times have I told you A.J. Brown would be the perfect receiver for Lamar Jackson? Because, like, they can get him open and throw him the ball. They are doing this. They are trading Hollywood Brown to get ahead of Tennessee, Green Bay, and Kansas City. Because everyone knows Green Bay's got to go wide receiver because they don't have any. And everyone knows Kansas City's got to go wide receiver because they don't have any. But wait a minute, no. Because Green Bay has the one pick before Baltimore picks. So this will guarantee them either Dotson or Burks. Oh, it's bad for the Titans. Unless the Titans want a quarterback, then it's good for the Titans.
You do not like Tannehill, do you?
I didn't say I wanted a quarterback.
Yes, you did.
When?
You said you do want. You said you don't like Tannehill.
I mean, I believe it is time to move on.
But who can on this list? Who can come in and take his position on the list that we have with Ritter and all those guys?
I hope someone could. Don't assume someone could, but I hope so. Hollywood Brown essentially for the 23rd overall pick.
Yeah.
Now, they haven't had a 1,000-yard receiver in a
Hollywood
long time,
Brown.
and Hollywood Brown was their 1,000-yard receiver.
Oh, my God.
we're going to see a run on them.
Absolutely.
But it's not the one that you expect.
But we need to jump up and do something though.
But I think
we need to jump up and do
Second pick
something.
of this first round. And
Here's
here
the Texans.
With the 15th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kenyon Green,
They need offensive
guard,
line.
Texas
It's
A&M.
first go.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you got to look at it.
Out of
They
Humboldt,
still can
Texas,
get
in the
their
Houston
guy. Burks is
area.
gonna go before
Two-time
the Titans.
consensus All-American, can play a bunch of positions.
So,
Started every game his
Green's
freshman year
out.
at right guard. Moved
So
to
now
left
time
guard
to
as a
go.
sophomore.
The Titans
Started at
update
4
presented by
different
Farm Bureau Health
positions.
Plans. Plan for your health, dental, and vision coverage. Kenyon Green. A lot of people thought that was the Titans pick. A lot of people. I don't think anybody had Kenyon Green at 15.
Not at all.
He goes to the Texans. What do we make of it? What does it mean for the Titans, TD?
Well, that means that your top remaining interior guy, your guard, is Zion Johnson. Now, you could always go Tyler Linderbaum,
Trevor.
and you could move him to guard and have him eventually come over and play center. Trevor Penning, I think he goes to the Chargers in a few picks. Two more picks.
Yeah, they're 17.
Washington's pick is in. So I think, and the Chargers are on the clock, I think he goes there. It could equal somebody like Pickett. So you look at these quarterbacks, right? So I don't see. I mean, the Saints maybe, the Steelers. I think they'll take one of the two quarterbacks. But after that, there's nobody that's even in the picture to take a quarterback before the Titans do.
Boy,
so
Malik Willis is there.
that could leave Malik Willis or Kenny Pickett there. Almost definitely Desmond Ritter.
So
do you have a team that wants to move up? Or do you want to take Malik Willis at 26 would be very, very interesting.
It'll be a quarterback controversy tomorrow.
I didn't see.
2 o'clock.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
No, I didn't either.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I didn't either. I didn't either.
So Washington.
I thought that was more of a second-round thing.
Do you think that shocked Vrabel?
What?
The Kenyon Green at 15. Do you think the Titans were shocked on the board with that?
I don't think these guys get shocked, honestly. I don't think so. I think they
You
have
don't think there's some moments in that draft room where you're like, oh, God. You know, like when someone makes a bad
Dexter
pick?
Lawrence.
Floyd used to
what I
call
mean?
them bonus picks. So, like, you have, like, oh, yeah, this guy's going to go. And then someone takes someone stupid, and it's like, bonus pick.
Yeah. I think you have a pretty good idea. Lord have mercy. And that one, that's the one I did the most work on. I had my complete everything set on Kenyon Green.
Oh, yeah, you knew that when you wrote down that Kenyon Green was, prepared for the ESPN.com story about Kenyon Green going to the Titans, you knew that meant that Kenyon Green was 100% not going to go to the Titans.
Yep.
Was that Jamin Davis last year from Kentucky? Was he any good?
Did he go? I think he was a starter.
Here's what I think we should do.
What's up?
So the Texans have taken Kenyon Green. I think we should take about a 3-4 minute break. We'll take a little bit of a break, and we'll come right back once they get back to the picking and everything else, and we'll recap everything. Live from Third and Home in Germantown, Nashville's Bar with a Ballpark. Jared, Chris, TD, D-Mace, ESPN 102.5 The Game on the digital channels. And with that, Caroline, we'll go to break. I said, and with that, we'll go to break.
Are you serious?
No, that's got to be fake.
What did I say? I've told y'all that. I said the same. I was on your side.
Are you serious?
Oh, my God.
What
All
did I
right,
tell
Caroline,
you?
we ready?
Wow.
Yeah, we're going. Let's go.
Are you serious?
What did I tell you?
All right, we're back. We're back on the show.
God.
So that Adam
Wow,
Schefter is
unreal.
reporting that the Titans are trading A.J. Brown
Wow.
to the Eagles,
Wow.
and the Tennessee Titans
Wow.
are on the clock.
Oh, my God.
What do you getting their receiver?
Who they going to get a receiver?
The Chargers are on the clock.
Who you think?
The Titans, Burks. They're going to get Burks.
But, boy, A.J. Brown, I'm confused.
But I mean, I've been discussing this for the last 2 weeks.
But, I don't know. Let me just drink my muscle. But I thought it was going to be
Elijah, what have I been saying for the last 2 weeks?
I thought it was going to be the Jets, though.
I've said that for the last 2 weeks.
I mean, isn't 18? That's not enough for A.J. Brown, is it?
Wow, that dude.
They didn't want to. They didn't want to pay him more than what he was asking for.
Let me ask you a question.
So
Chargers are at the clock.
They're going to take Trayvon Burks. They got it.
It's going to be Trayvon Burks. Chargers are who the Chargers take?
Goodell.
Goodell.
Wow.
Oh, crap. Zion
With
Johnson
the
to the Chargers.
17th pick in the 2022 NFL
Holy
Draft,
crap.
the Los Angeles Chargers select Zion Johnson.
It's going to be a buzzsaw tomorrow.
All right, hold on. Titans on the clock.
Wow, unbelievable.
Here comes that word versatility again.
Got
He played both guard and
If it's
tackle
not
at
Trayvon Burks, I
BC.
wanna see
Didn't give
what,
up a single pressure.
Jared does.
All right. I mean, I'm just kind of rolling with you guys.
Yeah.
Your reactions to A.J. Brown to
Unreal.
the Eagles for the 18th pick. Derek, go.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, eventually it was going to come to a
Absolutely.
head because there were too many things going on with him. And I believe the Titans just got tired of it.
Yep.
They knew they were not going to be able – they were not going to pay him $25 million. I've said this before. His true number is $18 million based upon what he's doing. The market says he's getting 22. The Titans were not going to pay. He wanted 25. The Titans were not going to pay him 25. They just were not going to do that because they know they got to pay other people moving down the line. He wanted to get paid, which I've always said, listen, you're only worth as much as a team is going to pay you.
Absolutely.
He wanted to get paid as a bona fide number one on anybody's team. But his numbers, the production, the inconsistencies,
The injuries.
the injuries didn't match up.
Absolutely.
I looked at
He's
you
really
look at
close
his
with
Hurts.
Hurts was at his party.
And Hurts was thrown with him this past weekend.
Yeah.
Chris Sanders, your reaction?
AJ did this, and I he did this.
Guess what? They play the Eagles this year.
Yeah,
too.
and when you're throwing it when you're throwing it to Hurts and all that, you're basically saying I don't want to be here. I mean, you're basically saying that. And when you're saying that, J-Rob and Mike Vrabel don't want no riffraff on his team. So when you start doing that on Twitter and Instagram and all that stuff, erasing Tennessee, I know it's a small thing, but AJ did this basically saying, I don't want to be here. And if you don't want to be on this team, Mike Vrabel is going to get you out of here.
Yep.
Period.
It's the old New England.
Absolutely.
New England Patriots.
They don't care
It's
who you
Deion
are.
Branch
That's
all over.
exactly what it is. Get up out of here.
We don't want you here.
That's it. Everybody blowing my phone up now. But they're doing it the Patriots way.
Pick is in on the Titans at 18. What do we think about the pick here?
It's Traylon Burks. It's Traylon.
You think it's Burks over Penning?
Lord have mercy. It's Penning, and they still have the 26th pick. It's Trevor
so they got
Penning.
2 first-round picks.
Yeah.
It's Trevor Penning.
And they get a third at pick 101 from the Eagles. So here's the trade.
My prediction is Trevor
The Titans
Penning.
have received the 18th overall pick and the 101st pick, another third, in exchange for A.J. Brown.
They get?
The Titans are on the clock. The pick is in. They're not going to announce it on TV because they went to commercial. Wow. Now,
I'm going to tell you something.
we'll get back to A.J. in a second. What should they do with the 18th pick, Derek?
They're going to have to replace him. They're going to have to get a wide receiver. Traylon Burks is still there for them to get. Is he A.J. Brown? No, but he brings that physicality to what they want to do. He is the prototypical receiver they want for this scheme that they're running.
To me, he's A.J., but he's a 4.55, and
He's a
A.J.
less
was a
explosive
4.49.
AJ.
Yeah,
That's really what it boils down to, man.
But-
he's a less explosive AJ.
But, TD, they get him for the cheap for the next 3 years.
Yep.
Yeah.
Chris, your thoughts on this 18th
But the
pick?
only thing that I'm kind of concerned about is now you have a rookie wide receiver coming in, and everybody's talking about the quarterback position with Tannehill. That's the only thing I'm concerned about. But you
got a rookie wide receiver, and you got a receiver that's an ACL.
Absolutely.
You're going to have to pick a receiver.
You're going to have to do something because.
See, I am so bothered.
What's that?
By the 4.55.
Dude, and it's route running.
I'm
not
bothered by the 4.55. I'm bothered by his shuttle run. His shuttle was
change
slow.
the directions.
Change the direction, in and out of breaks. It wasn't fast.
His 20-yard was 2.65. His shuttle was 4.40.
That's not good. But it's kind of the same situation with DK Metcalf. He had kind of the similar numbers, but he was explosive down the field. But he's not as fast as DK Metcalf. So it's going to be interesting. D-Mace, I agree with you. You got Woods, you got him, and you got Tannehill that everybody wants to run out of town.
What did you think it was? What did you think it was that led to the trade?
His attitude.
I think it's the last two things that happened.
Absolutely.
I think the whole thing with Debo's mom, I think it was that. I think that probably sent John over the roof.
What?
I think that sent John like, listen, we can't continue to have it. And then I don't even think it was so much of him working out with Jalen Hurts.
Okay. Can I say something a little bit on that? Look at what J. Rob said. He said, we don't foresee.
That's what I
foresee. That means I don't want you here.
We talked about that. He never said no.
I don't want you here.
I don't know about you guys. I'm done listening to anything John Robinson ever has to say. Like, this to me was the moment of now, like, okay, they're just going to lie. And we knew they were lying, like, did they lie in the press conference? I heard the wording. I debated the word foresee for 2 hours on the radio. But, I mean, to me, John Robinson, you can't believe a word this man says. And I'm fine with that. That's how this works.
It's going to be interesting, boss.
This one.
This is interesting.
Okay, now with that being said.
So do you go tackle?
Does that roll the clock back on Ryan Tannehill?
No, get him out of here.
You
can't do it.
You gave away his best receiver.
And you got Robert Woods.
You got a guy that's coming off an ACL. That has to set the clock back for Ryan Tannehill.
Absolutely.
I can't believe they did this. I mean, so here's my thought on this pick, though. Here's my thought on this pick.
I'm not surprised.
There's one tackle left, and there's one receiver left, and you can only have one, because whoever's coming to the Titans in this pick, whichever one's the other guy will not be available at 26. So this is my theory.
Wow.
Is you pick right now. Do you want the tackle or do you want the receiver?
I'm taking the receiver.
Do you want the tackle or the receiver?
I want the tackle, but you got to go with receiver.
Do you want the tackle or do you want the receiver?
I take the tackle, get a receiver a bit later.
I agree.
You can move out of 26.
I agree. I think this should be Trevor Penning. I think it will be Treylon Burks. Here comes Goodell.
The entire season without Derrick Henry. That team still was the number one seed in the AFC. You figure they're not that far away. They've traded away A.J. Brown. Who do they go after now? Here's the commissioner.
The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 18th pick to the Tennessee Titans.
Wow. Yep.
With the 18th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Treylon Burks, wide receiver, Arkansas.
All right. Wow. The Titans pick presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans. Plan for your health, dental, and vision coverage. Farm Bureau Health Plans. Derek Mason, your reaction. Treylon Burks with the 18th overall pick to the Tennessee Titans.
Well, they had to replace A.J. Brown. And they're doing it in a fashion that, now listen, he's not A.J. Brown. He's not as fast as A.J. Brown. He's not as quick as A.J. Brown. But what he does that A.J. Brown does so well is that when he gets the ball in his hands, he breaks tackles.
Right.
What I'm concerned about him is I don't think he's a good route runner.
Nope.
He's not quick.
Nope.
But the Tennessee Titans, for the next 3 years, get him on a rookie contract. So they don't have to pay the $22 to $25 million for a receiver. I don't think the Tennessee Titans were ever going to pay $25 million for a receiver. They just wasn't. They were not.
Yeah, you go to my other receiver.
Yeah, you got to remember, too, this is not a senior. He's a true junior. So he still needs to play a lot of more football. So, You know, I understand the situation, but you still got a young guy that's still learning how to run routes. I understand he catches the ball vertical, but in this league, you're going to have to run routes. If you can't run routes and you're just running deep balls, I learned that by experience, they're going to put a safety over top and take you out. So you got other receivers on this roster. You got Des Fitzpatrick, you got Robert Woods, you got Racey McMath, you got Josh Malone, you got Mason Kinsey.
Those guys suck.
That's what I'm saying. So he's going to have to learn quickly. They don't have no time for him to sit around a year or two. He's got to play right away, and that's what I'm kind of concerned about.
A defensive coach in the SEC just texted me and said, why did the Titans trade A.J. to draft A.J.?
Save money.
Yeah, cheaper money. That's good.
Here's my theory on it. They didn't want to deal with A.J.'s attitude.
No.
That's what they
100%.
did not want to deal with A.J.'s attitude.
Nope.
It's one thing if I got to pay you. It's another thing if I have to worry about your injuries. But if I got to deal with your freaking attitude when I'm trying to give you $20 million a year and you're not interested in it, now that's too much for me to deal with. That's all I can come up with.
The only thing I'm concerned about is what J. Rob said. He said he's our guy. We love him. And, you know, Vrabel said the exact same thing. But when it comes down to what's better for the team, I think they went with Treylon Burks.
I'm just shocked.
I'm shocked
really
there.
shocked.
I mean,
You know what's crazy? This is maybe the biggest Patriot way decision the Titans have made.
100%.
Since John Robinson became the general manager and they bring in Mike Vrabel to coach, my bad, I think I'm on your leg or something like that.
Sorry.
But since they did this, since they went with Vrabel and Robinson, the Patriot, this is the most Patriot way move that they've made, which is just discard the guy and go get the next one. And that's what they've done with this. Are the Titans a worse football team today because of this move?
they didn't get better. I'll tell you that.
No.
They did not get better.
Okay.
But it goes back to Vrabel and John Robinson. Listen, if you're making this much of a fuss, then you don't want to be here. And we don't want you if you don't want to be here.
Did AJ make that much of a fuss?
Yes.
Yes.
They're not used to that. They're not used to What did Derrick Henry do before he got his big contract? Did Derrick Henry say anything?
Nothing.
Not a thing. He went about his business.
Tannehill didn't say anything?
Tannehill did not say. Bayer, did he say anything?
Nope.
Bayer did not say a thing. Did Landry say anything? Did not say a thing.
Though LaJuan did.
I'm just
Yes,
I'm in
LaJuan
shock.
did.
Yeah.
But
I'm really in
they
shock.
But he
knew they
produced, though.
needed LaJuan.
Okay.
Like they truly needed LaJuan.
I'm in shock.
When you're missing 3 and 4 games each year, you don't pay a guy that type of money. You just don't.
They just traded away probably the most valuable offensive player on the team.
Yeah, but
No, Derrick Henry is.
Derrick Henry is, absolutely.
See, don't say that.
I
Do not say that. Y'all so
they
quickly
didn't have
forget
A.J.
about
Brown.
Derrick Henry.
Let me
Derrick
say
Henry.
this.
Y'all so quickly forget about Derrick Henry.
They had Derrick Henry against the Jets.
No.
He ran for
again.
150 yards, and they lost. They didn't have A.J. Brown in that game.
Was it Derrick Henry's fault?
It was the lack of A.J. Brown.
No. Was it Derrick Henry's fault?
How's that making his fault?
It wasn't the defense fault.
No,
Absolutely.
They're not as good without
They
A.J.
let
Brown.
Corey Davis go off on them.
Man.
Okay?
I'm just
it's
telling
Derrick
you.
Henry's team.
San
Derrick
Francisco.
Henry's
They don't
team.
have
Hey,
that blast.
Derrick
Henry
Henry
got
didn't
it
play
again.
against the Rams.
Huh?
Derrick Henry didn't play against San Francisco.
But
Last I checked, those were
listen.
the two best teams in the AFC last year, right? Or NFC last year, right?
Listen, AJ,
And they beat them both without
AJ
Derrick
Brown
Henry.
is a good
They
receiver.
can't beat him without AJ.
But he's, in my opinion, he's not in the top 15. Top 15
I think
receivers,
he's like
not.
right there at like 15, 13, 12, somewhere around there.
But the money that he wants and the fuss that he made, I mean, spit on you. The fuss that he made, I mean, it's just crazy like that. Listen, it all goes back to A.J. Brown did this. I'm telling you, he did this by the stuff that he did on Instagram, by the attitude he was bringing, by, I know you made it a big deal by him taking Tennessee off of his Instagram or whatever. But though they look at things like that, and if you don't want to be here, they're going to do it the Patriots way, and they're going to get your behind out of here.
Do you think that the taking the Tennessee off Instagram or Twitter was a big deal?
To us, it wasn't.
No. I'm talking about to them.
Absolutely, because basically what you're saying is, I don't want to be on this team.
D-Mace, do you think that taking Do you think that taking the Instagram or taking the Tennessee off Twitter was a big deal? And that led to this?
With the 19th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Trevor Penning.
Look, I told you had to either take the receiver or the tackle.
The operative word here, Mel, is big. He's 6'7", plays with an edge. Out of Clear Lake, Iowa, impressed.
They felt it was childish, and it was just one thing on top of another.
Yep.
And it got to a point where I think they went to the owner and was like, "Listen, we need to trade him," and she gave them the okay to trade him. Because it became too much of a distraction. And what does Vrabel not like? Distractions.
But
no, it's for real, man.
He does not like distractions. If this was some other coach, then possibly, yes.
As somebody who, I think we can all agree, amplifies the distractions around the Titans, me. I didn't feel like AJ's, I didn't feel like that was that much of a distraction.
But it's the culture.
Unless the Debo's mom thing was planned and the Titans found out about it, I don't think what AJ did was that bad.
Yeah, but anything that...
I mean, I'm fine with trading. Don't make any statement of that, but
But anything that
no sacred cows for me, but
anything that disrupts the Patriot way culture, they're going to get you out of here. That's what they do. They're going to get you out of there. Any ripple that goes on, they don't want nothing to rock the boat of what they have. They don't care. They don't care who you are. And that started from the Patriots.
And then the whole, reposting what Tannehill posted and said bad timing. I mean, it's just stuff on top of things, and they just felt it was immature. It was too immature. They felt that, listen, he's not worth this much to be dealing with this. And if we give him some money, it's only going to get worse.
Man.
Just imagine they give him $25 million.
My God.
And he's only catching, in his run offense, he's only catching 4 or 5 balls a game.
Oh, I know.
Yep.
It's going to be a mess. And they didn't want that.
I agree.
I mean, I don't want to sit here and sound like TD. I think the Titans probably made the right call. I say this because I talked a lot about here. Now I have a couple questions with this. One, why didn't they take the 10th pick from the Jets? If the Jets were telling everybody that they were trying to offer the 10th overall pick for AJ or DK or Debo, why would the Titans not take the 10th overall pick from the Jets?
I don't think at the time they wanted to do that. I don't think they wanted to do that. Then it got to a point where the Jets was like, we're not doing anything. We're going to keep our picks and we're going to build that way.
Yep.
They had an opportunity to do it. The Titans were like, nope, we're signing them.
Man.
And the Jets was like, okay, now we're just going to go, we're going to do what we were going to do previously, build through the draft. So it took the Titans off the table. It took San Fran off the table.
Here's what I'm so perplexed by, too. The Titans went so out of their freaking way to tell us that they weren't going to trade AJ, right?
It's the wording, man. What happened?
AJ Brown, 4 years, $100 million. According to Albert Breer, 4 years, $100 million.
So it's $25 million a year.
$25 million a year.
The Titans weren't going to pay him that.
That's
the Titans were not going to give him $25 million.
Let me ask you this, D-Mace. Is he worth that?
Listen,
you're
worth as much as somebody going to pay you. But based on his production,
no.
The market says $22 million.
He's making more money than Stephon Diggs, and he ain't Stephon Diggs.
No, he's not.
It all depends on what it only takes one person, one team. It only takes one team to pay you.
Yeah, man, I'm perplexed.
So I'm happy he's getting his money, but the Titans were never going to pay that to him.
You know what else this is, too?
What's that?
This is a message to Jeffrey Simmons.
No.
That's a whole different ball game.
That's a different
Handle your business and take care of your business.
Jeff's not going to say anything.
That's my point.
Yeah.
It's a message to everybody else that says your money is not more important than the Tennessee Titans.
That's a good point, Jared. That's a great point.
I mean, this is
a great point. I think A.J. Brown did that to himself. I do.
I mean, listen.
I do.
I've said this before. I say either he's going to get his money with the Titans or he's going to get it with somebody else. He's gotten it with somebody else.
I just can't
he
believe.
talked his way out of Tennessee.
Yeah,
I just can't believe anything. I mean this. I just can't believe anything that John Robinson says anymore after this.
But you know what? I said that, but then I kind of thought about it and take it back. I think at that point they just did what's best for the team. You know what I'm saying? I bet you they were going in thinking that they didn't want to trade him or get rid of him.
Do you think before last Thursday when he said that he didn't foresee trading AJ, you don't think that he changed his mind about
As
that?
of just thinking about it now, no. I just think that they got to a point to where their agent's probably been talking and all that, saying we want $25 million, and they just said, we got to do what's best for the do what's best for the Tennessee Titans, and their best was getting rid of A.J. Brown and getting Trayvon Burks. So even though it looks bad and we got rid of a great player, I still think it was best for the team as I sit back and look at it.
Let me tell everybody that our draft board is presented by Social Furniture. We're live at 3rd and Home, Nashville's bar with a ballpark. And the War Room is presented by the Nashville Sheriff. The Davidson County Sheriff's Office is hiring correctional officers. Correctional officers, call 615-862-8170. And our prospect breakdowns are presented by Apple Collision Centers. The Steelers are on the clock. Franco Harris is reading the selection. No A.J. Brown. What's this say about Tannehill? Because we talked about A.J. Brown and his bitching. Well, Tannehill's been doing a lot of bitching. So what do we make of that?
Get out of here. Yep.
Let's see who the Steelers take here.
Pick it.
This season marks the 50th anniversary
we don't care,
of one
Roger
of the most
Goodell.
memorable moments in NFL history. During the final seconds of
It's
the
the 65th year of the
1972
Steelers.
AFC
Big freaking
divisional
whoop.
game,
Let's go.
Franco Harris made
Franco,
an
man.
improper
I like
catch.
Franco. They just traded
known as
A.J.
the
Brown.
immaculate
I'm running
reception.
intense over here.
It's going to be crazy tomorrow, Doc.
He here
Oh,
with
2
us
o'clock
tonight
tomorrow.
Oh, my
to
God.
celebrate
You'll
the
come on the show
50th
tomorrow, Chris?
anniversary of that
What,
moment.
2 o'clock
And to
tomorrow?
announce the pick
Yeah, I'll be there.
for the
Yeah,
Pittsburgh
absolutely.
Steelers. Please welcome Pro Football
I'll call
Hall of
in too.
Famer
Chris, tell us all
Franco
the crazy
Harris.
things you just said already.
This is incredible.
I can't believe it. I still cannot believe the Titans traded
Oh,
A.J.
my God.
Dude, he does not want to be here.
Hello, Las Vegas.
Come on, stop.
Wow. I love this. I love this.
I mean,
the
I guess
20th
Debo
pick
was right?
In
Like,
the 2022.
Oh, what happened? What happened?
Kenny Pickett. Hey, wait.
I told you.
The
Did I call
Okay,
it?
so the Steelers just took Kenny Pickett. TD is on the Zoom right now with Trayvon
Pickett.
Burks. I said they were sniffing Malik Willis's rear end as a complete smokescreen because they didn't want everyone to think that they were going Pickett. And the reason they're going Pickett is because they effed this up a couple years ago or 30 years ago when they didn't take Dan Marino.
Dude.
That's what this is. Dan
Well,
Marino
they-
was at Pittsburgh. They didn't take him. They're not letting it happen again.
He's in their backyard. They've seen him.
So
play.
is Dan Marino.
I'm saying they scouted him. They've seen him play. They know what he's about. It was a no-brainer to them. They needed a quarterback. It fell right in line with what they wanted
Dude,
to do.
the Titans might get a quarterback.
I
man.
think
Oh,
quarterback.
my gosh.
After
It
what
is
we've seen,
right
I think
there.
quarterback.
It is
and
right
that,
there.
that goes back to what I said.
Oh, my
Pickett's off the
goodness.
board. It could be Ritter.
It's going to be Ritter or it's going to be no, it's just going to be Ritter. I
But
think they're
here's
gonna
the
go
thing.
Ritter. Wow.
But I go back to this. I did not think AJ's bitching was that bad.
It doesn't matter how bad it is.
But let me say this.
Go ahead.
If AJ's complaining can get him shipped out of town, what's that mean for Tannehill's bullcrap last week?
Tannehill ain't going
He
nowhere.
ain't-
You
no,
said.
he ain't-
I
no.
mean, he's going to be gone next year.
But I'm talking about with this pick right here.
Wow.
Could the Titans tonight send the screw you to AJ and the screw you to Tannehill tonight?
No.
If they
man.
pick a quarterback.
That's my point.
Yeah, it's not a screw you. It's a you're on the clock now.
Oh, I think it's we're thinking about life without you now.
If you regress even more, we are. But definitely next year, you're gone.
I mean, they just took A.J. Brown away from him.
Dude, I'm getting texts out of the wazoo about A.J. Brown.
That's because people think you have great knowledge.
No, but they're like, what in the? I mean,
That's what everybody's texting me too.
I'm getting cussed out. And
I don't know why. I want to know.
It's crazy.
I did not think that A.J. Brown's complaining was enough to trade him.
But it's not.
Clearly was.
It's not about how big it
And
is.
it clearly was in the works because he was working out with Jalen Hurts this past weekend.
But, man, the thing about it is if they don't want you here, you're not going to be here. I mean, that's just that Patriot way. They're not going to do it.
Let's reset it. Your initial reaction to A.J. Brown, the trade, Derek?
I mean, am I surprised that they traded him? No.
Even though they said for weeks that they wouldn't.
I mean, you take it with a grain of salt. You do. You take it.
Well, I'm done listening to what they say.
I said this, I think last week on the show, on the midday show. Vrabel was the good cop. Robinson is the bad cop. Vrabel was, I love him. That's my guy. He's my son. I might as well have birthed him. Yada, yada, yada. And John was on the other end like, you know, hey, we don't plan on it. You know, we're trying to get something done. Yada, yada, yada. Because he knew he's the one that has to do the contract. Not Vrabel. He's the one that got to talk to the agent, not Vrabel. So he understands more of what's truly being said and what's being done. And I'm telling you, it came to a head. That whole Debo thing, his mother, that squashed everything. After that, I'm pretty sure John was like, went to Vrabel, was like, we can't do this. We can't do it again. We can't do this no more. He doesn't want to be here.
Yep.
He basically came out and said, well, not him, but Debo, through him, said the Titans said they offered $20 million and they're not going higher than that. Said it so everybody can hear it.
So you told me at the gym the day after that came out that you thought it was a setup. You thought that they did that on purpose.
I think it was. I think it had to be, because if it wasn't, you should have been mad at Debo. But I'm sure it wasn't. I believe it was all orchestrated to either get him his money or get him traded. Well, he got both. He got his money and he got traded.
Chris, your thoughts?
The only thing that I'm really concerned about is looking at the receivers in this room. I mean, in the receiver room, you got Dez Fitzpatrick, you got Robert Woods, that's got a hurt knee, you got Racey McMath, you got Josh Malone, you got Mason Kinsey. Burks is going to have to grow up real quick.
Oh no, it's Burks and Woods.
I mean, he's going to have to be the number one wide receiver. I mean, he's going to have to be. So is he going to be able to do that and come in and play right away and handle that type of pressure? I don't know. But just like what Derek says, I'll piggyback what he said, is A.J. Brown did not want to be here. I mean, when you erase, I know that little Tennessee thing where he took off, I know that kind of sounds, kind of small, but basically you're saying to your general manager, I don't want to be here. And when you have a team like that piggybacks the Patriots, they're going to get you out of here because they don't want to cause any riffraff with what they're building. And if you don't want to build this way, then we're going to get you out of here. So, in my opinion, I don't think it's the Tennessee Titans' fault. I think it's A.J. Brown's fault. And I'm just piggybacking off what Derek said. It was A.J. Brown's fault by the actions that he took. If he would have kept his mouth closed and said, you know what, I'm going to handle this the right way, I think he wouldn't have maybe got 25. They maybe gave him 22, and he still would be a Tennessee Titan.
Your thoughts?
I guess your girl was wrong there. Rossini?
Diana Rossini?
Yeah.
Hey, all I can tell you is what she said.
I saw Carolyn's face.
All I can say is what she said, which she got from Mike Vrabel.
To the Kansas City
they're not even
Chiefs.
taking calls. The Chiefs are just taking Trent McDuffie, a corner out of Washington.
2022
Your thoughts, let's
NFL
reset it
draft.
again. Your thoughts
The Kansas
on
City
Trayvon
Chiefs
Burks.
select Trent McDuffie.
Trayvon Burks. You're getting A.J. Green-like, but he's not A.J. Green. Meaning, the only thing that you're getting that is like A.J. Green is the ability to catch the ball and break tackles.
Yep.
He's a very physical runner.
You mean A.J. Brown?
Yeah, A.J. Brown. That's A.J. Green. A.J. Brown. You're getting a physical guy that catches the ball and runs through tackles. That's the only thing you're getting. You're not getting the speed. You're not getting the quickness. You're not getting the route running. Even though 100%. A.J. wasn't a great route runner, but this kid, he still has a lot of work to do. He's a bigger guy that hasn't learned properly how to run routes and how to set people up. A lot of his catches were quick screens.
Yep.
Throw it up to him, let him use his big body to catch it. He never, if you look at him in the route tree, he never ran the route tree. So you're getting a good player, but you're not getting what you just gave up. But, again, you're getting a good player that's going to be cheap for the next 3 years.
Yeah, I mean,
your thoughts on Burks?
Yeah, I mean, he's a vertical down the field guy. And in this league, you're going to definitely have to run routes. And I'm going to tell you why it's so important to run routes. Look at when the Tennessee Titans played the Texans. Dez Fitzpatrick didn't come back to the ball fast enough, and the DB ate that up. It's kind of that same boat. You got to come back to the ball, protect the football, and do those little things. Yes, you can beat a guy deep. Yes, you can beat a guy in the jump ball, but all they're going to do is put a safety over top and take that away. So, yeah, you can run the slants. Yeah, you can run the bubbles. Yes, you can run those things. But when you're talking about running routes on the perimeter, you got to run comebacks, you got to run curls, you got to run digs. And if you don't create that separation, Tannehill's going to have a long day because he's depending on you to be the number one wide receiver.
The Packers are on the clock with the 22nd pick. Johnson, the pass rusher, Jermaine Johnson, he's still out there. He's the top player on the board that's still available. You do have to wonder this question. Now that it looks like the tackles are off the board, if Zion Johnson is there at 28 or 26 or whatever the Titans pick, I feel like that would be the pick, right?
I don't know.
Zion Johnson?
Yeah.
No, he's off the board.
No,
he's off the board.
Yeah, they took him.
Oh.
They took him.
He's out of there.
Picks ago.
It's got to be quarterback, right?
I think it's going to be if it's Malik Willis. Oh my!
I mean, I've lost total track of what's gone on since the Titans traded A.J. Brown.
I think it's going to be Ritter. If they take the quarterback, I think it's going to be Ritter.
Two important questions though.
Yeah.
Now that A.J.'s career is in the rearview mirror,
right?
As a Titan, is Derek still the number one Titan receiver in the history of the Titans?
Derek?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Do you feel like A.J. is the number one receiver, or you're the number one receiver in Titans history?
Can we go back to Houston days?
Listen.
I'm just kidding.
I say this. A.J. had the ability and the potential to be the best receiver that the Titans had drafted. From just a receiver standpoint. But I was more than a receiver. Mm-hmm. I did other things.
Well, you set an NFL record for all-time all-purpose yards.
Could I comment on Derek? Because I watched him, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, Derek.
No, go ahead.
And I'm going to tell you the difference between him and A.J. Brown. And I'm not bragging him because he's a good friend of mine. But Derek was a great route runner. There's two receivers that I think that I've ever seen run greater routes. That's Wesley Slaughter and Derek Mason. Derek Mason, everybody talked about his size. He wasn't 6'2", 6'3". He played big, and he understood how to run routes. He'd understand how he set guys up. I remember when you played against the Raiders, you beat the dog snot out of Woodson. Woodson was a great corner. He was a great corner and one of the best corners in the league, and he beat the brakes off him on Monday night. That's what I'm talking about. It's everybody looks at calls the guy a great receiver because he catches a long ball. Yeah, that's great. But I'm talking about overall being wide receiver, understanding how to stack the guy, line with your eyes, head fake at the top. That's the kind of route runner that Derek Mason was. And I'm not trying to brag on him because I like him because, he's cool. But the skill set was better than A.J. Brown.
The Packers did not get help for Aaron Rodgers. They drafted linebacker Quay Walker out of Georgia. Now, a lot of people have been talking about him.
Who is that?
The last week, a lot of people have been talking about Quay Walker.
Oh, my bad.
Like, they think he's pretty good. One of the linebackers from Georgia. Again, if you're just joining us on the stream, we're live at 3rd and Home here in Germantown at First Horizon Park, Nashville's bar with a ballpark. Our draft boards are presented by Social Furniture. Our Titans update, we've got a big one. A.J. Brown out, Treylon Burks in, is presented by Farm Bureau Health Plans, planned for your health, dental, and vision coverage. The War Room presented by Nashville Sheriff. And, of course, our friends at Apple Collision Centers with our prospect breakdowns. So we got a trade.
Vikings.
Well, this just says round 2, pick 34.
What? Come on, NFL Network. What are you doing?
Oh, there we go.
The Bills are on the clock.
There we go.
So the Bills are on the clock at 23. They switch with Baltimore, so they jump Dallas. I would assume that's for an offensive lineman. But now we got to start talking about 26. What do we think the plan is at 26?
I think it's a quarterback.
Yeah.
Really?
I think it's a quarterback.
Ritter?
I think it's Ritter. Johnson is off the board. They've taken their wide receiver. They still possibly believe that they can get an offensive lineman in the 3rd round. So I say quarterback. But it wouldn't surprise me if they went defense. It wouldn't surprise me if they went defense.
Chris, your thoughts right now, looking at the board.
Has there been a tight end taken?
No,
but the top tight end, and I've got Dane Brugler's 100 board from The Athletic in front of me. The top tight end available is Trey McBride, and he's got him listed at 62.
Oh, okay.
So there's no first-round grade on a tight end.
Okay.
But I think that by picking up the third-round pick, that is either the guard or the tight end. I don't think it's a tackle, which means that with this pick, the thought is either tackle or quarterback. Now, they may be trying to trade out, but it would not surprise me if the Titans – I mean, I think quarterback is more in play tonight than it ever has been right now.
Yeah.
And think about this. Buffalo, not going quarterback.
No.
Dallas, not going quarterback. Baltimore, not going quarterback. So, really –
there's no team that can jump over them to get a quarterback.
Teams could jump over the Titans, you know, like Minnesota could jump over the Titans.
But they don't need a quarterback.
They extended Cousins for one more year, but I could see taking Malik and then saying 2 years for Malik, he's going to sit behind Kirk. And Kirk's our quarterback.
Yes, which means they don't need to move up.
No, they'd have to move past the Titans.
Not to take – I think the Titans would take Ritter and not Malik.
I still can't get over the fact that they traded A.J. Brown. I mean, and look, let me say this.
Dude.
My show has been the show that has talked about trading A.J. for like 4 weeks, so I shouldn't be this surprised. But John Robinson said it to my face that they weren't going to trade A.J. Brown, and they did.
He said for seed.
No, okay, see, that's bullcrap.
Come on,
no,
man.
it's not
That's
for
seed. Bull crap.
It's not bull crap.
He
Come
said
on,
it to
Jared.
me. I heard it. I knew
know.
what he was doing.
Stop it.
And
Stop it.
I'm just saying.
Listen, when you bring your car in and the guy fixes it and you ask him or her, hey, are there going to be any more problems? And what is he going to say? I don't foresee there being any other problems, but there could be. He just didn't want to say but to you, Jared.
I'm going to throw a monkey wrench. I know you guys are saying Desmond Ridder and Sam Howell. What about
We're not saying Sam Howell.
I mean, I'm just saying.
TD said Sam Howell.
I think they're going to go Sam Howell. I don't think they're going to go with Ridder.
Oh, he's not a first-round player.
But I'm going to throw a monkey wrench. What if the Tennessee Titans they could take another receiver?
What receiver?
You got Chris. Where's it at? You got. I was just looking at. You got Christian Watson from North Dakota.
Here's the receivers now that most of these receivers are gone.
Right.
Here's what Dane Brugler has. Sky Moore, wide receiver 7, is 39th best player.
That's what I'm saying.
George Pickens is wide receiver 8, 47th out of Georgia. I mean,
Christian Watson.
He's got Christian Watson as the 61st best player in the draft.
Okay.
You can't take that guy at 26.
But
now, the Titans board is different. I think we would all agree the Titans board's probably different. But I can't see them taking the 39th best player with the 26th pick.
I mean, anything can happen. I know we're talking about Desmond Ridder, but you don't know. That might not be their guy. Everybody else may be saying that, but in that draft board, they may have something totally different, and that's kind of what I'm waiting to see.
What if Treylon Burks wasn't at 18? What if the guy they wanted to replace AJ wasn't there? Would they have kept AJ?
I don't know. That's a good question.
That's why they moved up.
That's what I'm saying, though. They moved up to 18. After Dotson went, I believe, at 16, the Titans moved up to 18. So they knew that was the last receiver that was there.
I think
they made the move.
I think they had their eye on Burks or Jahan Dotson.
Right, and then when Dotson went, they made the move.
Exactly.
But what if Burks went, I wonder what if Burks had already gone, then would the Titans have still made the move, or were they going to commit to AJ? You know what I mean?
I believe they still would have made the move. I would have had because
it's clear that AJ pissed them off.
It seems like there was already a deal in place.
Buffalo's up. I actually agree with you because he was throwing with Jalen Hurts.
Yes.
To the Buffalo Bills.
Who?
With the 23rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Kaiir Elam, defensive back,
Elam
Florida.
to Buffalo. They were so afraid of Dallas taking him that they moved up ahead.
Well, they had him high on their draft board.
I'm trying to find this guy. Dane Brugler has him ranked 45th. So he goes off the board here, 45th. Do you guys want to talk about Kaiir Elam, or do you want to keep talking about the Titans?
Let's talk about A.J. Brown.
All right. When do you think the moment was that A.J. pissed the Titans off bad enough that they decided they were going to trade him?
I mean, I think it started from the beginning. That's just my opinion.
But, like, at the owners' meetings last month, Jim Wyatt sat down with John Robinson, and they released an article that talked about everybody. Then they released an article that was all kissing ass to A.J. Then they kept talking about A.J. They kept kissing A.J.'s butt. They kept doing everything. Then A.J. took out the thing in his bio, put the, I'm a diva on Twitter, the Debo's mom thing, and then the throwing with Jalen Hurts. When was the moment that they decided A.J. had run afoul too much and they were moving on?
I mean, that's just hard to say. You know, I mean, I don't know. I think at the beginning, you know, it was kind of like, yeah, whatever. But when you start taking the Tennessee name off your Instagram and all of a sudden you're throwing with Jalen Hurts, I think that leaves a bad taste in their mouth. I mean, it does. Even though they may not come out and say that because they want to be politically correct in saying the right thing, but in the back of their mind, they're saying something totally different, you know, behind the scenes. And then on the flip side of that, too, instead of you got your agent asking for $25 million.
I mean, he got it.
I mean, he got it. Like what you guys said, he got the $25 million, but they were not going to pay that because in that room they're going to do it their way, not A.J. Brown's way.
But it's still whether I don't know if the Titans would have went up to $22 million, but his $25 million in Philadelphia is basically with all the taxes and everything.
Oh, I know. I've already thought about that.
Yeah. So,
but you know, with some of these guys, it's about
the number. It's about the number. They don't care. And I talked about that too. Sometimes guys, they're not thinking about that old the tax code and all that other stuff.
TD, you know? Off the
what you got for us,
TD? Zoom, let it fly.
Come on, T.
You know, Burks, he has the right perspective. He said that he's not coming in to replace A.J. Brown. I asked him about the conversation.
Even though he is 100% coming in to replace him.
Exactly. I asked him about the conversation with Mike Vrabel and John Robinson, and he said they made it clear it was a very business-like atmosphere there, and they wanted him to just come in and work hard. He felt like he had an indication that he was going to be a Titan. So, yeah, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. I think I understand the dollars and cents part of it, but you got to find a way to make that work.
Do you think A.J. Brown worked himself out of here?
I think he did. Okay. I think he did.
Do you think he went to them and said, I'd like to go somewhere else?
No.
You think they had just said, see, this reminds me, do you guys remember, Dallas is on the clock, by the way, then Baltimore, then the Titans. Do you guys remember when Deion Branch went to Belichick and was like, I'm underpaid? And Belichick shipped him to Seattle, and he was a Super Bowl MVP?
Yeah.
This is what this reminds me of.
I think it's I see what you're saying, but, I mean, A.J. is a much better player than Deion Branch was, even at that time. I mean, we're talking about, you know, a big game in the Super Bowl, but, you know, A.J. is an ascending player. And, you know, the Eagles, they're in good shape. They're in good shape. And this is beautiful for Jalen Hurts, and I think it really shows the devotion to Jalen Hurts that Howie Roseman has said. It's just, to get back to Burks, he said, you know, he's always idolized. He looked up to A.J. Brown, and he really was expecting to be his teammate. Like, he had no idea that it was essentially going to be a swap, you know, which is what it ended up being. But he's excited about, you know, playing with the Titans. He said that, you know, he's used them in Madden, right, and used Tannehill and Derrick Henry, so he's looking forward to teaming with them.
Hey, what does he bring to the table? You know what I'm saying? And I want the listeners to know that what they're getting.
He's a big, sturdy receiver, much like Brown, where, you know, one of the things that they like about Brown, you know, you always hear Coach Vrabel talk about combat catches and you know, being able to, you know, get yards after the catch, the free yards. He could do that really well. So I think that's a good thing, and he's very similar. Brown is just a little more explosive.
So how would they use this guy? You know, we always talk about, you know, taking the top off the defense. He's a 4.5. So how are they going to use him? I was just looking at a little more of some more of his highlights. You know, the long plays that he came about was on the little hitches and running the bubbles and running the screens.
Again, and that's the thing. He's going to be a catch and run guy, get the free yards.
But what happens if they start taking that away and he has to run routes?
Robert Woods, you know, is there. They must really feel Robert Woods is more ready than they think, and they are committed to Robert Woods beyond this year or next year. That's the way I look at it.
What do we make of the Titans situation? Dallas's pick is in. We know they're not taking a quarterback. Baltimore's not taking a quarterback.
They might.
What do you think about the Titans here with the 26th pick? Here are some names that are still available. George Karlaftis is still available. Devin Lloyd is still available. Tyler Linderbaum is still available. Dax Hill is still available. Nakobe Dean is still available. Malik Willis, Desmond Ridder still available.
Sam Howell.
Ridder, I mean.
You really think they're going quarterback here?
I think it's very possible.
Oh my goodness.
What happened?
The Dallas Cowboys just took Tyler Smith.
The Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Smith.
Holy crap.
So what do they do now?
I mean, now the Titans have to go quarterback and get out.
23 games, allowed just 2 sacks.
Holy crap.
TD, I threw this out about, what about them getting another wide receiver?
There's no more wide receivers. I mean, all the first-round wide receivers are gone.
I mean, I'm just throwing it out there.
I mean, holy crap.
Listen, they manufactured an extra pick. We talked about manufacturing an extra pick
with that
to take
third
a
rounder.
quarterback.
Yep.
Willis, you know, Pickett was the only quarterback that has gone, right?
Yes, Pickett's gone.
So now you got Willis and you got Ridder. I mean,
wow.
You know.
Unfreaking believable. Baltimore's on the clock here. If you're a team that wants a quarterback, I think you got to jump the Titans right now.
Yep.
I mean, I think quarterback is a real option. And I think I am unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm discombobulated, man. I'll be honest with you. That one really shocked me. I didn't think it was happening.
So what do we think the Ravens are doing here? Wide receivers out because they just traded Hollywood Brown.
I don't even know. That A.J. Brown just got me still tripping like you.
Well, my thing is this.
Let me look.
Is Linderbaum a better player than Willis?
Quarterbacks always get, if you have on a similar platform, quarterbacks are always going to. So I'm going to say Willis. Things change now. Things change. There's no longer a focus on winning now. I think the Super Bowl window has closed. Now they have to reopen it. And that's why I think Ridder and Willis, that's why I think they're in play. You know, I'm going to be honest with you. Losing A.J. Brown, like getting rid of him, that changed a lot for this team.
It changed
a lot. Now, another thing, you talk about Ryan Tannehill, right? Who did he target more than anybody else since they've played? I don't mean to hit you hard, hit you like that. But who have they targeted more than anybody else? Who has he gone to more than anybody
A.J. Brown.
I mean, A.J. Brown and Johnny Smith
This move is not
being
being great around Ryan Tannehill. This is not being great around Tannehill. I think this is a reload phase. Cancel Christmas on Super Bowl. That's not happening right now. I don't think that's happening this year.
But you know what? Rob Moore's got a big feat right now. I mean, he's got to deal with Robert Woods with his injury, and then now you got to develop, Burks, to run the route tree in the NFL. So it's gonna be interesting, man. I mean, I think during the week we made fun of it, the possibility of A.J. Brown getting getting traded, but we never thought that would happen. But, man, it really hits home now. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny or anything.
Sure.
But just the thought of A.J. Brown being gone, a vital part of your offense. I mean, this is serious. I mean, I know people are like, well, Trayvon Burks can come in here and make some plays, but he's got to understand the NFL way as opposed to the college way.
Yeah.
Again, Baltimore's on the clock.
Sounds so sad.
That clock, I'm fine with it. I don't,
Yeah.
I'm doing a million things at once.
I think about it like this.
I feel you.
I don't know what the hell Baltimore's going to do here. I have no idea what they need. I have no idea what they need
I
or
think
what they have.
Linderbaum goes to them. I think they take
Didn't they
Linderbaum.
just lose Bozeman? And Bozeman was their center, right?
Yeah.
So if the Linderbaum goes there, then you're looking at Karlaftis, who I don't think they, whatever. Dax Hill, the safety. I mean, I don't really know a lot about him.
Look at his face.
Hey. I mean, I just don't see them not going quarterback now.
Hey, look at the face in there. Look at dude right there. Like, what are we doing?
Oh, yeah. One of the owners is not happy.
Like, what are we doing?
I believe that is Barclay Cunningham Adams.
He's like, what are we doing?
He does not look very happy in that picture. Baltimore, the pick is not in. Baltimore's got 3:40 to go on the clock. You wonder if Baltimore's on the phone right now with somebody that is trying to go quarterback here. And I guess I'm the only one here. So, here's my theory on all this. I believe that the Titans are in a position, and again, I don't know what the hell Baltimore needs, but there's not any of these guys. Here's who's available on Dane Brugler's draft board. They got Devin Lloyd, the linebacker from Utah. Titans aren't going to take him. Don't need a linebacker. George Karlaftis, the edge rusher from Purdue. Titans aren't going to take him. This is going to be a quarterback.
Yeah.
And it goes back to what TD said. Titans are rebuilding. And if the Titans are rebuilding, then they might as well try to trade Derrick Henry, too, while they're at it. Because
no, man, if they trade Derrick Henry.
Well, I mean, if they go quarterback here, and TD says the championship window is closed, and I don't think TD's wrong with what he just said. I mean, what's the point of having Derrick Henry on the team right now?
But then it'd go downhill from there.
It's going to go downhill from here now.
But you know what? And I'm not trying to back up J. Rob and Mike Vrabel, but they thrive in what people say.
By the way, we're approaching 2 minutes on the clock, and the Ravens are on it, but they have not made the pick. And we have seen picks come in very quickly, which, again, makes me think that somebody is trying to jump the Titans in order to make this pick. Ravens pick is in. So now the Ravens will pick. Do we know? You're a Raven. Do you know what they want?
Well, I mean, they have to replace a receiver that they just lost in a trade in Marquise Brown, Hollywood Brown.
But there's no receivers, really, unless you want to reach for a guy.
I mean, we have seen teams reach now.
Well, we just saw Tyler Smith go off the board the tackle.
Yes.
And we were saying 26. That might not be good enough for him.
Well, you look.
Dallas goes for
Kenyon Green going fifth. Like, this is.
We
said it was going to be a crazy draft, but that gone.
Listen, TD. This is what happens when there's no quarterback, no bona fide string of quarterbacks in the draft. You see things like this happen.
Will the Titans go right now before the Ravens pick gets in there? Do you think the Titans will go quarterback with the 26th pick?
I do.
I think my gut says they do.
Chris?
I'm telling you, they're resetting.
I say yes, and I know it's going to be.
God, the radio show tomorrow is going to be freaking awesome if they go quarterback with this pick.
Hey, I'm going. I know y'all saying Ritter. I'm going with Desmond Howell.
You mean Sam
Howell? Sam Howell.
Dude, nobody's taking Sam Howell with 26th pick.
Okay.
You don't. It's like anything is possible.
They made love him.
I've read enough draft guides.
Yes, but okay.
I'm kidding. That's true. Oh, my God.
Something crazy is going to happen.
Just make the freaking pick, Baltimore.
And I can't wait to see your face. When
the Cardinals and Ravens have traded.
Again?
Wait. Oh, never mind. Sorry about that.
Come on, man.
I was going to be like, that's him.
Again?
Yeah. I was like, why did you make it the first time?
Maybe they choose to make that pick here.
Come
Let's
on,
find out.
Ravens.
Here's the commission.
Yeah.
Something interesting.
This is going.
Oh, that's it.
In the 2022 NFL Draft.
Quarterback.
Yes,
It's going to be quarterback right here. It's got to be quarterback.
Hey, Caroline, could you take his picture?
Iowa.
When they draft,
Tyler Linderbaum,
somebody whacked. Could you please
ultimately
take
a
his picture?
unanimous All-American last year, won the Remington Trophy as the best center in the nation.
I am tweeting out the link right now. We have a bunch of people watching. And I just tweeted out in all caps, are the Titans going quarterback? I think they are going quarterback. Chris Sanders, you are the president of the Boo-Hoo Tannehill crew. Defend your position as to why they shouldn't go quarterback on this pick.
They should. I mean, even though I love Tannehill, they should go quarterback because the thing about it is, whoever you pick, he's got to be the future. And everybody's talking about Desmond Ridder, but I think I may be wrong. They're going to go with Sam Howell.
Okay. I said before the start of this show that I predicted Malik Willis to the Titans with this pick.
If you get it, I'm going to give you mad props.
Let me tell you this. I think the Titans are going to pick some random-ass player that we've never heard of. I'm telling you right now.
I got my camera ready.
Hey.
I'm so prepared for it. And I said I wasn't going to do
back.
that. I said, hey, I promised the listeners today, TD was there.
There's a trade.
And
Titans?
The Jets traded up.
God. Oh,
with the
my
Titans.
God, that's crazy.
They're quarterback then.
Oh, my God.
That buys me some time to breathe, dadgummit.
No,
I'm still
TD,
working on this
it's the
stuff.
draft. There's no time to breathe. That's why you do 15 podcasts a week, 87 radio interviews, and cover every practice and every conditioning scrimmage.
I'm flabbergasted.
About the A.J. Brown still, right?
I really am.
You know what? When TD becomes speechless, we're going to call it not talking with TD. When it's speechless. So then, do we know what the details of the trade are with the Jets?
But you know what? The good thing about it is they're getting more picks, man. That's
the Titans could have taken Jermaine Johnson. Holy crap.
I know.
Oh, my God. Why did they not do that?
Okay, what pick did they go to?
They moved back.
Was it 33, I think it is?
Oh, no.
They're in the second round?
They got their second-round pick.
So they're not
even in the first round.
Wow.
They moved out of the first.
No. Yes. Why did I say no? Yes.
So what are the terms of the deal?
They got their second-round pick.
Oh, wow.
They're taking a quarterback.
But when you want the fifth year?
Jacksonville doesn't need one. Minnesota doesn't need
one. Here you go. The Jets are getting the 26th and the pick that the Titans got from the Eagles in the A.J. trade, 101. The Titans are getting a second, a third, and a fifth. The Titans are just going to be shooting like 15 bullets at the draft this year.
That's pretty good, man.
Quarterback. Yes.
What does this remind you of? The New England Patriots.
Absolutely.
Trade back. Oh, you're not happy with your contract? See ya.
Exactly.
Oh.
Accumulate picks.
But you know what the difference between this is? Between the Titans and the Patriots? Like what the real difference is? The Titans don't have Tom Brady. So the Patriots can do all their trading back, and you don't like your contract, see ya. You can do that when you've got Tom Brady.
Well, Tom Brady is –
He sucks.
So what was that? That was pick 33 and what else?
Yeah.
33 and a third
and a fifth.
Hey, how do you think Tannehill's feeling about this whole thing that went down?
Who cares?
No.
Oh, he's sick right now.
Do you know how I felt after he threw 3 interceptions and cost them the number 1 seed? Can't be worse than can't be better than he's feeling right now.
To improve your career and show everybody, you got to get some kids that can play. I think Trading Perks is going to be all right, but you're talking about letting A.J. Brown and getting Burks. It's interesting.
I'm just ready for like something to come out like the Titans have traded for Baker Mayfield. I'm just ready for something wild.
Don't be surprised
to come out.
So they don't draft until tomorrow, right?
What are the details of it was? Do you have the pick numbers?
No, but let me see.
Oh, it looks like Brown got it. So Tim McManus is saying that Brown
$25 million.
He got his $25 million.
Wow, 4 years. Sheesh.
Here you go. You ready for it?
Yeah.
The Titans traded 26 and 101, and they get 35, 69, and 163.
Thank you.
So if you're just joining us, the Titans have traded the 26th pick and the 101st pick, which they received from Philadelphia in the deal for A.J. Brown. The Titans are getting 35, 69, and 163. And you know why they're getting 35, excuse me? Because one of those quarterbacks will be there at 35.
Yes.
This has been crazy.
That's why they moved it to the second round.
I'm so glad that we are doing this and not on the radio because commercial breaks, I just don't have time for tonight.
It's moving too fast, man. It's moving too fast. No time for commercials. This is all talk.
Goodell at the podium.
Up into the left part of the first round.
The Tennessee Titans have traded the 26th pick to the New York Jets.
Oh.
With the 26th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Jermaine Johnson, linebacker, Florida State.
Is that fashion, Derek?
We've talked about him all night. 12 sacks after transferring from Georgia. He was the ACC
I wouldn't wear it, but
player.
oh well. These young kids,
what could the Titans be planning?
I don't know.
They're reloading, man.
That's a good point.
They're reloading. It's not rebuilding. They're reloading.
When do you think the Titans made the decision on AJ?
I don't know, man. It is no telling.
You think they're going to tell us tonight?
We'll see, because that's the other thing after this and shoot over there to the.
I don't think this was a last-minute deal. I just don't think it was.
I go back to what Floyd said, that we played like 15 times this week, which was an old thing where he said, every decision you make it before the draft. They made the decision they were going to trade AJ before the draft. AJ knew, the Philadelphia Eagles knew, the Titans knew, and they told AJ, shut your mouth about it. And that's why AJ was throwing with Jalen Hurts last weekend.
Could be.
Yep.
I mean, I believe they got tired of the outside stuff. It became too much of a distraction for them. And they felt that they could get their guy that was AJ-like in this year's draft.
And pay him a lot less. Wow. What a freaking night for the freaking Titans. I have seen some you know what's funny?
What's that?
So my dad's like a day one season ticket holder, loves the Titans, everything else. He doesn't, like if you don't tell him about it, if it's not a Titans game, sometimes he misses it. Like sometimes he just doesn't know what happened. Like, oh, I forgot the draft was last night. What happened? Like I'm going to text him right now and ask him if he knows the Titans have traded A.J. Brown. Oh, my goodness gracious. There are so many freaking people watching this right now.
Is it?
Oh, goodness gracious. Your thoughts, Chris?
On what, A.J. Brown?
On all of it.
Hey, I really don't even know what to say. I mean, A.J. Brown kind of not really caught me by surprise, but just made you like, wow. I mean, I was listening to what's your name again? I was talking to my man, TD. He just said, I think the Tennessee Titans took a step back. And
do you agree that the championship window is now shut?
I mean, you can't say because you just don't know. But when
you're going to put this team against – come on, man.
No, but
Stop it.
Listen to me.
Stop it.
They want.
You're going to put this team against the Chiefs?
You're
going to put this team
absolutely.
against Buffalo, who got Roger Saffold, and they're about to get a running back? Huh? You going to put this team against them?
Hey, I'm not saying that.
I ain't doing it.
I'm not saying that, but here's the thing. This is what I'm talking about. Mike Vrabel's built for this. And, okay, I'm going to tell you, when all those people were hurt, all those guys were hurt, everybody was counting them out, and they were getting in the meat of their schedule. They beat Buffalo. They beat the Rams. So even though in our mind it looks like they're going to count them out, but you can't count a team out like this. Sometimes I was going off on emotions. I really was. I was going off on emotions. Like, what the heck are they doing? But Mike Vrabel is built for this. He likes adversity. He likes when people say they're going to make it, they can't make it, and he proved it this whole year. When they were playing against Buffalo, when everybody was hurt, they win the game. They win again. They go into L.A. and beat the Rams.
You talking about a game.
I know, but
we talking about a season.
I know, but that whole season they had a whole bunch of guys out, and they went on a streak of winning 4 or 5 games in a row. So you know what I'm saying? I know that sounds crazy.
It doesn't sound crazy. It's just unlikely, man.
But it was unlikely last year when they had all those guys out, right or wrong.
Everything broke their way. Everything broke their way last year. The Ravens.
So how many games do you think they'll win this year?
You got to put Indianapolis as the
favorite.
100%.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Indy
is absolutely the favorite.
9-8, 10-7.
So do you think they'll be better than Jacksonville still?
I mean, yeah.
How do you know that?
Because Jacksonville sucks.
This guy right here. Dude, this guy.
Like, Jacksonville has not earned any benefit of the doubt.
I understand, but you're looking at last year. They're rebuilding, not rebuilding, but they're getting some good players in there, and the attitude and the culture is changing. When you got Myers in there, that was in there, the head coach, they kind of destroyed everything. Now you're getting a coach in there that's changing the culture.
Where was he from?
Man, I'm about to click off this thing, man.
The Ohio State University?
Exactly.
I would agree with you. The Colts right now are the favorites in the division.
Yep.
Do you think the Titans are preparing not for 2022, but for 2023 and 2024 and beyond?
You got to win now.
I think what is happening is the Titans. This is I agree with TD. They're trying to reload. They're not trying to rebuild. This is not a rebuild. They're trying to reload in such a way that they're not, they're not spending this huge lump sum of money to certain players. Mm-hmm. They're trying to rebuild with young guys and guys that fit into the structure of the contracts that they want to give. They don't want to give a receiver $25 million. Hell, they didn't want to give a receiver $22 million. They want to give it because they value that position a little bit different than what the Raiders valued it, than what Miami valued it, than Minnesota when they were giving all these guys $22, $25, $30 million. The Titans don't value that position at $30 million. They just don't. They don't value it at $25 million.
Yeah. And it goes back to what's the identity of the team. I mean, they're a run first, pass second. So why would you pay a wide receiver $25 million when you're a run first, pass second?
How many more years are they going to be able to be a run first, pass second? You know what I mean?
It all depends on what Derrick Henry does.
Man, listen. Hey, TD, they've been a run first organization since 1997.
When we were
No.
Yes,
no, 2003, 2004. You guys were throwing the ball.
We were throwing the ball. Well, we still, and the only reason we didn't run as much because Eddie was hurt. Yep. Eddie was dealing with a toe injury. Chris Brown was a rookie. We still wanted to run the football first, but we had weapons.
Look at what they've had over that time, right? I mean, you had DeMarco Murray lead the AFC in yards. Before that, you had Chris Johnson, and then you went right from DeMarco Murray, you went to Derrick Henry. So there's been a succession. Who's next?
They're going to find him a running back, but they're going to go get them a running back.
Maybe at 35 they get Breece Hall.
He's a dog. Iowa State. He's a dog, man.
Imagine that.
This is always going to be a run-first team. I look at the Baltimore Ravens. No matter what they do, they're always going to be run-first and defense. Pittsburgh Steelers, run-first, defense. Tennessee Titans, run-first, defense. That's just the way these organizations were built. Yep. And they're not going to steer too far from it.
Well, I mean, like if you, let's say that, you're not very good, right? Like the Titans were not good. The year they drafted Mariota, let's say that they drafted Justin Herbert instead. And I know Herbert's, way young, but just if you got Justin Herbert as your quarterback, you're not going to be a run-first team.
They're still going to be run. That's just their identity. They're still going to be run first. It doesn't matter.
Hey, in 1999, let me tell you the receiver room we had. We had Derek Mason, we had Yancey Thigpen, we had Kevin Dice, we had Joey Kent.
Goodell's up with the Jags pick.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have traded the 27th pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Jacksonville.
Jaguars.
With the 27th pick
I'm telling
in the 2022 NFL Draft.
Man.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Devin Lloyd, linebacker, Utah.
Well, they just got the 9th best player, Devin Lloyd, the linebacker out of Utah.
Why did he fall so
They just got the 9th best player on Dane Brugler's draft board.
Wow.
In the draft with the 27th pick. Green Bay, New England, Kansas City, Cincinnati, Minnesota. I got a prediction to make. If the Titans are going quarterback in this draft, they will trade back in with Cincinnati.
You think they're jumping at the top of the first round, the second round?
No, they're jumping to the bottom of the first to get the 5th-year option on whatever quarterback they take. That's if they go quarterback. If they don't if they don't trade back in, they're not going quarterback tomorrow at 35.
You don't think?
I don't think so.
There's 3 quarterbacks still left that they could potentially draft, 3 or 4. Well, 3.
Talking about Corral, Willis, and
Not even Corral. I think Ritter,
Howell, Ritter,
and Malik Wilt.
Wow.
Are you guys shocked that Malik's not off the board at this point?
No, I'm not surprised. There's only been one quarterback taken.
Mm-hmm.
And they said his
By the way, I
quarterback
told
class
you,
wasn't good.
TD, they sent Mike Tomlin out there to go sniff Malik Willis's rear end like a dog just so everybody would think they wanted Malik, but really throw people off on Pickett.
Yep.
I just knew it was too obvious when it was like, when TD said to me at the Senior Bowl that Tomlin was all over Malik Willis, and then I literally saw the picture of Tomlin standing there watching Malik Willis, I was like, this has got to be fake. And it was. You know when Floyd found out he wanted to draft Keith Bullock? Was Music City Bowl practice. And then he stayed away from Bullock because he didn't want anyone to know that he liked Bullock. So, I don't know. You know, John Robinson didn't go to those pro days, though. This is crazy. This has been a freaking crazy Titans day.
It's nuts, man.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown.
I mean, there's so much to dissect here. But the most honest thing I think I've heard is TD saying that there was a message sent today about the future of the immediate future of this franchise.
Yep.
And as a Titan fan, it's a little like, and again, I understand the business of it, and AJ gets hurt, and honestly, AJ's a lot of drama, which I feel like I'm going to miss in my life because nobody likes drama like me. But there is a part of me that's like, you were the 1 seed in the AFC last year trying to compete for the Super Bowl. If your quarterback doesn't crap his pants in the playoffs, you probably do get to the Super Bowl. How far away were you really, and now how far away are you now that A.J. Brown's not there?
Well, I mean,
then again, crazy stuff happens in football and in football season.
Seen. Again, it's just I think their message is that one guy's not bigger than the team. That if you want to act as if you don't really want to be here, then okay. That's he accomplished his mission. A.J. Brown did. He did.
He got his money.
He got his money.
Yep.
That's what he wanted. He got his money. I mean, the Titans did what was practical for them and their team moving forward. And they helped, facilitate the trade so that A.J. can get his money. Because they were not going to pay him. They just were not.
When do you think do you think it was a money thing or do you think it was an attitude thing?
Both.
I think it was both.
Yeah, I think it was both.
I think it ended up being both. We're not used to this. AJ, Vrabel, John, we're not used to this the stuff that you're doing, we're not used to this. Nobody up until this point has done what you did. Not Kevin Byard, Derrick Henry.
Lewan didn't even really do that either.
Yeah, Taylor Lewan, Harold Landry.
Mariota.
None of these guys did that to get a bigger deal.
Yeah. Well,
Lewan held out, I'm not going to say held out.
He
didn't come
in.
to mini camp. He came to
and
training camp.
And the Titans were okay with if AJ had not go to mini, the Titans would have been okay with that. Because it's a part of the protocol. It's a part of what happened.
He just made it too public.
Yeah, that's what it was.
That was.
They like stuff in-house, man.
That's crazy.
It is crazy, man. Once you think about it, that's one of your big play wide receivers that are gone. Now, Burks is going to have to grow up real quick.
That was your big play.
Yeah. But, Burks is going to have to grow up quickly. This ain't I understand you developing a player, but you got to come in and play right away. Period. Period. It ain't about, I got to learn the route sheet. No, I got to learn how to get the press. No, you better learn that before you get into camp and let Rob Moore help you. But you got to be ready. Period.
Well, Derrick Henry, you better strap up them shoes, buddy.
Man.
And don't break any more feet.
Man.
Green Bay's on the clock.
2 men drafted tonight will go on to do great things on the field. But they'll also make tremendous impacts in their communities. Nobody exemplified that more than Walter Payton. Named in his honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, is the most prestigious award a player can receive. Tonight, we are proud to have Andrew Whitworth, the 2021 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year.
We only need to have 3 bring up someone special on the first round of the drafts. We only need to do 3 of those per draft.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner.
It's too much for me.
Thank y'all. Whose house?
Oh, God, just go.
About.
Announce a pick.
I am very humbled and grateful to stand before you as the 2021
Drives me freaking insane. Oh,
Walter
God.
Payton NFL Man of the Year. I would love to thank the NFL.
Stop thanking people and announce a pick. If you love football that much, you will take care of respect the fans and shut the hell up and announce the pick.
Tell them why you're mad. Tell them why you're mad.
Tell them why you're mad.
Because I wanted a quarterback with the 26th pick. That's why I'm mad. I wanted a quarterback. Oh, God.
It's set up to be that way, man.
I saw the radio show tomorrow, and I saw like a record number of listeners tomorrow at 2 o'clock. I just saw it with a quarterback at 26.
And I want to take
this opportunity of Ryan Tannehill. Oh,
players
God,
in the NFL and encourage you.
Stop talking.
This NFL draft.
Dude.
Take advantage of that
Offensive linemen do not talk this much.
Don't
Let's
let
go.
it go.
I like Andrew
Let's
Whitworth
leave a legacy.
That's because you and him went to college.
Just the game field. It shows who you are.
He's like 77 years old.
He looks slim already, man.
That'll last
He's been going to Orange Theory, too.
Thank you so much for your time.
You going to wake up in time for the 7:30 tomorrow?
Absolutely. I'm going to be there.
Andrew, great man. We're so proud of you.
Malik Willis.
With the 28th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Devontae Wyatt, defensive tackle, Georgia.
Do you have any thoughts on that, or Karen?
Okay. Hey, that. Those 2 big boys in Georgia, I mean, they were a sight to see play.
And you're going to put him next to Kenny Clark? Yeah, that'll be nice for the Packers.
He's going to be a player, man.
Dude, do the Packers set out to piss off Aaron Rodgers with every draft? It's like every year, it's like they got to get help for Aaron, linebacker, defensive tackle.
You know how many players, offensive guys they selected since Rodgers has been in Green Bay?
In the first round?
In the first round?
1.
That's it. And the quarterback was that, Jordan Love. That's crazy.
They've taken 1 receiver in like the last 30 years in the first round. It was Javon Walker.
But they've
And Javon Walker, like I'll say, he didn't ever like make it. I thought Javon Walker was going to be awesome.
No, Javon Walker was really good. He blew out his knee, and it was just over. But he was a damn good receiver.
4 more picks: New England, Kansas City, Cincinnati, Minnesota. If the Titans trade back in with Cincinnati, they're going quarterback. If the Titans don't trade back in, I'm taking quarterback out. But they did freaking stockpile some picks now today.
Now you got 3 day 2 picks.
But then again, you trade A.J. Brown, you're going to get picks.
Yeah.
Let me just slide this cord right over.
So they're going to be at 35, 69, and 90. I mean, I could see them taking another receiver. They liked Sky Moore with one of those. I can see him going receiver and quarterback.
You mean receiver?
I'm talking about receiver and quarterback at 35, 39, and come back at 90 and get Marquise Hayes. Now you got your guard.
I heard a very intelligent radio show today talking about Marquise Hayes.
Yep.
It was me looking at random people and saying, what about him?
Well, he was a guest on Talking with TD, and I mentioned him, in some of the power hours.
I actually noticed that, like, there's a couple names, Marquise Hayes. Yeah, go talk to Sal Powell. And tell Sal I said, hey. TD just got a call from Sal Powell Antonio. So, again, here we sit right now. There's some crazy stuff right here. This is some crazy stuff. The Patriots pick is in. How you doing, Chris?
Hey, I'm good, man. Quarterback?
I don't know who's picking. I've said If the Titans trade back into the first round, who's?
Mac Jones.
Mac Jones. Put your headset on, Chris. But if they trade back in, the Titans, then they're going quarterback. I just don't think it makes sense to go quarterback at 35 because you don't get the fifth-year option on them.
I don't know.
I mean, I'm not ruling out quarterback if they don't move back into the first round. I think they still can get their quarterback because I don't think there'll be any more quarterbacks taken. No more quarterbacks will be taken today unless the Titans move back into the first round.
Yeah.
Then I think they are taking a quarterback.
Let me ask you something, Jared.
Sure.
Do you think, I mean, I know everybody's talking about these quarterbacks that we talked about. Are these quarterbacks that bad that there's not a run of quarterbacks right now?
Let me explain it to you like this. Last year, 5 quarterbacks went in the first round.
Okay, you just answered it.
San Francisco traded 3 first-round picks to go get a quarterback, I think in large part because they thought this class stunk.
Is it that bad? I mean, so okay, let me ask you a question. If the quarterback stink that bad, why are we so adamant about going to get a quarterback in the second round?
Because if you take a guy in the second round, you have to think he's going to be good, right?
But you just said that this is not a great quarterback class.
Right, but if you're going to take any guy in the second round, you have to operate under the idea that he's good, right?
Okay.
Well, if you're taking a quarterback in the second round, you get that guy for 4 years, not 5. That's my point.
But you hate Tannehill so bad that whoever they get, you want him to play. So if he's not good, why not wait till next year in the next draft and see if you can get a better quarterback?
Because if you win too many games, then you're not going to be able to get a quarterback. And if you have Tannehill at quarterback, you're going to win too many games.
But the way TD was talking about that they may be in that position anyway.
Yeah, but he's not talking about – he said like 10-7. 10-7 is not bad enough to pick a quarterback at the top of next year's draft. Yeah. You know, that's the problem. So if they go quarterback, I think they have to trade to get back in here in order to get the 5th year, which you'd want to do because you're giving your guy a red shirt anyways. Yeah. Would you like to report on your conversation with Sal Powell, or would you like to leave that private?
That'll be private.
Darn.
He just wanted some background on AJ and why the deal and
stuff. Hey,
stuff.
Sal's a good man. He comes on my Sirius XM show a lot. Good man.
I tell you what.
Philly, right?
Yeah, he's in Philly. He's an awesome dude. I tell you, when I interviewed, right, because I was in Philly with him, and I told him I was going to interview because it's what they call a car wash. It's an interview from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Mm-hmm. So he was like, okay, well, look, you're going to want to talk to this person and this person. You're going to get the job. Don't worry about it. I got you. And he said, I'm going to shoot an email, and I want to make sure you meet with this guy. So I get up there, and my interview host, you know, she was asking me about, you know, what I wanted to do. And I said, okay, well, there is somebody that I'm supposed to be meeting with. And she looked at the schedule, and she was like, oh, he's the head of all TV programming. Right? So that was mixed in the schedule.
Patriots are on the clock. Their pick is in. Goodell is going up.
Wow.
29th pick.
Oh,
wow.
In the 2022 NFL draft.
He was a guest on Talking with TD, and this was a guy I thought.
Cole Strange.
I thought he would be there at 90.
You thought he'd be there like you were like, they like him at 90.
We're going to describe that as a surprise.
And he is off the board.
Coach's favorite. I don't know.
Off the board. 73, according to Dane Brugler. Off the board.
Now, this guy gives you guard and center ability. He actually had a really good Senior Bowl. He was really good down there at center. Sheesh. This draft is crazy.
It is, man.
This draft is crazy.
It said, I mean, just reading some characteristics of him, they says he's highly intelligent. So
very intelligent.
so that's the kind of
guy
that they
you
want.
need to be.
Absolutely.
You're an extension of the quarterback.
Absolutely.
He's a hard worker. He's something.
And he's tough.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's very tough.
That's the Patriot way.
And
intelligent and tough.
Yeah, he's gonna work out well for them.
Right.
I mean,
I just like I'm a little like wow.
I know.
I've never seen a draft like this. Never.
If I had told you this morning when you woke up, Cole Strange is going before Malik Willis.
Oh man.
Chiefs have already walking the pick in.
Who they got?
I don't. This draft, they could draft Abraham Lincoln. I mean, I don't even know who's getting drafted anymore.
Because of the A.J. Brown thing. So this is the last pick, right?
The commissioner, Roger Goodell, to announce the pick for the Chiefs.
Karlaftis.
With the 30th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft.
Goodbye, Frank Clark.
The Kansas City Chiefs select George Karlaftis, defensive end, Purdue.
Get their pass rusher.
Hey, I like
That's that way.
Good.
Frank Clark, you want to go ahead and take half the games off this season, we'll go ahead and take off your whole salary and put him in there. So that leads, here you go. Moment of truth. Moment of truth. If the Titans trade in with Cincinnati on this pick, they're going quarterback. If not, they're not.
This is something else.
You good?
Like, I'm just stuck, man. I'm stuck.
Like, we knew this draft was going to be a little crazy because all drafts are crazy, and, like, the mocks were so screwy and nobody knew. I did not think A.J. Brown would be traded. I did not think that we'd be sitting here saying that the Titans would be trading back into the first round to try to get a quarterback. Please trade back in with Cincinnati.
Okay, if they do, who would you go for, Ritter?
Willis.
I remain that Willis is a good option, but I still think Ritter's the better pick.
But does he fit the
them.
scheme of the Titans?
Absolutely.
Willis. No, I'm talking about Willis.
Oh, Willis, I mean, you work around. Like, you work around it. Play action.
Yeah.
You work around it.
Man.
The Bengals pick is in, which means the Titans aren't trading back in for that.
You are.
I wonder what Ryan Tannehill. Like, I
was
really
just thinking
would
about
like.
that. I was just thinking about that.
I can't imagine.
Ryan Tannehill is going to have the longest press conference ever whenever he decides to show up.
Oh, my goodness.
It's going to be like a 2-hour press conference.
He might not show
It's going to be like an FBI interrogation. It's like, Ryan, would you like to have a lawyer present with you for your press conference? I mean, but I'm with you. Tannehill's got to be pissed. He did something with his wife the other day where they were doing a thing. It's like, who could watch our kids? AJ. You saw that, didn't you?
Yeah.
But I don't even think
He
that's
said
his
AJ
thought,
could watch his kids, and now AJ's in Philadelphia. Tannehill's got to be pissed. And guess what? I don't give a rat's ass what Tannehill thinks.
I'm flabbergasted.
Yeah.
That's really like, wow.
Yeah, I'm tripping.
I mean, goodness freaking gracious.
Boy. I don't know.
You know what's funny is Bill Polian said this week, last week, he said that, he would pay A.J. Brown if he were the Titans, but he'd only pay one receiver on a running team because you don't need to pay more receivers to allocate more assets. And I heard that.
Oh, my bad.
And I thought, okay, pay A.J., but don't do anything more. No, they're going to pay one receiver. Robert Woods.
Robert Woods is the receiver.
Robert Woods, they're paying one receiver. Man, this is not a good-looking person.
You said what? You what?
I didn't say who it was, so they don't know who I'm talking about.
Come on, man. Why would you say that?
I mean, what does that have to do with anything?
I'm just saying, I did not.
You are frazzled.
I did not single out who I was talking about.
The Titans just threw you off completely.
No. You have not seen me frazzled from the Titans until you see me after that Cincinnati game. Because I was like a zombie, and all I could say was, I hate the freaking Titans. Only I didn't say freaking. Just over and over and over and over and over again, I just said it over. I was so disgusted with that performance from Ryan Tannehill. Disgusted, Teron. I was just so disgusted.
Well,
tell us really how you feel.
You have two #1 receivers for their respective teams getting traded today. Marquise Brown and A.J. Brown.
Oh, yeah, but Hollywood Brown sucks compared to A.J.
They like Rashad Bateman.
Yeah, I mean, compared to A.J., Hollywood Brown ain't, you know what.
But Hollywood Brown was their #1 guy. He was their vertical threat.
Look, Rocky Marciano was good, but compared to Joe Lewis.
He whooped Joe Lewis's ass.
Every time.
Every time I talk about boxing.
Oh.
Where's the spoon? Oh my goodness.
You all right, man? You all right?
AJ Brown was
I'm
65
trying to
years
figure
old.
out. Like I'm still
I know
trying
the
to.
Brown.
I
got
to
you.
pick topics like three
Talk about
topics
AJ
to write
Brown.
about.
Talk about
Burks.
AJ Brown.
I already did.
Talk about him again.
One of the topics is replacing AJ.
Talk about him again.
TD, I got to do 16 topics a day, so I don't have any sympathy for doing 3 topics.
Jesse.
Yeah, you get to talk about it.
That's true.
I mean, bounce
That's
it off.
true.
I gotta write it.
I get to take the calls. Oh, will there be some calls tomorrow?
Oh, my
Holy
gosh.
crap.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I can't wait for the phone lines. Oh, it's going to be so freaking wild. Oh, tomorrow's
I'm tuning
show.
in, man. I am tuning in, boss.
I mean, tomorrow's show is going to be, it's going to be something. And I'm not even talking about me. I don't even know what I'm going to say tomorrow. I mean, how can it be any different than what I've said now? But it's going to be wild. Man, TD over here is like freaking John Robinson. He's got everybody calling him, and
Hey, man. He's like Adam Schefter over there, man. His phone's just ringing.
oh, goodness gracious. So I want to ask this question.
Nope.
Hey, Cincinnati's pitch is in, so.
Are you okay with what happened today? Like if you had woken up this morning and I said they're going to trade A.J. Brown and draft Traylon Burks, and then they're going to trade down, move into the second, get some more picks, would you have been okay with it when you woke up this morning?
Yeah. Because don't you recall when I came on your show, what was it, last week, somewhere around there? I said they can draft the receiver and still trade A.J. Brown. Or they can draft the receiver and still keep A.J. Brown.
You strategically, with how you said that about trading A.J. Brown, I noticed was very strategic. Because when I saw you at the gym that morning, you said, I'd trade A.J. Brown if I were the Titans.
It was too much. He caused too much of a firestorm. For what? I mean, he got exactly what he wanted, which was the money. But I'm pretty sure he would have liked to have gotten the money here. But the Titans were like, listen, no, we don't operate this way. You want your money? Okay, fine. We're going to allow you to get your money, but not with us.
Chris,
Yes.
if I told you when you woke up this morning, A.J. Brown out, Traylon Burks in, more picks, what would you have said?
I mean, that's tough because your number one weapon is gone. I mean, he's gone. I mean, look, and I said it earlier. Look at the receivers that you have in this receiving room. I mean, Dez Fitzpatrick, Westbrook, Robert Woods, Kinsey, and McMath.
Well, all those guys were there. The only difference
I
is Brown for Burks.
But I know, but he's gone. But then now you're asking a rookie wide receiver to become the number one guy automatically. It's no you're in second, you're in third.
In the
You're the number one
2022
guy.
NFL Draft,
That's a good pick.
the AFC champion Cincinnati Bengals
Pair him with Jesse Bates.
select
That is a good
Daxton Hill,
Poor Von Bell.
defensive back, Michigan.
Probably the end of Von Bell's career.
Out of Tulsa,
Dax Hill from Michigan with the Bengals at this pick. Minnesota is on the
Well,
clock.
they are excited.
Tampa Bay, Minnesota, Tennessee tomorrow.
You know, in all of this, you know who I really feel bad for?
Jared Stillman?
No, Robert Woods. Because Robert Woods came here thinking that, okay, I can ease my way into this.
Yep.
AJ's here. I can ease my way into it. I can get healthy, and then we can go. Now he's the guy. He's the man.
That's not good, man.
And now he's going to put pressure on himself to get back quicker.
But when is he going to come back, D? I mean, is he going to be ready for the start of the season?
I think he'll be ready for the start of the season, but
you got hurt late in November, the 10th game.
yeah.
And if he would have got hurt earlier, I'd be like, yeah, okay, he's going to be come back 100%. But as a receiver, you got to stop and start and get off the line of scrimmage, all those things. And is that knee ready for that?
We're going to find out.
We're going to find out quickly.
Yeah, we gonna find out
Minnesota
quickly.
at 32, the pick is in, which means the Titans are not trading back into the first round. And if they're not trading back into the first round, that means no quarterback at least until tomorrow, and I don't think they're taking a quarterback tomorrow. Oh, man.
Why don't you think – oh, Coach, you keep on going back to the
I want the
fifth
fifth year.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
fifth year.
Because if you don't have the fifth year and you sit a guy behind Tannehill next year, then you only get 3 years of that guy before you have to pay him. And if he's good, he's going to want his money like Kyler Murray and act like a,
But if he's not,
oh, man, could you imagine if Kyler Murray was the quarterback of the Titans for Vrabel?
Oh.
He'd punt his ass.
Minnesota could draft a quarterback right
I think they could. You draft Malik and you sit him on the bench for 2 years. That's what I think is going to happen here. I think it's going to be Malik.
That's right. What is going on over here?
They're doing the –
You hate that. Willis.
What is
Willis?
What is it?
Willis.
What you talking about, Willis?
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Dude, it's going to be all right, man.
Jared, it's going to be all right.
You don't need to talk to me about it. I'm fine. You need to talk to TD. He says the championship window's closed.
No.
Hey, I'm just keeping it 100.
I'm just kidding.
Hey, listen, man.
I mean, I'm fine. I'm not.
But they feel they can do it without him. I mean,
I'm more disappointed. This tells you how much I can't stand Tannehill. I'm more disappointed with the fact that they're not taking quarterback tonight than I am that they traded A.J. Brown.
wow.
Which just tells you how over Tannehill I am. And if the A.J. sideshow was enough to piss off Robinson and Vrabel, imagine what Tannehill's fishing picture did to them last week.
He caught a bass. He caught a sea bass.
Yeah.
He recharged his batteries.
Boy, you crazy.
Boy, I tell you. This is John Robinson. You can't trust a word this man says. And I like John Robinson.
Dude.
He's not supposed to tell you the skinny, man. He's not going to give you the skinny.
I know, but when he says, I don't know how many more times I got to say Tannehill's quarterback, why don't people believe me? This is why people don't believe you. Because last week you said you don't foresee yourself trading A.J., then you traded A.J.
But he gonna whisper in your ear, hey, Jared, guess what? I'm gonna trade A.J. You think he going to do that to you?
You know what? If John Robinson wanted something out there, the first person he should tell is me. Because as soon as it comes to me, it's out.
Boy, you crazy, man.
You don't have to worry about it.
That's why he didn't tell you.
You don't have to tell Diana Rossini, have Vrabel tell Diana Rossini, and then Diana Rossini report it, and then people maybe miss it or not.
That's crazy. It's
everybody will know as soon as you tell me.
It's business, man. It's business.
What a freaking gong show.
Come on, Vikings, get your pick in.
Man, I got to go to McDonald's.
Are you actually going to McDonald's?
100%. 100%, baby. I'm starving.
One time, Chris told me he works out twice a day so he can eat all bull crap.
Dude, hey, the worst eater I've ever met was D-Mace. He's still eating Krispy Kreme, man.
I graduated from
you don't eat theirs no more?
I don't eat Krispy Kreme no more. I can't eat them.
Duncan?
No, I don't eat them. I'm not a big donut person.
Champ, I got to eat better for real. I really do.
Come on.
I remember when I first started working here with Derek. Derek used to eat a bunch of bull crap. And we got to 32. We got to 32. So Derek used to eat a bunch of bull crap. And I want to say Derek gained like 5 pounds and the candy was gone.
Yeah, I can't gain too much weight, man. I know how to shut it down quickly.
Oh, shoot. What happened? The Minnesota Vikings and the commissioner has the card. Here he comes to announce the final pick of round 1 of this year's draft.
That's right. You have to worry about anything they say because that's the truth of it anyways.
If it's a quarterback, you can lose.
Louis Cine.
With the 32nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Louis Cine, defensive back, Georgia.
All right, first round's in the books. Titans are 2 picks away from being on the clock. So we wrap up our thoughts on the draft with this. This is my question for everybody. Derek, your biggest takeaway from today?
You already know.
Is that no one can predict the draft. That's my biggest takeaway. You can't predict the draft. You just
That's your biggest takeaway?
That's a good takeaway,
No, you
man.
can't predict it, the draft, what's going to happen. We saw 2 teams dealing with their number 1 receiver, the Baltimore Ravens and the Tennessee Titans. Why? Baltimore didn't want to pay Marquise Brown. Why did the Tennessee Titans get rid of A.J. Brown? 2 reasons. He caused too much of a fuss, and they were not willing to pay him $25 million. They don't put that much value in that position. $20 million, yes. Anything above that, No. That's what I take out of it.
Chris Sanders, your biggest takeaway?
I think for me, just how important defense is. I mean, look at the run of cornerbacks and look at the run of edge rushers. It just shows you that in this league, I understand it's a passive league and all that, but you got to get to the quarterback. And you just saw with, the DNs that they got taken and also the cornerbacks that got drafted in the draft.
My biggest takeaway?
A.J. Brown.
We can't trust anything that these guys say, Robinson and Vrabel.
It's crazy.
And neither can those players.
Dude, it's a business.
I understand. But now I think it's going to be known that these guys, it's going to be cold-hearted. And you know what? It should be that way. But that's my big takeaway from today. I'm reading TD's tweet right now, in which John Robinson said trading A.J. Brown was a tough decision that came together over the last 18 hours and really got heated up this afternoon. They felt like they got to a point where a deal was going to be really hard to agree upon.
That's it right there.
So they may not have necessarily been lying, but listen, this is crazy. I wish they would have,
Again, TD, they didn't want to pay him more than $20 million.
Nope.
Hey, Debo's mom was right.
They did not want to pay him more than $20 million.
Just the shenanigans got him out of here. I believe so.
I wonder how much of that will be guaranteed that Philly will give him.
2 years.
2 is guaranteed?
Maybe
4,
2.5.
I would say out of it's a 4-year, essentially because it was an extension, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to give him.
But it was really 5 years, $20 million.
So probably that 50 plus the 4 this year and a signing bonus.
So 3 years.
65.
Yeah.
Probably guaranteed. Well,
Wow.
I mean, good for AJ.
No, he got his money. That's what he wanted. He wanted to get his money.
But I'll say this. The Titans cannot tell us that they did not foresee this happening. They foresaw it. They foresaw it. TD, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, this deal came together apparently over the last day or so. It heated up this afternoon. I'm just going by, and that's why I said apparently, not from me, just telling you what was said. Mike Vrabel reiterated that he loves A.J. Brown and personally, but he said he's comfortable with how the process worked. I think the final take is that no one man is bigger than the Titans team.
100%.
And I think the final take is that it's either our way or the highway. One of the things Traylon Burks said that he gathered when he met with John Robinson and Mike Vrabel was it's a very business-oriented. That's the first thing he said when I asked him. He said it's a very business-oriented franchise. So it tells you right there what it is that, they wanted to do. I think they found a way to reload and manufacture extra picks. We'll see what happens tomorrow, but like I said, the Super Bowl window, I will be shocked if they go to the Super Bowl this year. I will be shocked. I don't think it's likely at all.
Wow. Guys.
Yes.
Let's do it again tomorrow.
There we go.
You look like you're about to fall asleep.
I am.
D. Mace is going to bed. Chris is going to McDonald's.
Walk my dogs, man. I gotta walk my
TD's
dogs.
got about 40 hours of doing all kinds of crazy ESPN stuff. Guys, we'll see you tomorrow. Of course, our programming starts at 6 a.m. Robby and Rexrode.
Good job,
and then, of course, 2 o'clock. I don't even know what's going to happen at 2 o'clock tomorrow, I'll be honest with you. And then the draft show starts again at 5 tomorrow for D. Mace, for Chris, for TD.
Sir.
We'll see you tomorrow. It's been the draft show. Thanks to our sponsors. They were fantastic. Our friends here at Third and Home, they were fantastic. Nashville's Bar with a Ballpark. Social Furniture, Farm Bureau Health Plans, Nashville Sheriff, and